Hope everybody is well. Move my desk a little bit. Sorry. Push the camera back. All right. And move this to live chat. See if anybody's going to join me today. Pin that up there. There we go. So hopefully someone will come on. Otherwise, this is going to be a very boring live stream. Hey, Mike Richards, how you doing, my friend? Over there in beautiful Columbus, Ohio. Well, I shouldn't say beautiful Columbus, Ohio. I've never been to Columbus, Ohio, so I don't know if it's beautiful or not. For all I know, Columbus, Ohio is an absolute dumpster fire, or it could be absolutely gorgeous. I have no idea. The only thing I know about it is that it's called Columbus. So, but I hope you are well, my friend. I know it's been a rough year for you. And hey, I always get your name confused. Is it I always forget. Is it Pamela? No. Is it Pam? No. Is it Pamela? Pamela Jean? No. Penny Jean. Penny Jean. Penny Jean. And you're at the store. You're at the store. What, are you shopping on Memorial Day? Or are you working? I don't know if you work at a store. I just wait. Yeah. Think Money Penny. Penny Jean. Well, Money Penny. And you will always be my Money Penny. Well, except that I better not tell my wife that. Well, Money Penny. I hope you are well, Miss Money Penny. And as always, I'm praying for your son. And I hope that Danny is doing well, and I hope you are doing well. And Donnie is also here. Good to see you. And it's funny because since I'm, haven't been working, it's like I don't feel like it's a holiday weekend because, I'm not working. And I can't, it's just a weird feeling. That's part of the reason that I wanted to help out the Popcast guys as much as I can, because I can't stand that feeling of not having something specifically that I have to do other than try to work on my own personal projects. And even then, trying to motivate myself to do those projects is very difficult for me. So, and it's always easier to do things when you have somebody else cracking the whip trying to get you to do stuff. So hopefully the helping out the Popcast guys will help get me back into the mindset of doing stuff. It's still very difficult just because physically, even though you don't think of editing and stuff like that as physical work, it's very difficult for me because of the concentration necessary. But yeah. Lee says, Mrs. Anti-Trucker YouTube channel link not working. Oh, yeah, because I need to change that because she changed the name of her channel. So it's no longer Mrs. Anti-Trucker. I'm not even sure what she calls it right now. And I see we have number one. How are you doing, number one?
I'm doing okay.
So you just call yourself number one now, not number one sci-fi or anything?
Correct.
So why just number one now?
Um, it's shorter and easier.
Okay. um, and I agree, Penny, that yeah, since the beginning of the pandemic, one day just kind of bleeds into the next one. It's just like, yeah. And Jim's Landscape, it's so funny. Jim's Landscape LLC number one. It just I don't mean to cut you off, number one, but I got to tell you, the other day when you said goodbye at the end of the live stream on Friday night, we just went off for like a half an hour talking about how the live stream was brought to you by Jim's Landscape because it was just so funny to us. And so we just kept talking about Jim's Landscape and how everybody should hire Jim's Landscape business. But then we didn't know where you were. So we were like, so remember to hire Jim's Landscape no matter where you are in the country. Jim will come out and take care of your landscaping needs. Whether you're in Alaska, Hawaii, or the lower 48, Jim will come out to your house and take care of your landscaping needs. So hopefully, you don't get too many calls for people that are, thousands of miles away to come and mow their lawns or something. But but hey, if you get one more client thanks to this live stream, so much the better. But go check out Jim's Landscape, and if you happen to be near Jim's area of wherever he works, hire him. Dang it, hire him because he's a nerd. Anyway, number one. So, have you been watching Strange New Worlds and or Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Yes.
And
They should call Strange New Worlds. Let's recon to Star Trek or something like that. Because that's basically all they're doing is retconning Star Trek to death with Strange New Worlds.
well, okay. I am the first to admit there's a lot of continuity problems with it. But aside from that, would you admit that it's a good show?
It's the best one so far that they've had.
Yeah. See,
I'll
I'm enjoying the heck out of it, and I think that
Pike is the best character.
Yeah,
and that helps. And having Anson Mount as the
Anson Mount is awesome.
Yeah, he's a very likable captain.
Mm-hmm.
I like Captain Pike a lot. It's just the other characters, I guess, not so much.
See, I'm actually digging almost everybody on the show. Honestly, the only character I don't like so far is Nurse Chapel, and I'll tell you, and it's for a couple of reasons. One is that she doesn't feel like a nurse; she feels like a doctor. And so why is she Nurse Chapel when she seems to be not the same kind of doctor as Mbanga, but she seems like just a doctor who's a specialist in genetics, and she's also like just. I mean, I don't want to say that she's nothing. I mean, she is nothing like Nurse Chapel from the original series, but at the same time, whereas with Uhura, and and Mbanga, they try to capture and even Pike, they try to capture the essence of what they were in the original series. But with Chapel, there's nothing about her that makes me think of Chapel from the original series.
Well, they are going, unfortunately, the route of making all the females very strong
Well, I don't
characters.
mind the females being strong. I'm just saying that there's nothing like Uhura to me feels like this could be a younger version of Uhura. Mbanga feels like this could be a younger version of Mbanga, and Pike definitely feels like this could be a slightly older version of the Pike that we saw. Because keep in mind, this is Pike from a few years later from the cage. And so all those characters and Spock also, I feel like this could be a younger Spock. So I don't have a problem with any of those characters, but Chapel does not feel anything like Chapel. I don't feel like that's the same character. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
she's not the same character.
Right.
Completely, a complete, 180.
Yeah, because Chapel in the original series was a nurse. This character is a doctor,
Yeah, a doctor called a
and
nurse, basically.
yeah, exactly. She's a doctor who they
Reason.
call a nurse. Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
make much
yeah,
sense.
yeah,
And
for
hey,
whatever
Andy, how
reason.
you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
She's
I
out
will.
doctoring Dr. Mbega right now,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
I will say that it's a couple of small moments here and there where she answers to Nurse, and she asks. You can hear her. You don't see her, but off screen, it's like, "Doctor, I need your help." Over
I would
here.
say that she was more of a nurse in episode 4 than she was in 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah. So it seems like she's some sort of a specialist.
All right.
And in What Little Girls Are Made Of, she was supposed to be a research scientist.
Right. In
before
bioengineering, I think Kirk said.
something, yeah.
And
So that kind of fits.
that part, her specialty fits, but she just seems like she's a little too good at it. You know, like to be a nurse, it's like, holy crap, she is like, she's designed. I don't know.
She took a step down. She took a step down to be a nurse because she wanted to go find Dr. Corby.
Yeah, but they haven't even mentioned Dr. Corby.
Yeah.
And she's already flirting with Spock.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I kind of have if they're gonna have her go straight to the Spock thing, which and they're gonna skip out on the Dr. Corby thing, that's fine. But then they're keeping the bioengineering thing. That seems a little off.
Yeah. That, I don't know. It's just, I think part of it is they want to do something with her.
Yeah.
Because they didn't do a whole lot with her in the original series.
Yeah, that's the problem. She just felt like it, and I get it. Like, she was kind of a weak character in the original series, and they wanted to make her a stronger character here. But I think they went a little overboard. They kind of overcompensated, if you will.
Yeah, that might be true. I can see where that opinion is coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because and don't get me wrong. Yeah, like I said, I'm not opposed to strong female characters, but I think that taking a character like Nurse Chapel and just making her into a superstar like this is just kind of like, okay, if you make her into a genetic specialist of the caliber that she is, fine. But then you don't have to also make her the super athlete that chases down people in the hallway and tackles them.
I was just going to say, if they had said something about her having been a track star at university or something, in the original series, then it kind of makes sense.
Right. But in the original series, she was the first person. I mean, she had all the dramatic pratfalls, yeah. So
She was quick with a hypo spray
yeah,
when needed. I'll tell you, I will say that.
but still, come on.
Yeah.
I thought that was silly. That
Yeah.
whole thing with her running down the hallway chasing that dude down, and we saw in the trailer where she's going to be tackling the one alien. So and even like in that scene when she chased the guy down, she was like excited to do it.
Yeah. She's like, "Ooh, it's just like whatever."
Yeah.
Okay.
And the weird thing about that scene too, and I didn't think about it until just now, is that she mentions it like it's this is not the first time they've had to do this. But earlier in the same episode, they mentioned that she just transferred to the Enterprise.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. I
Yeah,
hadn't thought
so
about that. It's
yeah,
kind of
that's
a little discontinuous, isn't it?
yeah, and especially since when she calls up to the bridge, and Ortegas is like, every time I'm in the captain's chair, like it, so
Yeah, that too.
yeah, so which was a funny moment, but it seems a little off for that to be Chapel. Like it would have made more sense if it was Mbanga chasing the guy down the hallway.
Yeah.
Since Mbanga's been on the ship.
Yeah.
And Lee, thank you so much. Throws a $20 super chat in there and says, oops, I was trying to order pizza. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll be sure to send you a pepperoni as soon as Google sends me the $20, which will be sometime next month. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, actually, they'll send me $20 minus their cut. But thank you so much, Lee. I can't thank you enough, buddy. That is very kind. I don't deserve it, but I do appreciate it very, very much. Yeah, I mean that. That I don't deserve it. I mean, because I'm a jerk. Speaking of being a jerk, man, I'm seriously thinking about, and I don't know if I should do this. I want your opinion on this. Okay, so I got a good friend. If you've seen me on Saturday mornings, you know that, or Saturday afternoons. Well, it depends on time zone. You know that I do a live stream with the Salty Nerds podcast guys. And the guy that heads that up is a guy named Matt Kadesh. And he did a hour-plus long video today about how he can prove that Obi-Wan Kenobi is a bad show. And I think his video is horrifically bad. I think that now Matt, don't get me wrong, he's a smart guy, and this video is not a rant. He's not yelling and screaming at the camera or anything. But I just think that he, for whatever reason, he sees the fact that, now, have you seen Obi-Wan Kenobi, Indy?
No, I have not. I don't have Disney Plus.
But you've seen it, number one, correct?
You're muted.
Yeah. If you don't know, you're muted, number one. But okay, so Obi-Wan Kenobi, at the beginning of the series and the first two videos, or the first two episodes, Obi-Wan is basically not doing too hot. He is Are there? Were you gonna say something? Number one.
Um, yeah, I mean, he's basically suffering from PTSD, more or less.
Right. And he's like he meets one other Jedi in the opening episode and tells when the guy's like, "What do we do? What do we do?" And he's like, "Bury your lightsaber in the desert and live a normal life." Because and he's like, "But what about the fight?" And he's like, "The fight's over and we lost." That's where Obi-Wan is, you know. And when in Matthew's video, he compares that to Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi. And while they're in similar positions, where Luke Skywalker and Obi-Wan were both burnt out and, disgruntled, if you will, the difference is that Obi-Wan had a good reason for it. The Empire had just crushed and destroyed the Jedi, and I mean this it had been 10 years, but still the Jedi Temple had been destroyed. All the Jedi except for Obi-Wan and Yoda, for the most part, had been wiped out. In fact, Yoda and Obi-Wan were the only two Jedi Masters left. And so the Jedi were all but extinct, and now the majority of the Jedi had been converted to these Inquisitors, who were basically more like Sith, who were hunting down the remaining Jedi and killing them. So Obi-Wan was in a very dark place, and justifiably so. Whereas Luke had come off of the greatest victory of all time with the destruction of the second Death Star, the destruction of the Empire, the rise of the New Republic. And he had one setback and decided he's going to run away and start drinking green space cow milk straight from the teat, which made no sense. That's where I thought it was very frustrating with Luke, because Luke had no reason to go into exile and to be all depressed and all that, where Obi-Wan had every reason to do that. And so Matthew is making all these statements like that about the show, basically trying to argue that the show was bad because they were basically setting Obi-Wan up much like Luke. He was suggesting that there's a lot of plot contrivances where, in my opinion, the plot made perfect sense. And so I was considering doing a counter video to his video, but at the same time, Matthew's a friend, and I don't necessarily want to, just piss him off.
Yeah, and you probably, if you're really friends, you're not going to piss him off. It's
Right.
You take a good counter argument, he'll probably appreciate it.
It's just, I don't know. What do you think, number one? I mean, I don't know what you think of Obi-Wan, but what did you think of the show?
I mean, it's still only seen 2 out of 6 episodes,
Right.
So I'm of the opinion that well, number one, Owen definitely does not want anything to do with him, and he doesn't want him to influence Luke at all. That's
right
for sure, because of how he screwed up his dad so much, I guess.
And that's consistent with what we see of Owen in
Yeah.
episode 4.
Yes. So I was half expecting that Reva should cut off his legs, and that's the reason why he's floating around or something like that, you know. But um, but yeah, I think it's I don't have a problem with his Obi-Wan's character yet.
Mhm.
It depends on these next 4 episodes. I mean, you can tell he's basically in shock when Reva reveals that Anakin is still alive.
Right. Which
Uh,
I also make, to me at least, makes sense because correct me if I'm wrong. Now, I never watched all the Clone Wars animations, but the last time that Obi-Wan saw Anakin was their duel on Mustafar, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
So as far as Obi-Wan's concerned, Anakin is dead
yes,
because he cut off his arm and legs and left him for dead on the side of a lava stream.
yeah,
And so and picked up his lightsaber and left and figured that he was a goner. And hey, Cinnabon, hey Mercer, hope you guys are well. If you want to join the conversation, link is should be pinned in the chat. But yeah, so as far as I know, I knew, Obi-Wan absolutely thought that Darth Vader, and by the way, a lot of people didn't realize that, yes, he did know that Darth Vader was Anakin because he watched in the holograms in episode 3 when the Emperor
yes,
referred to him as Darth Vader.
yes,
And so he said, he knew that Darth Vader, he figured Darth Vader was dead. And then, so when Reva said, I'm going to take you to Darth Vader, that was an absolute shocking reveal for him. And then she was like, oh, so you didn't know, and that was a great moment. And now that's going to give him motivation to move forward. And I think that the series will climax with round 2 of Anakin versus, or of Obi-Wan versus Darth Vader. And I think that will set up to where I think Obi-Wan's going to win that round as well. And that's where, that's why Darth Vader will say, when last we met, I was but the learner, but now I am the master.
oh yeah. Obi-Wan obviously has to.
Yeah,
Win
Obi-Wan
or
has to
draw.
win. Yeah,
He has to win or draw because otherwise he wouldn't be around 10 years later. But
yeah. No, I think he has to win because if it's a draw, then Darth Vader's line that last time we met, I was the learner, wouldn't make sense.
well, they're semi retconning.
Cinnabon, it's okay if you didn't watch it. We can talk about whatever. We're just talking about Obi-Wan right now.
They're semi retconning this and A New Hope, depending on what else they do.
Right.
Um,
Well, and also it's like like these
especially with the Inquisitor getting stabbed, but whatever.
Well, I'm assuming the Inquisitor's not dead.
Yeah, hopefully.
I know a couple of people. Now, I've never watched the Clone Wars, but
It's in Rebels.
okay, yeah, I don't watch any of the cartoons, but someone told me that the Grand Inquisitor is not supposed to be dead, and so it's like, well, it's Star Wars. They chopped Darth Maul in half, and yet he survived that. So
one thing that kind of was weird was that when you watch A New Hope and you listen to the message that Leia left for Obi-Wan, it sounds like she only had heard of him, that she never actually knew him in person.
Well, he revealed his name as Ben, not Obi.
Right, but remember when Luke came into the cell and he's like, I'm here with Ben Kenobi, and she's like, Ben Kenobi? Where? And so she knows him as Ben.
So you think they
purposely
correct
said
the way they
Ben,
did it?
not Obi.
Yeah.
You think that they were correct the way they did it, Dad?
So far, yeah, I don't have a problem with Leia knowing him. Yeah, I think she knows
and this could be
Ben.
the only time that they meet.
Yeah,
I imagine he's dropping her off back to the palace next episode, and
yeah.
then that'll be that with her.
It just seemed like
So
she didn't
this-
know him personally when she left the
Well,
message.
think about this, Mercer. If your parents had you hanging out with someone when you were 10 years old, like a babysitter or something, and that's the only time you knew someone, how well do you remember them now?
True. I was just pointing it out.
Yeah.
Well, if they saved your life, that's one thing, like he did.
Right, but even so, how well do you really remember them? You just like I can from when I was 10 years old, I have vague memories of a couple of people from back then, but it's just very vague memories, you know. And as far as the hollow message, she refers to him as General Kenobi. Years ago, you served my father. And, it was a formal message, but it was a request for him to assist. As opposed to, but when Luke mentioned that he was there with Ben Kenobi, she immediately got very excited.
Yeah. Well, and obviously her Bale is not going to tell her that this is that Ben and Obi-Wan Kenobi are the same person. Obviously not.
A lot of geek stuff going on these days. I went to see Top Gun. It was a good time.
Yeah, I'll see Top Gun when it's streaming. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure it's a fun movie, but is it worth going to a theater for these days with prices the way they are? Honestly, not for me. And I'm not knocking it. It's just
no. I'm just saying there's a lot of cool stuff happening the next couple of weeks with geek stuff.
Oh yeah, well Thursday is going to be we got Strange New Worlds episode 5, we got Kenobi episode 3, and of course we got Orville episode 1. So all on one day.
That's crazy. I can't even. I have to work the next day, guys. How am I going to do
that?
I wish they would start it after the school year.
Yeah. So Thursday is going to be a crazy day.
And he never gives his last name either. He didn't say I'm Ben Kenobi. He just said I'm Ben. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that at some point she learns he's Ben Kenobi, but
not until hopefully 10 years later is what I'm saying. Because then that keeps up the hollow message as being okay. I could. I mean, it's either that or he mind wipes or one or the other. If you want to really get technical about it, but so far he really hasn't revealed much. All she knows is he's a Jedi and his name is Ben. That's it.
Right.
I didn't like Third Reva. I like the concept of the character, but I don't think that the performance.
Well, she's not the good.
I thought she was fine.
To be the badass in this, you could tell she's the only Inquisitor, only dark side character who's acting like a dark side character. The other two are
the other two act more like Jedi, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, well,
because they're so restrained. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. Yeah, to me the Inquisitors don't make sense to me because you have one that is really trying to do dark.
Now she was at the beginning. She was in the opening scene with the kids.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's they're gonna. Yeah. That's. Well, yeah. She survived the. I guess the Clone War attack.
Here I am. I'm spending that whole opening scene at the temple looking for Grogu. And I didn't realize until the second time I watched it that the little black girl was her.
Yeah. Well, yeah. She's the first one that they show. But
Right, but with Reva, I mean, yeah, you can tell she's acting out of anger and hatred and all that, which is,
yeah,
that's the
completely.
dark side way.
Yeah.
And yet the other guys are acting out of discipline, which is
and
more of a Jedi
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, and being pacifist, really, when you
Yeah.
think about it. Yeah, which is extremely Jedi. I'm like, yeah, the other Inquisitors don't make sense to me.
Yeah.
But
And
the other
Nicole
two-
says, well, I got a job, wouldn't eat at KFC, but got a job. You wouldn't eat at KFC. I love KFC. I'll eat some KFC. If you got a job at KFC, man, I'll tell you, I'll eat. I used to have a job at KFC. I'll eat their chicken all day long.
Oh yeah, I like Popeyes too.
And by the way, the whole thing about KFC not being chicken is a lie. It is chicken. But
Yeah, same
I gotta
thing.
tell you, I was so surprised, even though it was like a minute long. I was so surprised by the Andor trailer. I was just like playing it on a big screen on my big TV with the stereo. I was just shocked. I thought it was great, and I did not expect it to be. I didn't know what to expect, but just like the guy slamming the to sound the alarm, and then people shuttering their windows. It was just really cool. Did you like that trailer?
that was all right. I mean, I personally, when I watch Star Wars, I watch Star Wars for Force users,
Right.
and Andor doesn't seem to feature any.
Yeah, I was just wondering what you thought of it. I just thought the vibe of it was so different.
I mean, it was him.
It looks like Rogue One, the series.
Yeah, and Mon Mothma and whoever else from the
Draven.
Yeah, it's got a lot of the same characters as Rogue One.
Yeah.
What were you starting to say, Indy?
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, I love KFC, and it's also not true about Subway's tuna, because it's 100% tuna. So
yeah,
don't believe what you hear.
Nicole
now says that it's Prague meat. It's 100% Prague meat. I think she means pork meat.
Pork meat.
Pork meat. Yeah. Hey, pork meat is delicious.
And Alex says, if you were Anakin, would you complain about salt the same way he did about sand? Probably not.
So let's review. I thought Multitude of Madness was not a very good movie. It wasn't bad.
Multiverse of Madness.
Multiverse of Madness was not very good. It wasn't bad, but I think the cameos were kind of just a gimmick. That's what I think, But I thought, what else has come out? We've had a lot that came out. I thought that Strange New Worlds, I like it a lot, except for the exterior shots feel still very video gamey to me. Like when those Gorn ships imploded, it just didn't look good to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see that. It looks very Wing Commander like.
And the Enterprise doesn't have the weight and the mass that it looks like a great ship in terms of the design, but it just doesn't have any weight to it.
Well, I'll tell you this is that I'll agree with you that as far as I can tell you what the problem with the Enterprise is. It's not the 3D rendering of the Enterprise. It's that they make it maneuver too quickly.
Yeah.
And this is a problem that started with Deep Space Nine, to be honest with you. They basically decided that they want Star Trek to be more kinetic and faster with the starship maneuvering, and so they, that's the Defiant was that way.
Like Star Wars, basically.
Yeah, and they started making the Miranda class ships zipping around, and they just started making the ships faster and faster and faster. And honestly, if you compare that to like Star Trek II, where these ships are big lumbering beasts that very slowly turn around, which is more like a naval ship, as Indy can tell you, even a relatively small frigate takes a couple of minutes to turn around.
Yeah.
Did you like,
Yeah.
or did you not like the similarity of the submarine effect again, basically? Of the
Oh, I love that. I love the way
balance of
the
terror,
way
I
yeah, I
guess.
love the way they used the brown dwarf to create a more realistic submarine feel than Balance of Terror did. I think they did that better than Balance of Terror did. But then the maneuvering of the ship, they did worse than the original series did. Because the original series, you never got the feeling of the ship zipping around. The Enterprise was always pretty much moving in a straight line.
Yeah.
This summer,
I think the best maneuver was when they tilted the ship 90 degrees, because that seemed like it was slow going, and the ship had a large amount of inertia, because no matter what, large ships are going to have a great deal of inertia. It's going to be hard for them to change direction.
yeah.
Right.
This summer we'll have the 40th anniversary of Poltergeist and Con, which were released on the same day. And I think, like other movies like Tron and E.T., all these films will have their 40th anniversary this year. It's going to be a huge anniversary year. Probably one of the best. But 1982 for genre fans was one of the greatest years for the fans for us.
I don't think that much. And by the way, Leighton mentions I think it's fine for the Defiant, which is smaller. Defiant is a lot bigger than you think. The Defiant is the size of a Miranda class ship.
Yeah.
It just looks like it's smaller. It looks like it's the size of the Millennium Falcon, but it's actually a huge starship. And so that's the problem with the Defiant, is scale-wise, it's way off. And it shouldn't, it's, Trek the ships are supposed to be slow and lumbering, and it looks much more elegant that way. But and sure, it was small compared to a Galaxy class stand, but that's so was the Constitution class, but the Constitution class is not a small ship.
No, it's not.
It's the size of a Nimitz class aircraft carrier.
Yeah, these ships are going to have time, and you can see the progression of it in Deep Space Nine.
Yeah,
where early on they're being chased by a Klingon bird of prey, and they're maneuvering around a ship, and it takes time for that Klingon bird of prey to actually make that turn.
Right.
And
look at the way the bird of prey turns in Star Trek 3 compared to the way the birds of prey maneuver in Sacrifice of Angels.
Yeah, they completely changed the capabilities of the ship's movements. I mean, look at the Odyssey. The Odyssey's just stood there and laid out punishment and took punishment. It didn't maneuver around when they were fighting the Jem'Hadar in the first battle with the Jem'Hadar. It just stood in place.
Right.
I still think, man, that shot in Sacrifice of Angels when the whole fleet is charging forward, that was visceral. I like that, and you see. I just thought it was. I don't like all the little maneuvering, and I understand what you're talking about, but just the idea of seeing like a wall of ships, I'd never seen that before. That was amazing.
It's a cool shot. Don't get me wrong, but the problem is that wall of ships technically should have been 100,000 miles away from the other wall of ships. And firing a barrage of torpedoes.
It's still on a TV screen, so they have to show you.
Oh yeah,
always a little closer.
I get what they do, and hey, Darren, I get what they do is they want to make it look cool.
It's not just a question of making it look cool. They have to fit things on screen so that people know what's going on.
Yeah,
right.
And it's a storytelling shorthand that they've always used.
Yeah, I agree.
the in the other matter about the ships and ships of Sacrifice of Angels being quicker, and more agile than in earlier pieces. I mean, there's a couple different reasons you can come up with for that. Upgrades to those ships, for example. But honestly, a lot of it is just an illusion. Any ship that's slow, and I've seen this happen myself, is going to appear faster up against a slower, larger ship. So, for example, the scenes in the remastered version of the Doomsday Machine, where you've got the Enterprise sort of flying over the surface of the planet killer, and
right, which I hate those shots.
I know you do, but there's nothing really wrong with those shots, because even you have an aircraft carrier sized vessel maneuvering around a much larger object, and it's going to appear that it's more maneuverable and more than average, just by that size comparison.
Right, but an aircraft carrier sized vessel is still not that maneuverable. And so, and that's
kind of symbolic. It's kind of
in the fantasy environment of space. That isn't the case. You can have something that's that maneuverable, that's that big.
Well, I disagree a little bit, Darren, because I mean the ships still have inertia. They're massive ships, so they still have a lot of inertia. It's still going to take time for them to change direction.
But my thing is, in Strange New Worlds, the ship just doesn't look solid.
Right,
That's all I'm saying.
I'll say this, Darren, and it's that I think that if you look at the Enterprise and the Reliant in Star Trek II, part of the reason that those ships feel like they're ships is because they move slowly, is because the Enterprise, when the Genesis device is activated by Khan and Kirk's like, get out of here, and you see the Enterprise slowly trying to turn around to get away.
Yeah, it's so good.
Right.
You feel like, oh man, that is a massive ship.
Well, you got to remember also that they had just been in battle. They were also in a nebula. There's a bunch of other things going on there. But I mean, when they want the ship to seem larger and like a ship, they will film it a certain way and shoot it a certain way. And then when they want to cram a whole bunch of ships in there with some moving faster than others, impulse speed is one of those things that
like I have no problem with the wall of ships.
Think about.
I have no problem with the wall of ships in Sacrifice of Angels. No. I could pick apart the little ships moving really fast, but the wall of ships gradually moving forward.
Yeah, and Michael, your analysis of that fight and how if you thought it through, it didn't make a lot of sense. That's 100% accurate. But again, you're not really. There's certain choices that are always made for dramatic purposes and for storytelling and things like that. The best example I can think of is that in the fantasy environment of space, you're not going to necessarily have two ships confront each other that are both how we would perceive them to be right side up. It was always a choice to do that on the old shows. That way, when they, let's say they came up to a derelict, right? They would always have the other model, that the derelict ship sort of be listing to one side or cocked or at an odd angle to sort of tell the audience something's wrong with this ship.
Right.
And obviously when there's no up or down, honestly, I like that better, despite the fact that, yes, technically those people who argue with that are being accurate. We've seen in Discovery and in other shows where they had the Shinzo confronting one of the Klingon ships, and they're not in sync with each other. They're not oriented the way we're used to seeing them, and so you can't really tell. Your instinct is, one of these ships is probably in trouble, but they're not. They're both perfectly fine. It's just that again, they wanted to really hit home the idea that everything you've seen before on Star Trek has been wrong, and this is how it would really be.
Right, like the first time I think they did it quote unquote accurately would be Star Trek 2009, when the Enterprise shows up and confronts the Narada. And the Enterprise is at a completely odd angle to the Narada because it would be random the direction you'd be facing when you approach another ship.
But like with television, like for example, you take Darmok, where they meet up with the children of Tama and their huge ship, and it looks like there's like one ship length, like one car length between the Enterprise and the Tamarian vessel.
Mhm.
But there's probably like literally 1,000 kilometers between them. But they were working on a TV screen, and they wanted to show both ships in the shot. So it's literally like they tell us how far apart they are, but it literally looks like one car length between the two of them. So
But
you kind of take it figuratively, like what you're seeing on screen is like.
But you can't do it accurately, Mercer, and because they've done it before. Like on the original series, they just wouldn't put the two ships in the same shot.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And a lot of times that was done for budget reasons, but you're right. We did lose something when they started having to put both ships in the shot.
Right.
There was a greater sense of distance between the ships. I mean, one of the things that I remember, one of the things that I remember hearing from Star Trek fans who would look at, how come this is, the case, and one guy said that, well, the original Constitution class ship was probably designed to fight over astronomical distances, which we supported with some dialogue and some examples on the show, and that's another reason why we didn't see, a lot of times the two ships, confronting each other on the same screen.
Yeah,
Right.
when the ship
one
was
of my
just
favorite dogfights
when the ship
original
was
series.
just a dot of light in the sky.
Yeah, like in Journey to, that was the one I was going to bring up, at Journey to Babel, not the remastered version, but the original Journey to Babel, where it just looks like a flickering light that they're fighting.
Yeah,
the alien.
Their instruments are telling them more than what their eyes can show them on the
and I really loved. I don't like the remastered version of Journey to Babel as much as the original, because the original made it seem like this is just a little. They can't really get a picture of it.
Yeah.
Oh, and hey, Naked HD, good to see you. I haven't talked to you in a while.
I've liked. I like the idea of them being so far away that the only way that we can show them is to show, like, they have the camera at the in the aft end of the bridge looking at the view screen, so you show the crew looking at the screen and they're looking at the ship. That is the best way for them to and that's something we've lost. We've lost that ever since the Berman era because of the need to have everything fit into a 4x3 screen.
Right.
And I think that and even Enterprise, I mean, even though that was shot at 16:9 and in high def,
I kind of just think of it as symbolism.
They did.
Even getting back to Top Gun, they shot those. They couldn't fit two planes in the same frame and keep the safety factor that the U.S. Navy usually keeps. So the Navy allowed for closer margins of error, so they could get two planes in the same shot.
Indy, I don't know if you're aware, but your icon is not showing up on YouTube. If you cycle,
that's weird. Yeah, it's not.
It might come back. So
I see. Yeah, I see that. That's all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's a nice graphic. I kind of like that.
That corkscrew maneuver was so amazing. And the new one, the corkscrew maneuver, was like surprised the hell out of me.
Well, don't give any spoilers, Mercer. But
sorry.
Right, like I like the fact that, like, on the original series, when they said that the enemy ship was 100,000 kilometers away, or like in the Changeling, when they fired on Nomad, they gave a range of 200,000 kilometers when they fired the photon torpedo. It was believable because you didn't see anything.
Right.
And they would use their instruments, like you said, Darren, and that's how they always use their computers to target.
Right.
Yeah, they moved away from that.
There was so many things about TOS that were better, generally speaking, than in anything that came after TOS, and I thought that was one of them. I think that it saves you some money. Okay,
right.
You don't have to necessarily
makes writing better.
Right.
Yeah, and it puts you a little bit more in their perspective. And
Right.
of course,
And-
it was funny. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It makes the universe feel real.
Yeah. When I used to watch Star Trek episodes on Trepang, when I just make people watch them, I didn't make them; they chose. But anyway, they often, especially the old timers, they preferred the older episodes because when Kirk gave, and you know this, Salty, when Kirk gave orders, those were actual naval commands, and you could visualize what the ship was doing. Except and then when you go to TNG, it's attack pattern XYZ, which has no meaning to us. It has meaning to everybody in the cast, but the characters, but not to the audience. And it was harder to visualize things. We didn't know attack pattern Alpha was rocking the ship back and forth until Cisco had to explain that to Smiley.
Right.
In Deep Space Nine.
Yeah. And the stories told in TOS were written by a lot of times by veterans, or at least people who had lived through World War II. So
established sci-fi writers as well.
Yeah.
Right. But when Kirk would say hard, if Kirk said hard to port, that's easy to understand. If someone says attack pattern Alpha, you have no idea what's going on.
Right.
You just know, okay, they're doing something.
Yeah.
And I hate that. I really
have
hate
to know what port is and what starboard is.
Yeah.
But you know that's a direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
right standard rudder.
Like when he says set course 114 Mark 9.
Right.
You can visualize what that means.
Yeah, you know that means point the ship in a specific direction, even if you don't know what direction that is.
Yeah.
There was a scene in Nemesis that I kind of liked where Picard orders phasers at 0 elevation, and literally the visuals matched his order. Like all the phasers were literally like in line with the ship as in a circle all the way around the flat plane of the Enterprise. You remember that shot?
Right.
That was a great use of visual storytelling because he literally ordered 0 elevation. So they're not shooting the phaser up in the air. They're not shooting the phaser below. It's literally on the axis of the rim of the saucer.
But the problem, Mercer, is that that's the exception with the TNG.
Hey, I'm just going to point it out, because I do think that battle had some cool shit in it.
That battle did have stuff that we hadn't seen on TNG before. Riker giving the command, keep our bow on the scimitar, because the dorsal shields were on the fritz, so we still have belly shields.
Yeah, that was one of the better TNG battles, even though that ship was moving way too fast.
I have to point out that, like I said, my favorite shot is that 0 elevation phaser shot.
Yeah.
Was just it's like a chef's kiss of naval battle for Star Trek.
Yeah. Or when Picard tells Worf to triangulate, work with the Faldor tactical officer, triangulate shield impacts and disruptor fire.
A lot of cool stuff there.
Yeah, because in a submarine, for example, is effective at finding a ranged target, but they're even more effective when they're working in tandem with another ship, because then you can get another leg of the triangulation formula from the other ship, and then you get the firing solution a lot quicker. So,
but one thing I think, and I'm sure the people on the Trepang really appreciated this when they were watching TOS, is that you guys didn't get firing solutions by looking on a view screen and seeing the enemy ship. You got it by looking at instruments and calculating stuff.
Right.
And
TOS felt a lot more obviously like what we were used to than but a lot of them like TNG just because it'd be so much better to have a food replicator and women on board and
true
and a counselor that can give all my problems.
They didn't have food replicators in the original series, did they? They were just kind of like food dispensers. They weren't actually replicators, were they?
Right. No, they had a galley, and the galley would prepare the foods, and then you would use your basically your ID card, you would put it in and it would send you the food that was your
like
menu.
Yeah. And then on TOS there was a counselor. It was a bottle of booze and a kick in the ass. It was like there's no ship's counselor.
You would meet up with Dr. McCoy and he might give you a pill.
Dude, what you guys are saying makes me wish that, and this is just me wishing that if they made it like Strange New Worlds or a show like it with TOS like sets and limitations, just lit right. That would be to see the bulkheads and the sets, just like the way the fan series is,
It would be nice, but unfortunately, it's never going to happen.
Right. I mean, I do like the sound effects, like the bleeps and buzzes in the new show, and I do like a lot of what they're doing. But there's something about there's not enough like cheese. Like what was the episode where they the engineer beamed up like a piece of the mantle onto the ship?
Oh yeah.
Like if it had been done in the original series, they would have had like 3 or 4 scenes leading up to that where he's like secretly planning something, and there'll be like cheesy music where he's like, "I'm gonna do this," but they didn't do that. It wasn't cheesy.
I don't even think it's cheese, man. I think that, like if you recreated the look of the original series, like if you look at what they did on Trials and Tribulations and In a Mirror Darkly, where they recreated the look and feel of the original series. It clearly worked. The fans liked it.
Yeah.
But the problem is that the producers of these shows are deathly afraid that everybody would look at that and scoff at it and say, "Oh, come on, this is horrible."
Yeah.
Even though it'd be dirt cheap for them to produce. And I do think that people would love to see it.
They want new fans,
right?
Fans of their own. They're not interested in entertaining us anymore, even though we have more money to spend now at this point in our lives on the things we like than we ever did before when we were in our teens or 20s. But in my opinion, the Star Trek should have become visually a retrofuturism. It should have embraced retrofuturism. Obviously, the equipment on board the bridge of the original ship is something we can kind of replicate today. I mean, it was a view screen; it was not a window. You had little screens on armatures that I just loved that they got rid of for the production series, but it was on Pike's ship. We didn't know exactly what the deal was with those colored light bright things on the deck.
What were those things on the armature again?
There were clearly some kind of control surfaces, but retrofuturism is when you have it's where you say, okay, this is what they thought the future would look like at this time period, right? I mean, you get to TNG, and it's very retrofuturistic as far as the 80s goes. The whole touchscreen thing, which we had touchscreens at that point. They weren't commonly used, but they were there. And the whole LCARS displays and things like that. You look back at that now, and that looks like retro 80s futurism. What they should have done, I think, is continued with that idea. Don't alter things to smart windows and things like that. Just keep things.
What were those things you were talking about on Pike's Bridge?
Keep things consistent with the look that was originally established with the show, because I maintain the Star Trek future is not and never will be our future anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
They have there's a Leningrad in 2000 in the 23rd century. Okay, on Earth. Okay, it's not the same future. So
Now, to answer Stan Lee's question, do most people consider the TNG set designs dated at this point? I would say yes. I think the beige and wood and everything touchscreen display, I think people would consider dated.
I mean, they have touchscreens, I think, on the newer shows as well, and they had touchscreens, believe it or not, on Enterprise, but they weren't every control surface. Right. It was just a couple of panels.
I love the commentary on Enterprise where they talk about that. On the first episode, they actually were trying very hard to kind of split the difference between where technology will be and where technology has been. And they worked hard on that.
Yeah. In the 4th season of Enterprise, there was a scene I remember that kind of shocked me where Hoshi is calling to the captain. and the captain's walking down the corridor, and he pulls out his communicator and holds it up to his face like a cell phone. And I'm like, okay, this is interesting because you have how many times do we see Kirk walk around the Enterprise and then go up to a wall and hit an intercom button,
Right.
talk to the wall, So there's a couple different ways you can make that work. And
I
the
think
idea
that
of being
story was
simply
he was so urgent though. I think he was really pressed for time.
well, Starfleet also might have. I mean, just like the regular Navy, they'll use a piece of equipment for a while, and then they'll replace it with something that's not as good. Initially, but then the real reason is because there was some other reason why for example, this might not be a good example, but Navy going from 45 caliber sidearms to 9 mils. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very different type of result when you shoot somebody with a 45 versus a 9 mil. And that is what I always use to compare why briefly apparently they used lasers in the cage, but then phasers later. It's maybe it might be that Starfleet for a while thought lasers were going to be better, and then they didn't work, and they went back to phasers. I mean that there's things you can come up with to explain those kinds of.
The problem with both Obi-Wan and Star Trek is that it's almost every conversation doesn't line up with canon.
Right. I don't watch Secret Hideout material, so it's
we
don't need to go into why. It's just I don't want to bring down the stream or anything, but I don't want Captain Foley to leave. So
Captain Foley's not here right now.
I know, but you get what I'm saying. I don't want to turn it into that kind of a stream. That's what I'm saying. So, Secret Hideout is doing their own thing. That's been readily apparent to me since Discovery.
Well, the funny thing is, though, I know you haven't watched because you kind of boycott Secret Hideout, which I get.
I just choose not to see it. I mean, boycott is something very different.
Well, you won't watch it, but the Strange New Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like they are genuinely trying to simply do an updated version of the classic sets.
Mm-hmm.
And it is interesting to look at what they're doing with some of these sets. Like I like their take on the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
It does feel like just a sleeker version of the classic bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, it feels like to me, what a concept drawing of the original bridge would have been back in the 60s. They just couldn't have built it back in the 60s.
Right.
If you look at it, it's just like everything is rounder and sleeker, but everything is pretty much the same as what it was in the original series, in the same place, but rounder and sleeker and shinier. And I think that it is if you see some of those early concept drawings of stuff, and they put all these cool these cool angles and stuff on it, but then there's no way to build it that way, so they build it a little blockier. And so I think this is just kind of what they wanted to do with it. The transporter room, same kind of thing.
Can I ask a question? In the last episode, Uhura and the engineer guy, I thought they were trapped in engineering, but then I heard that they were trapped in the.
No, they were in the cargo bay.
But I thought that was engineering. It looked like the warp core or something, right?
Well, no, they were preparing these atmospheric filters for the planet,
for the colony they were heading to.
Yeah. And
I was confused by that.
No, they were in the cargo bay just below the shuttle bay.
But it looked like the engineering set.
No.
I mean, they could have redressed the engineering set. Yeah, I mean,
it really did to me. And then with her getting on the controls to stop what was probably like a warp core breach or something, I thought it was engineering.
That was the atmospheric control circuit that was overloading.
Yeah, I kind of tuned out after a while because I was annoyed, but I don't hate the show, but I don't know. Something's not hitting for me about it, and I can't place it.
No, made sense to me. But yeah, they were in fact, you could even see it was the AE 350 or whatever, the same thing that they were trying to deliver to the colony.
Yeah. One of the things that makes the show, the TOS show, lived in to me is the background chatter that you have on the show. You know, because you get people coming in and going, and you know, as a quartermaster, I would keep the ship's log, and sounding and security would come in and they'd make their report, and I'd write it down, and then the roving patrol would come in.
Don't share that yet.
Make their report.
Let Indy finish.
So the one of the things that they could do to make this show a little bit more believable is have a little bit of that background chatter that was going on in TOS.
Like in Carbonite Maneuver, when you hear all the different reports over the speakers at random.
Yeah.
That was great.
That stuff comes in.
That episode still feels more realistic than anything they've done in years. Star Trek. Even though it was the first real episode that they made beyond the pilots. It was such a good episode.
Was it the first one they made or the first one they aired? I think they aired Charlie X.
It was one of the first ones that they made.
No, Man Trap was actually the first one.
Man Trap, that's right.
The one with me in it.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, after they made the pilots, then I think Carbonite Maneuver was like the first.
I'm surprised you don't have my picture over there.
And it was a good one for them to just get into their roles because it was all on the set. It was all on the main sets.
You know, you shouldn't be that hard on yourself, Michael. That's my
you're the one that came up with that picture.
I'm graciously choosing not to use it.
Were you guys annoyed that Spock started sweating?
What's that?
Were you guys annoyed that Spock started sweating in the episode?
My wife pointed that out while we were watching it. It was kind of funny.
Because I don't remember the episode where he says he doesn't sweat, but I've heard people talking about it.
Spock never said he doesn't sweat. It's just that Spock is from a planet with a higher base temperature, so you would think he wouldn't.
Right.
Yeah.
But then he's half human. That's his excuse for everything. You know,
yeah, that's true.
You know, but
you could use that as an
and he never performed a mind meld before. Like I thought that his first mind meld was in the original series, at least with a human, was in the original series. But in this episode, he's performing a mind meld with Khan lady.
He did say that in Dagger of the Mind that was his first mind meld with a human. Okay. So that is a continuity error. But you know, that boils down to, look, there's continuity errors in the show. Look, and it's just like, look, Enterprise has the cloaking devices and other stuff.
My problem is that
they're going to fix, which they're going to fix. Never get around
every
to it.
conversation about these errors.
Yeah, TNG has continuity errors. DS9 continuity errors are all over Trek.
Yeah. But my problem is that every conversation about Strange New Worlds, because of what the show is going to be about that. Whereas
Mercer, you keep saying every conversation goes to that. You keep going to that.
No, if I were to turn myself off and just listen to you guys on past streams talking about the show,
you keep going to that.
No,
I'm telling you, you keep going to that.
The big difference I see it is between the continuity errors and the Berman era, and the continuity errors now is that the Berman era, they apologized for the continuity errors. They said, yep, that was a mistake, our bad. You know, we accidentally moved the Clone Wars 100 years into the future. We'll move it back next time. You know, things like that. You know, but with Secret Hideout, they're like, you know, we didn't make a mistake. You're an idiot. You know, that's literally their response. Yeah. And that's why one of the reasons why I don't like their production. But I wanted to show you guys something. You're familiar with comic book writer artist John Byrne, obviously, right? Mike? Yeah, he did
you've shown series. Some of these before.
I don't remember ever showing you any of these before, but
but
pardon me. He made a couple of miniseries called Star Trek New Visions, where he took imagery from the original series and made stories out of them. And you can put the image up now, where, you know, and they're all in high definition, and so you get this really great sense that these are authentic, because obviously he used the likenesses of the actual actors to make them. And when it, and I just thought I'd mention that you can get these on Amazon. And
I have a friend that used to draw Next Generation comic books for Wildstorm. He did a series called Perchance to Dream, where they meet up with a species with 3 genders or something like that. But it opens up with like Data having a dream of the Enterprise exploding, and he showed me how he drew it because he had a model of the Enterprise on his desk, and he drew it every detail. It's really cool.
Yeah, John Byrne is a lot like Michael here. He's a huge fan of TOS and thinks that everything that came after that was not as good. And and I'm being nice, but he did a series called Schism, where he came up with because Enterprise and Deep Space Nine came up with basically the whole the Klingons lost their ridges thing, but then he came up with an explanation on how they got them back. And it's interesting because they show Kor returning home from a successful mission, and his lover is like a full-blown, fully ridged Klingon, and she's from a higher social status than her. And so it started obviously with the social elites got the cosmetic and personality quote defects reversed first, and then Kang, Koloth, and Kor had earned in war the ability to regain their fully Klingon appearances, their rightful appearances. And it was interesting because he had like a mix of TOS Klingons along with TMP Klingons, and that the idea that the TMP Klingons were a transitional state, not quite to the Berman, Klingon.
So the ones that had like a backbone look going up over their head was actually a transition to the full forehead ridges.
Right. Yeah. It was. Yeah. Because he John Byrne, when he drew the ones who had been quote restored, he made them look like TMP era Klingons rather than Berman era Klingons.
Does anyone else miss the Star Trek 3 cloaking sound? Like when Valkyrie was about to be killed, when Krug was about to kill her, and you just hear this awesome sound when the Klingon ship is about to decloak. Does anyone else know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I know the sound you're talking about.
It sounds an awful lot. It reminds me of the TARDIS. It reminds me of the TARDIS sound a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this cool, hollow, sound that envelops the entire movie, and I kind of miss it whenever a ship would decloak.
The problem there is that's an asset that belongs to Paramount. So,
Paramount's merged now, so they could use it if they want.
Well, no, they can't. There's more to it than that. You still have subsidiaries that are ran as separate companies, and that's where we run into some issues. But the other deal is, of course, that Secret Hideout is doing its own thing. So, we can come up with our own sound that we own, and then we'll just use that instead.
The ship's just decloaked, but it just doesn't have the tension.
Well, we haven't seen a cloaking device in other than the stupid, cloaking shields from the Klingon War in Discovery. But I mean, we haven't seen a proper cloaking device in.
Did they even call them cloaks? I thought they called them stealth screens or something like that.
I can't remember what they called it, but and they have their 32nd century cloaks, but not the same thing.
I was yelling at the screen when nobody got Valkyrie in your Jeopardy game.
Oh, me too. I was mad about
This
that.
is like Valkyrie. No,
Were you in that? Were you in that?
When I was watching it, I watched it later because I joined. I was like sick that night. Yeah. I was really sick. I'm still a little under the weather, but I watched.
Hold on, was that your round, Indy?
I don't think so. I don't remember Valkyrie being one of the answers.
Okay, I'll let you slide then.
Yeah, great cleavage.
It was There was
She was the first Klingon cleavage costume.
Right. Yeah.
And you're right, Salty. Krug is one of the underrated Klingons, I think, in Star Trek.
I like Krug, and it's funny because Christopher Lloyd. I remember when Christopher Lloyd was cast and they announced it as the Klingon baddie is going to be played by Christopher Lloyd, and not only that, But then we find out that one of his henchmen is going to be played by John Larroquette. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Right.
We Taxi and Night Court?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You know?
But they did great.
Yeah, they did. I mean, because they weren't playing, they weren't going for laughs, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
And so I remember a stand-up comic was like, he's like, oh, so it's going to be like, Klingon Commander, this is Captain James T. Kirk. Surrender your vessel. Okie doke.
Yeah.
That's what we were expecting, and so, but it turned out to be really
I like
good.
about Crew because he had nothing personal against Kirk. He just didn't care,
Well, Christopher Lloyd also. I mean, a lot of people pointed out when he got cast that, hey, if you saw the Lone Ranger movie, which was a terrible movie, but he was in it. He played Butch Cavendish, and he was like the best part of that movie. I don't know if you remember.
I saw the Lone Ranger movie in theaters, but I do not remember him in it.
Yeah, he was one of the villains, Butch Cavendish.
Wow.
And
it's been so long. I do not. Because I only saw the movie the one time in theaters. So it's been so long. I don't remember.
Yeah, and John Larroquette started off.
He was the one that goes, I do not deserve to live. That's like, okay, I'll kill you later.
But he was on Bob Black Sheep. He was one of the fighter pilots.
Yeah. They had some drama in their belt beforehand.
I don't hate the chat, Professor. We got 5 people up here. Come on up and join the conversation. Jeez.
But I remember people thinking that when the Batman movie in 1989 was announced, and that the 2 leads were Michael Keaton, Mr. Mom, and Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
They thought it was going to be a comedy, and in fact, all the news outlets made that assumption and reported that the new Batman movie would be a comedy. And of course, we all know it wasn't funny.
Oh, my mother-in-law was so angry about that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she was because the fact that she was expecting a zany, silly Batman movie akin to the 1960s,
right?
Because that was the only Batman she knew,
right?
And so literally the only part of the movie that she enjoyed was seeing the big flame shoot out of the Batmobile.
Yeah,
and outside of that, she hated the movie with a passion.
Yeah, I run into a lot of people like that, especially when I was a kid, who were older than me. I thought because they had seen an episode of a TV show, they were experts on something, and then when it's not that, they're, it's not supposed to be like that. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Right.
So real quick, going back a little bit, did you? I didn't catch any of the streams because I hadn't watched it yet, but I just watched Kenobi. Did you guys generally like it?
I'm not a Star Wars fan.
Okay. I liked it. I thought it was good.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to seeing where it's going. And I know that people have leaked spoilers. I don't want to know. Somebody already dropped a couple of spoilers on one of my live streams. That person, there's a special place in hell for people like that, but I don't want to know any more spoilers, please.
No, I don't. I you know what I miss? I miss the war in Star Wars. I want to see a big battle again. I know that sounds pretty trivial, but it's one of my favorite parts of all the films is like the huge battles.
Well, don't watch a TV show if you expect huge battles.
You want huge battles, watch Star Trek. That's what they're trying to do over there. Like Star Wars.
No, well, that's one thing that I got to say. Strange New Worlds doesn't seem to be doing that kind of crap.
I'm not saying that's the only thing I want to watch, but I do.
Shown you the astromech.
I do think it's part of Star Wars.
No,
a lot of story would get told through battles.
Yeah,
you learned a lot about the characters through what they did during battles.
And in fact, Darren, that's one thing they seem to have wiped off the face of the planet. No repair bots.
Cool.
Which I am so glad that they apparently got rid of those stupid repair droids. Oh, yeah. They still have them in season 4 of Discovery. They still had them, but on the Enterprise, they seem to have disappeared.
Thank God. Those things are too much. That's too much like Star Wars at that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Well, I remember somebody
robots
showed
have
me.
always been a problem on
No,
Star Trek.
No, actually, it was when they went to the mirror universe in the first season. I remember the astromech droids changing the registry number on the ship from USS to ISS.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, you have got to be kidding me! You get people out in suits with some sort of laser etcher to do that. You don't have
droids.
There's no droids in Star Wars. You typically.
Star Trek.
Star Trek. Yes, I'm sorry. Star Trek. Yes. Sorry.
But yeah, those droids. Oh, I was so angry.
Did you see the Willow trailer?
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah, I thought it looked pretty decent. I'm not a big fantasy guy, but it looks decent. I'll definitely watch it when it drops. But and same with the Lord of the Rings show, even though it frankly doesn't look as good.
No.
But
Joanne Wally is in this Willow too. I was surprised to see her in there. I remember when she was so hot back in the day.
But yeah, Warwick, he looks very good for his age. And
it looks more fun too than like the Lord of the Rings show does. It just and that little refrain of the music at the end. Oh,
yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it, even though Willow was kind of the poor man's Lord of the Rings.
It's almost like they switched.
Well, I wouldn't call it that, because back then in the 80s, we didn't have any Lord of the Rings films. So
I know, but that's kind of what it was. I mean, it was a very derivative story. I mean,
all fantasy is derivative of Tolkien on some level.
That's true. That's very
even
true.
Elder Scrolls.
I love the original, but I can't wait for this.
But I mean, the only fantasy that wasn't derivative of Tolkien was anything that was derived from Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah.
So yeah, but no, I like the interesting thing is they used actual. I'll just be nice and say little people, and Val Kilmer in one of his more fun roles, I think.
Yeah, I liked Val Kilmer in the original. I liked it was a fun movie. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it was Willow, the original, was a fun movie. I think it's a cool idea that this is a sequel.
Mm-hmm.
And so rather than a remake of Willow, they actually did a sequel and got Warwick to come back and reprise the role. So I think that's neat, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with it. And it'll be kind of neat to kind of revisit that world so many years later.
I'm floored that Warwick is still alive. I mean, I don't know much about the condition that he has, but I always assumed they didn't last as long.
I don't think dwarfism actually reduces lifespan.
I know a couple of people.
I had that impression. I don't know where it came from, but it's what I
By the way, is that 10 Forward in the background?
No, it's just a pub.
I thought it was 10 Forward from the new Picard series.
They wouldn't have Guinness on the table if that was the case.
I just was wondering.
But yeah,
that was so cheesy that they named the. Oh my God, that was so cheesy that they named the bar that.
I will tell you, even though I'm not watching Strange New Worlds, I have been watching Angry Joe's reviews, and he has been significantly more pleased with Strange New Worlds than either Picard or Discovery. I mean, Picard, he literally, they took their uniforms off at review, because this isn't Star Trek. They take off their uniforms, but he's much more pleased with it, in that, they didn't pull the usual thing where the first episode is really good and then episode 3 is where it all dies,
Right.
So,
By the way, just looked it up. Someone with dwarfism has average lifespan between 75 to 80 years, same as a normal person.
Okay, I must be thinking of a different condition.
Yeah.
Then.
I think they have medical issues more than average, but yeah.
Well, it says that you typically bowed legs, curved spine, stuff like that can cause various problems, but life expectancy is normal.
My editor's daughter has dwarfism, and she's really cool, though. I mean, she seems normal.
Yeah.
It just seems like she seems older than she is because she just like kind of looks like a middle-aged woman, but even though she's like when she was a teenager.
Yeah. When they mention in the Willow trailer that they need his magic, I had to laugh because of course I'm thinking back to what was Willow's actual magic in the first movie. It was essentially a vanishing baby trick, which wasn't
Right.
actual. It was sleight of hand, and that's
But
how
he did learn from the wand. He did learn some real magic using a
that
wand.
was how he ended up defeating the witch queen. She freaked out because she didn't understand the trick.
Right.
Yeah,
and she thought he
But
actually.
it was just sleight of hand. That's all
Yeah,
he
it was
did.
all sleight of hand. Yeah.
I think that movie is so fun. I love that movie.
But,
I have to watch that again though. When's the series supposed to drop? Not till August, right?
Yeah.
Until August. But I remember, the good witch they find who's like a goose or something is
Willow.
he's trying to restore her form, and then Val Kilmer's like, well, what's your actual form? He goes, I will be an attractive young woman, and he turns to Willow. Concentrate, Willow.
Yeah.
But that was also the first morphing shot in film. Was the scene where she changes into different animals before having her form. That was one of the first, or if not the first. Like,
I remember because the last animal she became was a tiger, and then from there, as it was roaring, it kind of morphed into her body, and of course that's when she realized, hey, I'm not young anymore. But
yeah, Val Kilmer was so good when just that line delivery of the line you said, concentrate. Well, like he was so good in that movie.
I liked what's his name, that actor. He's in so many different things. He played
Kevin Pollak,
his friend, who I'll win this war for you because he's in the birdcage.
Oh, right. Yeah. I was talking about Kevin Pollak, who plays one of the little guys.
Oh,
he was from Two Good Men.
The brownies. Yeah, the brownies. But there was a henchman that the evil queen had a really cool skull helmet.
Yeah, they brought that back for the show.
Yeah, and I remember that Val Kilmer, when he fought him, I think he smashed part of it with his sword, and you got to see that he was kind of.
I was so psyched when Val Kilmer finally gets a sword because he was hyping himself as a great swordsman for the whole movie. Yeah. And when he finally gets a sword, I was so excited. I couldn't believe it, and it was worth it.
He does a couple of flourishes and things like that. And yeah, he's totally unbeatable in that movie with a sword. But the problem was he didn't have a sword when we first met him, so he was kind of a.
And it takes him a long time to get one. It's not like, it takes him like almost like 20 minutes to get a sword.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember a movie called Lady Hawk?
Oh, I love Lady Hawk. Yeah. Oh my God,
saw that one.
Huge fan. Huge fan of Lady Hawk.
Rutger Hauer and Michelle Pfeiffer.
Michelle Pfeiffer has never looked better than she did in that movie.
Yeah.
Hey, turn down your microphone, Mercer. You're overpowered.
Sorry, I went up close to the microphone for that because I had to emphasize that she has never looked better.
Kind of don't try not to do that, guys. You're
okay. I'm sorry about that. I just had to emphasize that.
Just mowing us down like we're grass.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, sorry about that, but she looks so hot in that movie.
Yeah.
The premise, Michael, the premise is that you had two lovers that were cursed by an evil bishop, and the woman turns into a falcon and during the daytime, and then he turns into a wolf at night. So they're always together. They travel either as a wolf and a woman at night, or a falcon and a knight, during the day, but they're always together and never apart. They see each other in their actual forms for like a few seconds as they change. And Matthew Broderick plays this guy who basically helps them along, and they defeat the evil bishop, and it's fun fantasy stuff. But it's a very I'll call it. I hesitate to call it low fantasy because the only real magic in it is the condition that they're in. Everything else is low fantasy. So
what I love is that they actually filmed, like if you look at the opening title sequence where you see the sun and the moon and they're the same size, they actually had to film that for real. They couldn't use computers, obviously, to do that. So they actually shot really great landscape shots, really great sun and moon shots. Because there's a whole thing about the eclipse was like, I don't want to give anything away, but yeah. Richard Donner directed it.
Yeah, Richard Donner directed it. It's definitely worth seeing if you haven't seen it, and you can find it, and it's free.
The only thing that might put people off to that movie, and it's only a problem in the first half, and I actually like it, but the music score is a little odd for the first half of the movie.
Well,
It's contemporary rock music, is what it is.
Yes.
Alan Parsons, who used to do progressive rock in the 70s. He's the one who produced the music.
When you get toward the end of the movie, you don't notice it. When you get to the end of the movie, he doesn't do that. But the beginning of the movie has kind of a rock music feel to it, and I like it, but it turns a lot of people off to the movie. If you can get through it.
Alan Parsons Project basically does the music?
With a symphony orchestra accompanying them.
That's kind of weird.
It's one of the weirdest. It's probably the most dated part of the film. It's kind of like talking about the Enterprise theme music. It's the only part that people really hated enough to not watch it, and a lot of people don't like Lady Hawk because of the music. I happen to like it a lot.
And hey, View from a Lookout, how you doing?
But it's only in like the first half of the movie, like toward the end, like when the final climax is happening. It's regular. It's like a regular score.
It's the music. It's music specifically for Rutger Hauer's character, as I recalled.
Yeah, and Alan Parsons, they produced a couple. They produced Pink Floyd and a couple of other people as well. Al Stewart. So they were very 70s, 80s influenced.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, nothing wrong with that. It's just kind of weird.
The 80s did a lot of weird things, man.
It was a weird choice.
I mean, for a fantasy film to do a rock and roll soundtrack just seems kind of odd.
The actual music is very good, but you just have to get past the fact that there's
I'm trying to think of another one that does that too, where it's dated because of the music. I can't remember. There is another movie that I'm thinking of. I just can't come up with it right now, but it's very dated musically. Even though it's what about
Vangelis' score for Blade Runner? I liked it, but maybe that's dated.
Yeah, but that makes more sense. I mean, doing an experimental like new wave soundtrack for a sci-fi film makes more sense to me than doing something like that for a fantasy film.
Do you like the score for Conan the Destroyer, which is very different than Conan the Barbarian?
Honestly, I didn't care for Conan the Destroyer.
Well, right, but it just the theme is all we're really.
I didn't care for the film at all. I don't even remember the theme.
Conan the Destroyer's music was more generic fantasy than what we got for Conan the Barbarian. Both Basil Polidoris did the music for Barbarian, and it had all that Teutonic gusto to it, but then you get to Destroyer, and it almost reminds me of a Klingon theme.
It's a good theme, though.
Yeah, it's a good theme, but it has a whole bunch of flourishes in the beginning, and then it goes into the real crux of the theme, and then that part kind of sounds like Klingon music to me. I don't know.
But you see, what I have here though is something that you should all be envious of. That I know that none of you have. And so I got to make this big for a second to show you, because, and I'll read the quote here. This film proves that you don't need $100 million budget if you have imagination and a good story. This is a one-sheet poster for a classic film signed by the entire cast and the director for Time Chasers. The classic film.
Never heard of it.
Yes, of course.
Time Bandits.
Oh yeah, Time Chasers. We have two of these posters. One addressed to my wife, and the other addressed to me. The reason we got these posters is because we saw the movie along with the cast. The entire cast and the director was there. Along with Mike Nelson and the rest of the Riff Tracks guys, as they did a live riff of the entire film.
Oh, man.
and I will tell you,
You're right. It is a classic. It came out in '94.
Yeah, it's I will tell you, it's
Yeah.
it's definitely on the short list of movies that we may do on movie night with Matthew because it is
Why do you keep torturing that poor Christian man? I don't understand.
because it's
What is he?
fun.
Oh, he can't be enjoying these things.
Have you heard? By the way, have you? I got to ask you, Darren. Have you heard of Neil Breen?
I have not.
Wow, this guy is insane.
Okay.
Neil Breen has produced not one, not two, but 5 feature-length films. This guy, he's a realtor and architect in Las Vegas, but his real passion is filmmaking. And what he makes is sci-fi films that are, I mean, usually when a critic says the film was convoluted, I usually say, okay, the person wasn't paying attention to the film. You know, because usually when someone says convoluted, what they really mean is I wasn't paying attention and I didn't care to, I didn't follow the plot.
Yeah.
These films are convoluted. These films, there are times when you're watching the film going, wait, what? Huh? Because just random things happen that make no sense. And like one of the, we're going to watch a double feature of his films this Friday, in which, like in one of them, he gets hit by a car, goes into a coma, and then he wakes up from the coma, then has a, and by the way, he's wearing a cast over his face, right? It's like a plaster cast. Over the plaster cast, he has a what do you call a respirator mask? But keep in mind, the respirator is over a cast, which means it's not doing anything, right?
Right.
So they take the respirator off, and then there's one of those nasal things that, you know, puts oxygen in your nose. Right. But it's just on the cast because there's no hole for his nose. And so they take that off the cast. Then he gets up and he decides to take off the IV, and the IV is just a piece of tubing taped to his arm because there's no needle or anything. And he takes that off, and then he goes home somehow and decides to get in the shower and just starts bleeding all over the place. And then he decides to start working on his book, but he's really hacking into the government and corporations, apparently. But then his wife thinks he's having an affair, but his wife's best friend is actually has a drunk husband who's beating her, and that's a thing. And then they have a party, and while they're having a party, one of the doctors from the hospital, who's not his doctor but a different doctor, just shows up at their party just to see how he's doing. And it turns out that that doctor happens to be his childhood friend, who he hasn't seen since they were like 10 years old. And they're the same age, even though he's like 50 and she's like 20. And then
I get the idea. I get the
idea.
Yeah.
And at the end of the movie, he gives a speech to help solve world peace.
I can safely say that I have not wasted my time with that director's material.
Oh, it's great! It's so great. It's like if have you seen The Room?
No.
Okay.
What up, Urs?
Hey, Dork. So if the room is the Citizen Kane of bad movies, which makes
Plan 9
Tommy
is pretty bad.
Hey, Dark
Okay.
Knight.
Okay, Plan
Hey,
9
Mercer.
from Outer Space is the Citizen Kane of bad movies. That means Ed Wood is like the Orson Welles of bad movie directors.
Mhm.
That would make Neil Breen the David Lynch of bad movie directors.
How you doing, Dark?
I'm doing all right. I had a really awesome weekend. I had some friends over last night after the Double or Nothing pay-per-view here in Vegas that we attended live. It was a lot of fun.
Did you double or did you nothing?
I mean, CM Punk won the title, so I guess that was good. Doubled up, I guess.
I'm going to take off. Dork, take over. See you later.
All right, have a good one, Darren.
What do you
Thanks
guys
for having me.
I've been sick most of the weekend because my life is just my life.
Yeah. Well, what have you guys been talking about?
Oh, we were talking about some Kenobi. We were talking about some Strange New Worlds. We were talking about.
Okay, cool. I haven't watched any of the new Strange New Worlds yet, and I already had my mental breakdown regarding Kenobi, so I'm really glad I missed that.
What do you mean you haven't watched any Strange New Worlds? You've been watching Strange New Worlds.
Not this new season. I haven't yet. No.
Well,
what are you talking about? There's only one
Season
season. We've been talking about it every Saturday.
I'm sorry. I was Stranger
What
Things.
are you
Yeah. I was thinking Stranger Things. Sorry, Stranger Things 4.
Are you smoking crack or something?
No. I just
Okay.
woke up.
By the way, your mom was in the chat earlier. I don't know if she's still here, but
oh God, say hello to your mother for me.
I can't believe we lost Fred Ward and Ray Liotta in like a 2-week time span.
Damn. So Thomas Potts seems to think I'm a shill for Paramount because he's calling me the Paramount Knight because I like Strange New Worlds. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of us like Strange New Worlds, so I mean,
we're all getting that Paramount money.
I don't hate the show. I don't know. It's not grabbing me, but I don't hate it.
Hey, Thomas, why don't you come on to the live stream right now and tell us about how horrible Strange New
Is that weird that I don't hate it, but it's just not grabbing me? Like,
I wouldn't say that's weird. I'd just say you're wrong.
I don't like Ortega. She's so out of place on the show, like just with her like snide comments. And then the other girl is far too serious to be taken seriously. I don't really like to.
Far too serious to be taken seriously.
Like she's like way overdoing it, way over dramatic.
You mean Una?
No,
he's talking about
La'an.
Yeah, like I just don't like.
Hi, Cece.
Say hi. Have a couple more.
I'm just not digging those tech characters.
She's bringing me. So I'm working on a T-shirt design for the Popcast guys.
Oh, nice.
And so that's what she was bringing me, the sketch pad for me to sketch some ideas, because that's kind of my goal for the day. Is I want to get that design finished today.
Like I said, I don't hate it though. I just don't love it yet.
Yeah. Well,
I like Pike, but when he was in that situation with the black hole, it's almost like I miss Kirk, because Kirk would have at least given the role like a little bit of energy, even when he was whispering.
I don't know. I think Anson Mount is great.
Yeah,
I think he's good.
Mount is the second best. Well, maybe
he's good, but during the crisis,
second best captain of all time.
During the crisis, he was a little bit lacking the energy that I think he should have had.
What did Trump used to call Biden? Low energy Biden or something like that, or boring Biden? What was that?
Yeah,
sleepy Biden. I think
sleepy Biden. So what do you call him? Sleepy
Joe.
Pike? Is this Sleepy Pike? Yeah.
I just think he lacked something in that action scene.
See, I don't think so. I think Pike.
Yeah.
I think Pike is in full command of his crew, and I think that the crew has total respect for Pike, which is something that we haven't really seen since the old days of Trek. And hey, Laura, how you doing? Haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah.
So you should come up to the panel. So the other shows, we get upset that white men aren't being represented in Strange New Worlds. We don't like the ethnic females.
Neither of which
I dig it all. I mean, like,
I gotta say,
Actually, you know what, Laura? I was just saying how much I like pretty much everybody on the cast. The only character I don't like on the show is Chapel.
wow, that's funny. I dig her.
Yeah, I know you do, but you just like her because you want to get in her.
No,
you know,
I mean, I think I like her spunk.
I do like the idea. It didn't bother me at first that they had a mostly female crew on the bridge with the captain because they can't stand watch 24/7, right? They got to be switched out at some point during the day. But then at episode 3, it really hit me that if they know about the cage, they're probably just taking the piss and putting as many females on the bridge as possible as a joke. And
that doesn't even bother me, though.
Hilarious.
It does. I know some people get pissy about how many females there are, a male to female ratio or whatever. I don't care. As long as the characters are interesting. And honestly, Una, Ortegas, Laan, they're all interesting characters. And Uhura. Sorry, I forgot about Uhura.
They all feel like they're in different shows. I don't know.
I don't think so. I think they're all interesting characters. And I also really, really like Pike, Spock, Hemmer, and Mbenga. Right? I think they're all really interesting characters. The only character I don't like is Chapel. And as far as I'm concerned, it's a pretty darn good show with a decent cast of characters. And honestly, out of all those characters, to only not like one of them out of the gate, that's a pretty amazing feat to have that big of an ensemble. And for me to only not like one of them, and all the others I really like a lot.
I don't agree. There's a few of them I don't like.
Well, that's your take on it. But I'm just saying, for me, that's pretty amazing. And the fact that the majority of them are female is irrelevant to me.
By the way, I gotta say this is slightly off topic. That new trailer for the show True Lies, I don't know if it's a show or a movie, is terrible.
I haven't seen it and don't.
Yeah,
really
it's supposed to be based on the movie with Schwarzenegger. I could not believe what
I never saw the Schwarzenegger film.
Oh, the movie is awesome. The movie is 10 kinds of awesome. It's probably the best action movie. Probably one of the best action movies.
That movie never appealed to me. So,
but the show looks just bloody awful, and I just wanted to say that before we went on.
So Stan Lee just cares about whether the carpet matches the drapes. I can safely say I don't care. Laura says, I think it's cool Canon that Pike turned anti-female after being on a female dominated by them. I can personally say I understand that pain. Well, actually, no, remember Pike was anti-female before this because this takes place 3 years after the cage.
It's a different timeline, Salty. It's not even the same timeline. It's totally different. They can say that it's the same timeline.
No, it is not, because they showed in Discovery Season 2.
Yeah, I saw it. It's still a different
cage
timeline.
takes place in this timeline. So.
Yeah, but there's some point where things change, and that's what I'm saying.
How is this after the cage? This is before the cage.
No, it is not. This is after the cage.
So they actually go back to Talos.
Yes. 4. In Discovery Season 2, they actually refer back to the cage. Yeah, because Burnham goes back to Talos 4 to help out Spock.
Yeah. So it's
still a different timeline. I don't care what anyone says. It's a reboot.
Well, you can say I don't care what anyone says all you want, but it still takes place after the cage, and they show clips from the cage to prove it.
It's a reboot.
So
I mean, that's how I handle.
I get what you're saying, Mercer, but it doesn't matter what you say until they say it.
They can say what they want, but they're wrong.
Dude, they own the IP.
They can say what they want, but they're wrong. And I'll say Spock never had a half sister.
Mercer.
I don't care what they say. Spock never had a half sister.
Stop saying I don't care what they say. They own the IP.
They can own the entire planet, and I still would.
Okay, stop saying it. They own it. You can't just say I don't care what they say. They own it. It's theirs to
Here's
determine
the thing.
what is canon.
I think what he's saying is kind of the same thing I'm saying.
Right.
Whether it is or not, to me, regardless of that, I'm able to enjoy it more if I suspend disbelief, and in my brain,
Right.
I think it's not. And that's what
I get that. I do. And I want them to say it's a reboot. I truly do. I think that my concept of the 3 timeline theory, the triple timeline theory, as I called it, I think that makes the most sense. But until they actually say something like that, it isn't. And I want them to say something like that. I truly, truly do, Mercer. I want them to say it's a reboot. I to the core of my being, I want them to, because it doesn't make much sense if they don't say something like that. But until they do say it, it's not. And it doesn't make much sense for them to say that, like, for example, there's a million things you can bring up. However, and this is why I like the triple timeline theory, you can say the same thing about Enterprise, because there's a million things about Enterprise that don't line up with canon. You can say the same thing about Discovery. There's a million things about Discovery that don't line up with canon. But there's also a million things about other Trek shows that don't line up with canon.
Yeah.
I think the difference is that when we watch this show, which has Pike and Spock and the Enterprise, and since we're all fans and we're all hardwired to be alert for this stuff, every single line of dialogue or every single action, whether it's a mind meld or anything, we're automatically going to hardwire to detect even the slightest variations in canon. And it's like walking on eggshells watching the whole show.
I disagree, because you know what? Tell them, having the and I've said this before, having the Romulans have cloaking devices 100 years before they had cloaking devices is a massive continuity error. Having the Romulans have
one error.
You know what? That's a massive error. That is them having a ship that could single-handedly wipe out the Federation 100 years before they should have had it. Having the Romulans have the drone ship, which could have single-handedly wiped out the Federation 100 years before the Federation even, no. The Romulans should have wiped out the entire Alpha Quadrant 100 years ago. Not to mention having the Federation have phasers 100 years before they had phasers. Okay, having all this technology way ahead of the time that they should have had it. No. Okay, so stop pretending it's just a little thing here and there. Everything on Enterprise was wrong.
I'm saying that this show, like, literally, you're hardwired to detect it.
Right, and everything. The only reason, and by the way, the drone ship was not a failure. Do you know why the only reason the drone ship failed was because of the power of love? It was a cheap writing contrivance that had the drone ship fail. And so if it wasn't for the fact that the Enterprise happened to find the guy's sister. And hey, Laura, welcome.
Want something to complain about, though. Complain about the fact that the chief engineer gets the disease in episode 3 that is
the light one,
light based, and he's blind.
He's blind, yeah.
But hey, newsflash: you can still have a vitamin D deficiency if you're blind. So,
but here's the funny thing about all this. So, so I think that it's not that, we're hardwired to see these problems and it's so much worse on this show than it is on Enterprise. It's just as bad on Enterprise. The difference is that we are hardwired to dislike this show because because of what we saw on Discovery, because
here's
we
their
didn't
out.
like
At least Enterprise had a new crew. At least Enterprise had a new crew and a new ship. And
that has nothing to do with it.
Mercer,
And for every mistake that they made, they actually would improve stuff.
Mercer,
like I love the Klingon freighters that they would show.
Mercer, you're just showing your bias.
Mercer, I'm confused real quick. I just had a couple of questions. Hey, did the Klingons join the Federation in the 24th century? I'm kind of confused. Could you help me on that? Because of all the good changes that occurred in TNG.
No, they became allies. They didn't.
But did they join it? Did they at any point join it? And if I could show you that, would you agree that that's some really bad writing?
I don't see what you're asking me.
Well,
sure.
No,
so
that's
in TNG,
actually a legit question.
So in
Answer the question.
TNG, yeah. Do you know the answer to it? Because I'll just
They're allies.
No, they actually joined according to Captain Picard, and it was retconned like 2 episodes later.
Yeah, I remember that, but retcons happen all the time when they were.
Right. So the
But so
show
it's
conflicted
okay in
with
Next
itself.
Generation. So it's okay in Next Generation, but not in Strange New World.
What they're doing with Strange New Worlds is they're using this ship and these characters in every episode, deliberately walking on eggshells around canon.
But what they're doing in TNG is simply rewriting the original series, like wholesale stealing ideas from the original series and just rewriting it. And using the Enterprise using the name Enterprise to try to push a product that isn't. I mean, not my Picard. That's all I have to say. Or not my Enterprise. That's all I got to say. Captain Kirk's awesome. You see what I'm saying, though?
Back to something.
Well, hold on, Dor. I mean, not to, but you see what I'm saying? Because in TNG, it was the exact same way. Like, I think in Discovery and Picard, it's like taken up to 15, but in Strange New Worlds, it seems like almost on par.
You also got to remember the culture we're living in right now, where people are, back when the show TNG started, a lot of people probably didn't know all the ins and outs of Trek lore the way they do now. But nowadays, continuity in shows and movies is such a huge factor.
Oh, so people were stupid in the 80s?
I didn't say that. Don't
that's
exactly
what you're saying.
No,
I'm sorry.
Did I say that people were stupid?
Wait. Let me tell you something, Mercer. When I first saw TNG, when Encounter at Farpoint and Encounter, got to get it right. When Farpoint and Encounter came out back in the 80s, I was fuming. I was so angry. And I hated the show at least until season 3 came out. And,
I was too.
Okay, but you know what? Throughout TNG, the retcons and the continuity errors drove me.
It wasn't all the time.
Okay, so don't. And when Enterprise came out, same thing. The only difference was that we didn't have the internet to vent on. But I still got angry about the continuity errors.
Well, I more think Mercer was saying like mainstream, but I would argue that the people watching TNG were probably a lot more critical and a lot more focused on canon than they are now. But I think, Mercer, when you're saying that everyone knows it's a lot more mainstream, that it's now more people are watching versus the niche that existed on TNG.
Yeah, and continuity is so, like, you go on Facebook posts and it's like they're blaming old Star Wars movies for not taking into account what the new Star Wars movies have done. And it's just kind of continuity ever since Feige came out. And I love Kevin Feige. People are so into continuity. It's almost like taking the fun out of everything.
I don't know that. I think they've always been at issues. People always been focused on continuity. I'm sorry, Dork. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I wanted to finish that. What were you saying, buddy?
Oh, well, this is several subjects back by now, but I was just going to say they could easily fix the whole, arguments of timelines or retconning or all this or continuity issues because of the crystals that Pike had, the time crystals from Discovery, because it could create an alternate timeline which they've already set up because we know about the Kelvin timeline. Because just the simple fact that he knows is a change. So that's new. So it could have easily branched off. But I get where you were saying earlier, Michael, how like you just want them to come out and say it.
Right.
I think they have a little backdoor way to be like, you know,
They don't want to say it because
they don't want to say it
they have
because
hundreds of hours of live action productions.
no,
They
no,
want people to watch.
I think they don't want to say it because then you'll know at the end of this they're going to save like Pike. Pike's not going to end up in the wheelchair, and that's what I think could happen.
I think it's unfair to hold to the standard anyway, though. I mean, because again, I actually picked one that was harder to try to have. TNG sticks to continuity better than a lot of them does. But I mean, if I wanted to go crazy, I'd go Voyager. Like Strange New Worlds hasn't even touched how bad Voyager gets. Voyager gets incredibly bad when it comes to continuity. Like halfway through, there are executives that have been noted as saying, we don't care about continuity, just keep the show on the air. And that's exactly what they tried to do.
What's that guy that Kadish keeps playing clips of us from? Because he makes those really cool
Major
videos.
Grin.
Major Grin, yeah. That guy does a good job at pointing out. I need to follow him.
And Major Grin has plenty of videos from before Discovery of continuity gaps. You know, like one of them is
now.
Like one of his classics is, you know, Troy telling Riker, "Oh, I've never kissed you with a beard before," and then a dozen clips of her kissing Riker with a beard.
Yeah,
you know, so there's plenty of stuff like that.
What was that one YouTube Star Trek discontinuity or Star Trek puzzlers or something like that? They would have
but that's just it. The Star Trek continuity errors is definitely nothing new, and yet people are acting like Mercer is acting like this is some horrific crime against humanity. And so is Professor Brainy Specs in the chat, and others are acting like Strange New Worlds is taking it to this.
I think what I don't like is the attitude that the show's creators have, that they're saying that.
What attitude? What are they saying? Because you know what? They haven't said anything to me. I don't know what you're talking about because I watched the show. I watched the show. I don't, you know what I don't do? I don't call up Alex Kurtzman on the phone and say, what's the deal with the continuity? I just watch the show. I don't know who's talking to Alex Kurtzman. Are you talking to Alex Kurtzman, Mercer?
He's on my speed dial.
Okay. Well, he's not on my speed dial. I don't have his phone number. You know, so
share that phone number. I think.
Yeah, because if you got his phone number, you be sure to give it to me because I want to pitch him a couple of ideas.
Just to have a writing credit on the show or created by credit for anything would be cool. Honestly, though, the point, if the stories are good, you can forgive a lot. If the stories are bad, you're going to get fuming mad over continuity errors because that's all you're going to see.
Right. And that's why I got mad over it with Discovery, because on Discovery, the characters are horribly developed. The stories were horrible. And so then when you see something like the Gorn in Lorca's closet, it's just icing on the cake. Right. You know, and then you just get, it's like, oh, great. So now we got this on top of all that other garbage. Right. So at that point, the continuity error is just something that exacerbates where you're already angry. However, when I look at Strange New Worlds, I'm looking at, wow, they finally got an Enterprise that looks like the Enterprise. We finally got a cast of characters that's interesting. We have stories that feel like Star Trek. So who cares if they get a couple of little things that are off? I'm not
agree with that, but I don't know. I don't fully agree with it, but
I hated TNG when it first came out for very similar reasons that Michael does and Lord does, because it's not my Enterprise, it's not my crew. And then I rewatched it several years later, And I'm like, you know what? A lot of these are really good. Even some first season episodes, second season episodes, they were.
Oh, there's a couple in the early seasons that are good, like
There are
Measure of
some-
a Man.
Yeah.
Q.
I actually really like a lot of the second season. There's like a good half the episodes that I really like.
I don't know if I go half, but there's a handful of good episodes.
Like I like Contagion, I like Royale, I like
but Mercer, I don't want to list all the episodes. I'm just saying that there are some good episodes. But the point is that the show grew into a good show.
Yeah.
But in the early days of TNG, it was horrible.
I mean, by grew into the show, you mean they fired Gene Roddenberry and threw him up top
Yes,
and got actual writers
absolutely.
and producers that could. I think
Thomas Potts, I disagree. I think there is room for one more producer credit with the 900, producers they already have. They could put my name in there.
I think to Salty's point, and to kind of play on what you were saying, Mercer, to a degree, though maybe not in the way that you meant, I think that if they had started out with they'd started out with Lower Decks and Strange New Worlds, I think that probably people would be praising it a lot more, or that you wouldn't be as sensitive, because
you're probably right.
Discovery was incredibly toxic, both on screen and off screen, just what they were saying about people. So I think it's valid to be on edge with anything Star Trek because of how people were initially treated.
Right.
I think that people would be yelling Trek is back, and we wouldn't have had this divide if we had started out with like Strange New Worlds or Lower Decks or something like. Maybe
it
not.
took them a long time to even come in the ballpark.
Oh,
I'd say they're in the outfield still, but that's my opinion. But at least they're in the ballpark.
But you see, that's just it. Is that I think, and I think that Laura's correct. I think that the problem isn't Strange New Worlds. I think the problem is people are still thinking about Discovery.
Well, this is a spin-off of Discovery. I hate to tell you that, but it's a direct spin-off of Discovery.
Technically, it's a spin-off of the original series.
Yeah, but they actually refer to Michael Burnham in the last episode.
So what?
I mean, they put credits to Gene Roddenberry, so
yeah.
Thing happened to Trek.
I mean, who cares if they mention Michael Burnham every now and then? That's just continuity, because Michael Burnham is Spock's adopted sister, whether you like it or not. And so I get it that we don't care for the character of Michael Burnham, but it would be stupid to pretend that just didn't happen now.
Both Normal and I are fuming right now.
Okay. Well, that's fine. But I'm just saying that if you don't have, like in the first episode when Spock says he misses his sister, well, that makes sense because he does, and why wouldn't he? Because if your sister was gone forever, you'd probably miss her too. But I do agree, Discovery was very toxic. The fan base was fuming. Unfortunately, a lot of the people that were behind Discovery disrespected the fans a lot. And unfortunately, I think that a lot of like what you were saying as far as the attitude of the producers towards the fans was actually about the producers of Discovery and the way they treated the fans, not necessarily anything about Strange New Worlds. And so now Strange New Worlds comes out and everybody's just thinking about Discovery. Everybody's just thinking about, Picard. Nobody's thinking about Strange New Worlds. And so
we're only a few episodes in, so I still have to wait.
But since everybody's already decided that it sucks before it even comes out, and I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about people like Doomcock and that crowd. They've already decided that it sucks before it even starts.
I don't think it's bad.
So what they do is they look for things that are bad, and all they're going to talk about is things that are bad. And the only thing they can find is continuity errors, in which there are plenty to talk about. There's plenty of continuity errors to talk about, which is going to happen in a prequel. And so that's all that gets talked about. is, oh, look at the continuity errors. Oh my gosh, can you believe they did this and this and this? And oh, Gene Roddenberry must be rolling over in his grave because look at how horrible this is. Even though Gene Roddenberry wouldn't give a crap because as long as it's making money, he would be happy. You know, Gene Roddenberry didn't give a crap about the vision of Star Trek, despite what people seem to think.
Well, women have too many rights on the bridge. Probably he'd have an issue with that.
Yeah.
I'd say he is rolling over on his grave when it came to that.
I do like.
Well, as long as they look good, he would be all right with it.
I do like the show. I just don't. I have to watch more of it to see where how many episodes are in the first season? Do you know? Anybody
10.
know? 10. Okay.
Which is far too few, in my opinion.
Yeah, like that's kind of the standard thing. I think Orville's going to have 10, but each of those episodes is going to be an hour and 15 minutes.
Ooh, 15 minutes longer. I think these short seasons are a joke.
Well, that's just the way it's done now. I mean, that's not anybody's fault.
And see, Professor Brainspeck says, I want to like Strange New Worlds, but the continuity smacks me in the face over problems with the show. It makes it extremely
and that's
difficult.
the point I was making. That's the eggshell.
Why?
Start. Yeah.
Why? Well, you see, if the continuity really hurts you that much, then you must hate every Star Trek. Then Professor Brady specs, you must hate Star Trek as a whole because there's continuity gaps in every single Star Trek show. As Laura spoke about the whole Klingon thing, you must hate TNG then because TNG can't even keep continuity with itself.
Yeah, I mean that's the easiest example in TNG. There's a lot in Voyager is the worst. That's the thing that gets me. Like again, I kind of understand Discovery when it comes to this argument. Well, I do understand Discovery when it comes to this argument, but early seasons Discovery. But like Strange New Worlds, even like Picard, it's on par with what we've seen with everything else. Voyager, again, I think that if you rewatch Voyager from the beginning to the end, you would be aghast at how much it contradicts the original series, The Next Generation, and Deep Space Nine. I think you'd be very, very surprised because they do that a lot. That's one of the problems with having done this for like 4 or 5 years because I've had to watch these episodes over and over. I can tell you it is Strange New Worlds is nothing compared to Voyager yet. I mean, they could go crazy.
Not to mention the fact that Voyager has a magic deflector dish that can do pretty much anything.
And it can make shuttles like there's
if Voyager
World
has
War II or World War III completely
if Voyager has a deflector dish that can create time travel and interdimensional travel, why don't they just open up a wormhole to the Alpha Quadrant?
Hell, why don't they just go warp 10 and turn into salamanders? Because
and have the doctor give him a hypo.
Turn them back.
Yeah. It really
proved that worked.
It was so bad, man. It changed everything about them, their skeletal structure and everything. And then in a week, everything's good. They're fine. There's no problem at all.
I am listening to you, Professor Brady. So I understand you find it offensive that they have these continuity errors, but to me, I just don't understand why you find it so offensive.
My biggest
I think
issue
it's
is
because he doesn't like the show, and like I've said, if you don't like this show, you're gonna see the things. It's gonna be magnified the things that are not that are discontinuous. It's gonna irk you because you don't like the show. If you like the show, you can overlook these issues.
Well, but the problem is, and this is what I've said before, is like if and I'll say this, Professor, if you're saying, oh well, it's the continuity errors aren't the real problem with the show. If you're saying that the reason you're saying I'm not listening is because you're saying that the continuity errors aren't really the main issue. The main issue is something else. Then stop talking about the continuity issues.
You guys still arguing like petulant children over this continuity BS. Come on, let's move on.
Professor Brainy Specs does say it's the continuity issues that he doesn't like. Right. So I can understand. I can understand that, Professor. I mean, if it really is, and it bugs me a little bit too. The Gorn should not be known about. The Vulcan mind meld should be not known about in this time frame. But the show is good. The characters are interesting. The stories are good, and so
They knew about the Vulcan mind
I can-
meld since Enterprise.
I can like it. I can like the show. And you're right, Lord. They did.
Okay, was it in TOS that they didn't? I was asking. I was like, they're not
Well,
supposed
no,
to be-
and
It had to be
in the original
explained.
series, they just Spock said that he had never done a Vulcan mind meld on a human, but then we saw Spock do a Vulcan mind meld on La'an in the last episode of Strange New Worlds. So
And
that is a genuine continuity error.
And it did
Can-
have to
can
be
we-
explained.
can I
Spock
show-
did explain it to McCoy that it wasn't hypnosis.
Can I
It wouldn't
share?
affect him?
Can I share something? I think we'll all get a kick out of. It's only 47 seconds.
What's up?
Hold up. Did I share the right? I think I shared the wrong thing. Hold up. Share Chrome tab.
Is this the thing you posted in the private chat?
It's one of them. Yeah, the second one.
Does it have audio? If so, I'll need to.
Yeah. Can you?
Yeah, let me bring it up then. Is it the second one?
Oh yeah. I mean, I can stop sharing if you want to just click the second one. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me
Major
bring it up.
Grin's decent. He was deceptive for a long time, but I like him overall. Me and him have done stuff. He's a decent guy.
I think I like how he points out these. And since you
Yeah,
guys were
this
talking about
is
it,
the mind meld thing.
Well,
Nermal left.
And
You guys
Sorry,
know-
I must have scared him off with my avatar.
Yeah, Nermal
all
left.
right, hold on a second, guys. And here we go.
yeah, there it is.
I must now use an ancient Vulcan technique to probe into Van Gelder's tortured mind.
Spock, if there's the slightest possibility it might help.
I've never used it on a human, Doctor. Could be dangerous.
My mind to your mind. My thoughts to your thoughts.
Never used it on a human, Doctor.
she's not complete human though, is she?
Dude, nobody can replace Nimoy's voice. That voice is so iconic.
Well, this guy's doing a lot better job than Zachary Quinto.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with that.
No, I like this guy as Spock. I don't think that that's a problem at all. But
Here's the thing, though. I guess the way they could get around that technically is when they reveal that La'an is actually an augment.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, and that
yeah,
would
you
be,
can argue
that
she's
would
not
be-
entirely human.
and
Yeah.
I mean that's honestly, I could see Spock doing that because he does half truths like that all the
Yeah.
time.
Well,
Thrives on technicality.
yeah, Vulcans thrive on technicality. So
Yeah, I don't know. Here's a spicy take. I'd prefer him to miss Michael than Cybok.
Yeah.
If I had to choose
Well,
between
he's as tight-lipped as an Aldebaran Shellmouth about his family. We see that in TOS.
Yes.
We don't know who his parents are until Journey to Babel. We don't know that he's actually betrothed to somebody until Amok time. Cybok
like
is
they're
just
making it up as they go.
another family member that he doesn't talk about. Michael is just another family member. T'Pau. We don't know that he's related to T'Pau in some way.
So, whoever made that comment, Thomas Potts, I did shave, bro. This is literally this came up since. When did she do that? She did that Friday. Was that Friday or Saturday? When she shaved me on your show.
Well, she shaved the mustache.
She shaved the mustache. Then I
You
had to
didn't
clean
shave
it
your
up.
beard.
And then I had to clean it up. This isn't a beard. This is stubble. This is like 2 days.
Well,
maybe.
she didn't do your jaw.
No, I know. Right. No, I had to go back and to even it out. Afterward. Because, dude, I was on that show for a while. Like, she missed it. Like, there was like still like hair up here, and just like she just did it quick and dirty to be funny. So,
But yeah, and Professor, I agree with you about Chapel. I've said that all along. I do not like their take on Chapel.
All right, guys. Well, I don't know how long you're going to be doing this. I might pop back on later, but I'm gonna. My beautiful woman made me some brunch, so I'm gonna eat that.
Some brunch.
Well, yeah. Well, it's 2:30 where we're at.
Yeah, I know, but it's a little late for brunch.
Thank you all for letting me in this Memorial.
Wouldn't it be lunch?
Never too late for brunch. Anyway, but if you're still here, I'll come back. Otherwise, thanks for having me on again.
Happy Memorial Day, Dark Knight, and happy Memorial Day to everyone
Memorial Day, Dark Knight.
Like being here.
And hey, Tokyo Gaijin, how you doing? As far as Professor, as far as Uhura shouldn't be there, we don't know when Uhura joined the crew. I mean, that's your headcanon speaking. We don't know, as far as the rest of the crew. And Orville Nation, thank you so much. Throws a couple of bucks in, asking if we're going to review the Orville. Probably going to talk about that later this week and have some fun.
Nation that I'm Mercer Create. I don't have my whole name on here, but I was on his show the other day.
Well, I'm sure he can hear you.
Okay. No.
And PJ, if you want to come onto the discussion, I don't know what you're doing right now, but the link is in the chat there. Tokyo's not feeling too well, so all right, yeah, no problem. Yeah, and exactly, brunch is supposed to be in between breakfast and lunch, so I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, sounds more like Linner or Lunner, however you say that.
I'm actually making some burgers right now while we're chatting.
Oh, that's not even fair, man. You shouldn't be saying that.
Yeah, seriously. I got
them on the grill. I just put them on the grill just now.
Eric says this is a Bird of Prey 5 raid. Hello there. How you doing? And welcome. Hope Bird of Prey is around. If so, Kapla Bird of Prey. Let's see. Todd says, I sent Bird a deer bop on the producers saying Orville wasn't canceled. Or that's that to me. They'll make it classified. Khan served on the Enterprise. Yes, they'll definitely make it classified. Maybe Khan will transfer to the Orville.
I saw this great meme where
they already have augments on the Orville.
The Enterprise got stuck in the back engines of the Orville, that little kind of strange bottle cap opener thing on the back of the Orville. And it was like they were stuck together. It was pretty funny.
They'll have the Enterprise will get a quantum drive. And Yosef is here from the future. Good to see you, Yosef. Hope you are doing well.
Trailer, man, I love that Orville trailer. I'm looking forward to the new season. Even though I hope they still keep the humor, I'm looking forward to the season.
3 days away.
Yeah. So, well, I guess what did they say? It's going to be more serious. So we'll see what they do. I still think the change in format is going to be a death nail to the show. It's bad enough they waited too dang long.
The format changed. What do you mean the format changed? Still a ship in space with people on it.
That's not the format. That's just the genre.
It's a ship in space with people on it.
That's not the format. That's just the genre.
And two white people in charge. I mean, how better can you get than that? I mean, welcome to the Anti-Trackers channel, everybody.
Dude, seriously. That's it. You're fired.
But they're non-binary white people.
Are they?
Cancel the show. Cancel it now. It's gone, baby.
Yeah, Stanley, I'm making beef burgers.
Will you stop talking about your burgers?
Yeah, seriously.
So good.
Mercer, I'm going to kick you off the show if you mention the burgers again.
Oh my God.
Why would you kick me off? Memorial Day. What else do people do on Memorial Day?
I don't care. I don't want to hear about them because that's making me hungry. Stop. Hello,
Yeah,
Doctor.
you're making my mouth water.
How are you?
Not too bad. Nice to have an actual fit. So I got a question. Did you now are you able to watch Strange New Worlds?
Me?
Yes.
Do you mean legally or illegally?
I don't care. Are you watching? I'm just asking if you're watching.
You have an eye patch? You have an eye patch? And a little pirate flag?
Mercer, stop. Are you watching it? Yes or no?
I'm not watching it. Yes, although I could if I wanted to, but I haven't got around to it. No. Is that am I completely out of the conversation now?
No, I just want to. You see, I was hoping you were watching it because I wanted to ask you, since you know about astrophysics, about this last episode as an expert opinion.
Well, run me past the basics, and we'll see if I can say.
Okay, so early in the episode, the Enterprise is attacked by a alien ship and damaged, and they are in a solar system that consists of a brown dwarf that is slowly being eaten by a black hole.
Okay.
All right. You know the type of system, right?
Well, that could work. Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So they are in deep trouble because they are outgunned and most of their weapons are offline. So they make a quick getaway by hiding in the upper layers of the brown dwarf.
Okay.
So, knowing what you know about Star Trek as far as a starship, would that work? Or would they be like vaporized being in a brown dwarf like that?
Well, brown dwarfs are pretty cold. I mean, by definition, they're not a proper star. They haven't.
Because Pike described the brown dwarf as essentially a gas giant.
It's I have to do. I have to. This is not my field exactly. Actual planetary physics, but I think it might have some nuclear reactions going on towards its core, but it hasn't got the sort of it hasn't got the fast kind of reactions you get in the sun. It hasn't got the straight helium burning. It's got some weird stuff, like it's got some probably helium fusion going on because of it's just enough energy and just enough heat, temperature and pressure to just get the slightly easier reaction going, which is bizarrely not helium, it turns out. But it's not going to be very hot, no. Most of that heat at surface level is going to be through convection from the lower levels, by which time it will have lost quite a bit of energy on the way up. So, it'll be relatively cool.
So heat probably, assuming they have shields and all, their shields were offline, but assuming they have futuristic tech
metal,
they could probably withstand it. Now they did complain that it was hot.
Yeah, it'd be like a hot Jupiter up there, I imagine. Yeah,
but it wasn't so hot that they were dying. It was just uncomfortable.
Yeah, it doesn't sound totally.
The environmental controls were enough to keep them alive. It just wasn't pleasant.
Well, they couldn't. Yeah. One of the things that I know about space travel is you have to dissipate heat. And they couldn't. You can't dissipate heat as easily into an atmosphere as you can into the interstellar void. Is that? I believe that's correct.
It would be more difficult, but if you're talking about upper layers of Jupiter densities, it's going to be pretty thin still. It depends how far in they go, obviously.
That's actually the next thing that happens. So
right.
The aliens then, and I don't want to spoil anything. That's why I'm trying to be as vague as I can. Well, the aliens eventually try to follow them into the upper layers of this brown dwarf. Mm-hmm. So what they do is they kind of pull a submarine move and they deep dive as far as they can until the hull starts to buckle. And so then they go as deep as they can without the ship actually being crushed. And then they hold position there, but the alien ships aren't quite as sturdy as the Enterprise, so when they try to go down to that same depth, they actually get crushed.
That sounds so bad,
right?
you're still going to be talking quite high up relative to the entire depth of the brown dwarf.
Right. That's what I figured. They weren't so deep that the nuclear fusion that was going on would fry them.
Nah.
But it was deep enough
Also,
to where the atmospheric pressure would crush the ship.
Yeah, the pressures. The pressures would go up to being bad for ships way before you get into the realm of the zone where there might be some nuclear fusion going on. I mean, those pressures are quite a lot higher than the ones that you'd be going a lot deeper. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. See, this is I really wish I had that NBC "The More You Know" thing because we got Dr. Alex on here.
The one thing that bothered me though was that they did open the shuttle bay doors at one point, and that would compromise hull integrity.
That was later though. They were outside at that point.
Okay, I've just got to get the door. I'll be back in 1 second.
Sure. And so Joseph says, as I mentioned in the Salty podcast, Orville hid in a black hole. Enterprise flew in an angle. According to Neil Tyson's the only way how to survive it.
What I like about the Orville one is that it was kind of fun. I mean, I don't think it was accurate.
No, the Orville thing would absolutely not work. Dr. Alex would probably have a heart attack.
Yeah, I don't think any of these are accurate. But the Orville kind of had fun with the time dilation aspect of it when they saw the Kalon skipping around outside. They're like, oh, that was a long weekend.
Yeah, but once and we lost Lore. Hopefully, I don't know.
I just thought if they're not going to make it completely accurate, then make it a little fun.
Yeah, but I mean, not completely accurate. I mean, that's silly. You go inside the black hole, you're dead.
They weren't in the black hole. They were like on the edge of the.
They said they went inside the event horizon. Once you cross the event horizon, you're never coming out.
I don't think they went in.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think they did, but I'm with you on this one. If that bit of the Orville was impossible, if they were inside the event horizon as they claim to be, getting out again should be impossible too. But then again, the whole quantum drive should be impossible. Pretty much warp drive should be impossible, more or less. Going faster than light probably should be impossible if you go back to general relativity. So we have a few nods to impossible things in Star Trek.
Sure. I mean, that's why I say, and I've argued before that people try to say that Star Wars is fantasy while Star Trek is science fiction. And I say, no, they're both science fantasy. If you boil it down, I love both Star Trek and Star Wars. The only difference is Star Trek makes it sound more sciencey.
You could go a bit kinder on Star Trek. I mean,
right. Well, don't get me wrong.
Two possibilities.
Right.
I mean, space is bendy. We know that.
Right. But Star Wars just doesn't bother with trying to make it sound plausible. Star Wars just says, "Oh yeah, the engines work because they work," and they don't bother showing you the engine room or telling you about how circuits work. They just say they do. It's just like a lightsaber. Oh yeah, just lightsabers are cool because they're cool. And granted, lightsabers are the coolest weapons ever.
You and I discounted things like going inside the event horizon because current physics says no, and general relativity says pretty hard no to that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But also, general relativity can't be the complete theory because it doesn't marry with quantum mechanics, which also can't be the complete theory. So, you can't absolutely say no because we're missing something in the theory. So maybe the whatever the grand unified theory allows things we wouldn't expect, but it certainly it stretches plausibility. Yeah.
I would. Well, and you would think though that the time dilation would be so extreme that if you were inside the event horizon, that in the amount of time that they were there, a huge amount of time would go by. Yeah.
Now, I hate to bring up Andromeda in this, but this is a point where Andromeda actually looks more realistic than both the Orville and probably some bits of Star Trek because they get trapped near the edge of the event horizon, but not through it or on it, and stay there for hundreds of years while nothing happens for Kevin Sorbo's commander. No time passes. That's actually probably closer to what would happen. The time would be traveling incredibly slowly before you ever got to the event horizon, and things would get trapped like flies in amber or something, just being in the wrong passage of time at that range.
Right.
But yeah, tricky.
Yeah, it seems like if they actually crossed the event horizon, it would be years that went by on the outside.
Yeah,
not just a few hours.
Yeah, I agree. But it was a great episode.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it was a bad episode. It's just that they kind of play with physics in a wonky way.
Yeah, agree.
But then every sci-fi franchise tends to do that.
Yeah, and Stan Lee is asking about Interstellar too.
How the physics there?
Like the planet hour is a decade.
We'll ignore the going into the black hole and that puts you on the other side of the fourth dimension, and you can pluck strings on a bookcase and send messages. And hey, Bird, how you doing?
Hey, Bird.
Hey,
hello world, it's Birdo Prey 5. Blah. Subspace engines create a field, and that field prevents the time dilation effects of going close to the speed of light or all that stuff. So that's canon.
Yeah, that's magic.
No, it's canon.
Yeah, it's magic.
So there's no worry about that.
Yes, but it's also magic.
So are the transporters.
Yeah, transporters are also magic.
Transporters, I always like the idea of the transporters killing people every time they're used, because you're breaking down the original.
I think the transporters are murder machines.
Yeah.
I would never ever use a transporter if they were real,
unless they actually are using something along. And I'm not an expert, but if they're using something like membrane theory, where they actually just tune you up to an energy state, your physical matter is energy. They just tune it to a higher frequency to turn it into energy, and then when you reach your destination, they tune it back down to a physical state.
Tell you what, Indy, you go ahead and you go ahead and use the transporter. I will stick with the shuttles.
But I'm just saying, it's not.
So you're basically like
it's not quantum entanglement. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be quantum entanglement where they take and they match the spins of the quantum states of electrons to recreate you, destroy you in one place and recreate you in another place. And that's just, lay theory, because I know very little physics. I had to study physics for my engineering degree, but that's about all I know.
All I know
you wouldn't be welcomed in Starfleet if you didn't take the transporter.
Well, I guess I won't be welcome in Starfleet.
I don't know. Dr. McCoy was welcome in Starfleet. Dr. Pulaski.
I ain't taking no transporter.
But he took the transporter when he had to.
Well, I ain't doing it. Sorry, Bird.
The Random Menaces message, yeah.
Right.
Good idea.
Okay, nobody's forcing you to take the transporter there.
So, Dr. Alex, why don't we land on the sun in the night when it's dark? North Korea did it, according to the news, a few years ago.
It's
true.
Stop getting your news from the.
Hey, Dr. Alex, how is the sun lit on fire if there's no atmosphere in space? If there's only air in space?
Oh my God.
Oh no.
What's causing the flames to burn? If there's no
Too bad Darren's not still here. He could ask you some flat Earth questions.
Yeah. Oh, I don't want to trigger Darren on somebody else's channel. If it's his channel, fine. But if
there's Tokyo asking there's the old theory that you die and transporters simply copy the destination each and every time. So you never actually travel, you die and get copied. Yes, that's what we're talking about.
I think Dan Simmons, was it Hyperion, the series of novels he did? But there was a chunk in that where there were transporters, but they were an old woman character, and would refuse to use them because it was tearing people apart and reconstructing them somewhere else. It was killing them every time. So I think they called it photostating or photocopying in the novel series. So it was being quite open about the fact it was just a copy getting at the other end, not the real thing. I quite like that character who refused to use it because it's a murder machine. Yeah.
Now this is interesting. So would you use it even if it would cure you? Now that's the interesting thing about transporters is that transporters should be able to cure any and all forms of disease, defects, everything.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is that they don't. That's like every now and then there's there's disease episodes where people have problems and the transporters aren't the cure. Why?
And that's funny too
because they're transporting the actual energy
with,
of the people. Yeah.
And Larry Niven wrote a book called A World Out of Time where that was part of the plot too, where it's like you use a transporter, but it does more than it only transports healthy tissue.
Right.
It doesn't transport the diseased tissue or any of the bad microbes or anything like that.
And it might transport the endoskeleton underneath your healthy skin tissue so you could kill John Connor.
Oh, and Gorilla, I hope everything's okay. I know that he's got tornadoes going around, but he said they lost power just as the sirens are going off, so they may have a touchdown in the area. So take cover, Gorilla, and you don't have to listen to me. Just, be careful. But yeah, what I would do is wait until I was at a point where I was completely non-functional, and then you could do it.
Yeah,
sufficiently desperate. Yeah,
That way, if it killed me, it wouldn't. I wouldn't feel too bad about it. And also, put me, get rid of the fat. And make me like 20 years old again.
Well, and that's part of it. That's part of the story Larry Niven wrote too. It's like it's not just curing you; it's de-aging you.
Right. Basically, make people immortal.
Yeah. If they can store your pattern completely, which is what it's going to Star Trek language.
And Miss Moneypenny says, if I could go through the transporter, I would that could remove all my physical problems before rematerializing. I would. Yeah, but you see, the trick though is that you would want to know that it's a true transporter and not a murder machine.
But what about if a fly gets into the transporter beam when you're transporting?
Well, then you would end up like Bird of Prey 5.
Yeah. Wait.
Like Brundlefly.
Tokyo says you can apparently program them to create phasers and tricorders, so you need them when you leave the ship. So quantum magic. Yeah, that's a new thing.
Really?
They did that on Strange New Worlds, where when you beam down, it will change your clothing to match where you're going and give you your phaser and tricorder and stuff. Actually, it makes sense.
Yeah.
If you think
they just put a vial in and that's your injection, but it's I hated that.
Yeah,
it actually
makes into somebody directly through a transporter. It's like, what?
It makes perfect sense if you think about it. Why would you need to go to a locker and grab your equipment if you just store it in the transporter buffer? And so when you beam down, it beams down the equipment you need.
It does seem a little bit advanced when you compare it to TOS, and isn't Strange New Worlds meant to be before TOS?
Yes, it is. That's the downside, is that it is a continuity problem when you compare it to TOS, because in TOS they would actually go get the clothing or whatever they needed first and then beam down.
Well,
but it makes perfect sense if you consider
if it's a
clothing from civilians.
If it's a copy paste machine, though, Salty, you need the tech with you because it needs something to copy.
Yeah, there might be an energy issue.
Well, but they did
can't
they
just
did
make things
establish
out
even
of,
back in
out of
TOS
thin
there
air.
is such a thing as a transporter buffer.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah, but
because like
transporter buffers are limited in capacity. We know that they
how
don't
do we know?
hold on to things forever.
How do we know how do we know how long it can store an inanimate object?
Well, one of your favorite episodes
Relics.
with relics. Yeah.
Those were living people. And also, how do we know that it doesn't just beam, like it has the phasers and tricorders and stuff in a locker and it just beams them down with you? We don't know.
Oh,
By
Yeah,
the way,
that makes sense.
Doctor's daughter going to be like a regular character that's going to be in every couple episodes.
And hey, Matt Vader, how you doing? You want to join the panel? You know, you can come up if you want.
I mean,
Is
if you're
going to be like a regular character.
if you're talking about mini transporters in locker spaces where they can just transport material and beam it to your location, sure, that makes sense. But making something out of nothing,
Well, no, I'm not saying making something out of nothing, obviously, but because that would violate conservation of energy. But I mean, at the very least, it would have to pull energy from the warp core, but
I do think transporters opens up a can of worms. I think Orville did the right thing in sidestepping them, not using transporters.
Yeah, I agree. I think transporter technology. The problem is that if once you start thinking about what it should be able to do, you open up a huge can of worms. As far
I
as
also missed the engine room from 2009. It looked like a big brewery. I missed that so much.
what was that?
I missed the big brewery Enterprise engines.
Shoot. There was a movie that me and the wife were watching. I'm trying to remember what it was now. It was a sci-fi movie. And it was, dang it.
Had that engine room set?
Huh?
What was it about the movie that you're going to bring up?
They used the same brewery as 2009 as the engine room. And it absolutely blew me away. I laughed so hard when I saw it because they were like, "Oh, we need to go to the engine room," and then they start climbing up a ladder over the big vat. Oh, it was V. It was V, the original V.
Wow, really?
When they went into the engine room for the motherships, and it was the brewery, and I was completely blown away.
wow.
And I never, because it's been so long since we watched it. And I was like, holy crap, they're using a brewery. But when I was a kid, I'd never seen a brewery before, so I didn't know.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to go. I only really ducked in a quick hello. I just want to say hello because it's been so long. But
absolutely, Doctor.
You look well, and I hope you are doing well.
Questions.
Well, doing as good as I can. This chair has become my home, unfortunately, but I'm doing the best I can.
Well, we must try and keep in touch more.
Absolutely. You take care, Doctor, and best of luck to you. Live long and prosper.
Indeed. Nanu.
Hey, Salty, if you could have a Borg implant that would improve aspects of your health, would you do it?
Well, as long as it didn't connect me to a collective, I suppose.
Really?
And
Okay.
Salty dude, hey, what are we talking about? Just random stuff. No, nothing particular.
Would being part of a collective, would that be a deal breaker?
Yes. That would absolutely be a deal breaker. I have no intention of losing my individuality.
That's the thing that always bothered me about Star Trek was they always say in like Generations and some of the other shows, it's like so many people died from the Borg. And I'm like, that's not what the Borg do. Their big threat would say they let you live, but you lose your individuality. And I thought that was almost scarier than killing you.
Well, and Thomas says, as far as transporters making me 20 years old, transporters aren't that powerful. Wah, ha, ha.
You know what I mean? Like the whole idea of the Borg was that they don't kill you; they take your individuality away.
And Salty
In
says,
essence, it's
you
killing.
nonconformists are all alike. That's right. I'm a nonconformist. I admit it.
Yeah.
Um,
That's American independence for you.
right. I'm a crazy nonconformist. I you know, I don't know. I think that, while I do think that Americans, I don't know quite how to put it. I think sometimes we put too high a value on freedom, but at the same time, I don't think that we should just give up all liberty, if that makes sense. Like, I don't believe that we should become collectivists, if that makes sense. But I think that there is a happy medium.
And there are whole countries that don't believe in, and not that it's forced on them either. It's they don't believe in the individual over the
The greater
strong,
good. The greater
yeah,
good.
the stronger.
Right.
A lot of Arabic countries are like, they want one strong leader and everybody else fall in line behind that person.
Right. And honestly, that's why so many countries had an easier time with some of the lockdown protocols and stuff like that with COVID, is because they didn't, when their government said, okay, this is what's going to happen, they're used to following their government's instructions.
Yeah, but look, I saw footage of, like, I think it was in China, of a big city where everybody was locked in their apartment, and they were just locked in there for months, and they were just like,
China was extreme.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about China.
Right, it was horrifying though, just absolutely horrifying.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not suggesting that we do that.
Yeah, it was just...
but I do think there are some areas of our society that we're because we get so paranoid about, oh, you're a socialist or whatever. And there are some areas of our society that I think we need to think more about the greater good. Things like education. We are so, we're so paranoid that we don't realize that we need to federalize our education system. We need to make a standard education for the entire country, because what we're doing right now is clearly not working. And we need to look at how do we make it work for kids across the country, not just kids that happen to live in areas where, the property value is high. And stuff like that. We need to look at how to make sure that the areas where our government is supposed to take care of people are done correctly. Now, on the flip side, we also need to make sure that areas where the government is not to act, we keep the government out of our hair. And the problem is that the government right now is constantly trying to blur that line.
Well, and it goes beyond American borders too. I mean, honestly, we can't afford war anymore. We
right.
The world as a whole just can't afford it, because we will bomb ourselves into the Stone Age the next time around. We came so close to it in World War II. That whole countries were decimated and had to be rebuilt from the ground up. Well,
don't say decimated. You'll trigger Darren if he hears you.
So Sorry, Darren. But the world as a whole just needs to become more sane and safe.
Right. But how do you do that? Because the problem is that people, war is generally, fought over various resources.
Right. And so the resources have to be shared more equitably. It's just like this whole thing that's going on in, a certain country that I won't name.
You mean the country that's next door to Yosef?
Yeah. So that's a war over resources. We got to figure out a way to share what we have. And when we can figure out how to do that, and
well, that's hippie thinking.
Huh?
So that's hippie thinking.
Yes, it is, and I'm not ashamed to say that it is. I served in the military, and I understand that right now we need the military, but at some point we're going to have to do away with it. We're going to have to grow up.
Well, I don't know about do away with the military, but we need to figure out a way to. I think that Indy's right that war is something that the world cannot afford.
No.
And especially a war between the superpowers. Like, imagine if the situation in Yosef's neighbors escalated to the point where the major power involved there and us got directly involved. And if that happened, then not only there would be a very realistic chance that the world would end, and that would just be it. Humanity would go extinct.
Yeah, and Thomas, I'm not saying everybody's doing something wrong either.
Right.
Not all. There are a lot of countries who would just rather be neutral and stay out of things. And
yeah, I'm going to go for a little bit. My head is starting to get congested, so I'm going to try to clear that out. All right, talk to you guys.
All right, Marshall, you have a good one, buddy.
Thanks.
See
I'll
you,
try to
Marshall.
talk later. Have a good one.
talking to you.
Thanks. You too, man. Bye.
Yeah, I mean, there are countries out there who wouldn't change it hardly at all. Because they do take care of their people, and they are generous. I mean, the United States is the most generous country in the world. We give more to every other country than any other nation. And I'm not saying that other countries are stingy either. I mean, a lot of the first world countries are very generous with their time and their effort and medicines and a whole lot of things. All I'm saying is, if it happens again where there's another world war, which it was looking like early on, that would be it. That would be the last world war there would ever be.
Right.
And we've got to learn to live together and share resources of this planet. And when we can do that, a lot of the military budget can go to other things.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how to do that, but it's got to happen.
Well, the solution is simple. Everybody needs to give their money to me. And then I will make sure that we take care of everybody. Fair? I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Just as long as you equitably redistribute it.
Yeah. That's fine. I think we're good. No, no. I won't be a dictator, Stanley, because everybody would voluntarily do it. No, it's funny because I can't remember who it was, but some group did the math, and like they figured that in the United States alone, if what they say is that in church, the biblical principle of giving is that you're supposed to give a tenth of your income, what the Bible calls a tithe. A tenth of your income is supposed to go to the church. And they say that if everybody who actually attended church at least once a month gave a tenth of their income to their local church, the churches would have enough money to end world hunger. And just using the programs they already have in place. But the problem is that, people don't give that much. On average, based on churches' actual budgets and stuff, people give about 1% to 2%. Now, granted, there are people that actually we give a tenth, but the average is just based on there are people that give nothing, and then there are people that give more than a tenth. But the average person gives 1% to 2%, and that's a big problem. Is that if people actually cared enough to give, then we could end the problems. The governments, what the problem is that, when we look at these billions of dollars that the United States government spends on these programs, well, a lot of the money that they spend, we think, oh, look at all this great money we're spending, but we don't think about the fact that a huge chunk of that money is spent on the bureaucrats that we pay to administer these programs. And then we pay for the planes that we use to transport the various goods. And what are we giving the people? Are we teaching them to plant foods? Are we teaching them to grow foods? Are we teaching them to giving them anything sustainable? No, we're buying trucks and driving in and giving them sacks of wheat. So we're not sustaining anything with these programs. We're just keeping the problem going. And that doesn't fix anything. All that does is keep it going. It's much better to dig a well than to bring somebody a bottle of water.
I actually had a friend who did that. She would go to Africa, to these various places as part of a mission. And she's also an engineer. And she would help dig wells for these places in Africa where they didn't have clean drinking water.
Right. And see, people that dig wells and build infrastructure and that's so much more helpful than government programs where we drop off sacks of wheat and bottles of water.
Yeah, that's good in an emergency situation doing that. But
sure.
But training people to be self-sufficient is, and this is the thing. It goes back to education. Again, it goes back to the education thing. We have, there are places in this world where, people are still operating under superstition.
Well, it's not even just that. It's what's worse than that, I will tell you, is like when you look at places like Uganda, you have people that are living under warlords. And we don't even think about the fact that people are literally living under conditions that are like what we think of from 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Where there are literally like these horrible, evil people that will literally just cut people's heads off for not doing what they say. you know, that these people are living under the most horrifying, harsh conditions imaginable, and there's no one doing anything about it because the government in Uganda just doesn't care, and nobody is doing anything about it. And the people can't do anything about it because they have no resources.
Exactly. Yeah, we got and that was going to be another one of my points. Yeah, it's you've got governments that are so corrupt, they keep their people down to keep themselves in power. We think we have it bad here.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I've been to Bahrain where the beggars can be stepped on and kicked and beaten and have no rights whatsoever, and they sit in the streets and they can't even ask for money. They're beggars on the street, but they're not human. You can treat them any way you want. You can kill them outright and nothing would happen.
Let's see. I want to see. I don't know if there's any picture. I know there should be, but I don't know if it's on the website. Five sermons. Let's see. Images. Is that it? No, that's Jewish thing. Trying to find. Sorry, I was looking for a picture. We actually, our church purchased an orphanage in Uganda, and we actually have one lady who lives in Uganda full time from our church, who's been working on helping to educate people, and she's overseeing everything while we build more stuff. And it's the living conditions there are just horrific, and so we're trying to make it so that some of the kids there have half a chance to, grow up without being on the streets. And it's just, I mean, when she talks about some of the conditions there, and it's insane. Like when our pastor went there a couple of years ago, he said that he was walking down the street in the neighborhood where the orphanage is, and he saw a couple of kids looking like they were playing soccer in the street, and they were just kicking this ball back and forth and laughing like kids do. And then as he got closer, he thought the ball looked a little weird, and then he realized that the ball was actually made of garbage tied together with a string. And he was like, oh, that's just wrong. And so then one of the things they did was they had the church ship over a bunch of balls to just give to kids, so that they could actually have real balls, because they noticed like a lot of the kids had scars all over their feet from kicking around these balls they made out of garbage, because that was a common thing they did. And so we gave them just balls to play with, You don't think about things like that. That's things that we take for granted. But and when we have like 2 or 3 missionary trips that we have our church membership go to Uganda each year. And when they do it, one of the things they warn people is like they say don't take anything of any value with you on the trip. Like if you have an iPhone, don't take it. Buy a cheap burner phone to take with you. Because if you have an iPhone, when you go through the Uganda customs, they will take it, because the Uganda customs agent will steal anything of value. They'll just take it and say, oh yeah, this looks suspicious, and they'll take it so that they can sell it on eBay. And that's how corrupt things are there, and you don't want to deal with that. So you don't bring anything of any real value with you so that they can't take it. And anything that we need, you have to have it shipped over, anything that they need so that it'll actually get there. Otherwise, because anything you try to bring with you in your luggage will end up getting stolen. You just bring clothes and that's it. And, and personal items. And it's absolutely insane, the living conditions. But people, and it's not just churches, but secular organizations as well, like Doctors Without Borders and stuff like that, that try to make a difference in these in these areas. But these groups are limited with their resources, and we need to make a bigger difference. I mean, when I say we, I mean everybody. Because once we make it so that these people can live a decent life, then the warlords will have less power. Because the reason they have so much power is because the people need them just to survive. Where am I talking about, Arabic? I'm talking specifically about Uganda, but there's a lot of places in the world that are like that. The orphanage that we own, we meaning the church that I attend, is in Uganda. And the reason we chose Uganda is because statistically Uganda is the worst place on the planet. That's why we picked.
Happy Memorial Day, everybody!
Hey, Kermit.
Hey, Kermit. Sorry to bring down the room, guys, but
no, it's all good.
And another point is, you can only help so much with the resources you have.
Well, and that's where, like,
And
when we're talking about
of not running into any problems with locals.
Well, that's why I was talking about individualism versus collectivism, because somebody's got a phone or something going off.
Yeah.
As an individual, there's only so much you can do, because 10% of your income may not seem like a lot of money, depending on what you make. So, but it seems like, and I will tell you, it's difficult sometimes to donate 10% of your income. I'm not going to lie. It's difficult for us because, hey, I'm on disability right now. So giving away 10, and it's difficult for us to pay the mortgage and give 10% of our income to the church. But we do it because we believe that if everybody gave 10% of their income, what a huge difference that makes, because our church has about 4,000 people. So 10% of our income times 4,000 people, that's a lot of money.
Is it a requirement at your church?
No, our church doesn't, our church keeps track of it because they give us a tax statement at the end of the year, but it's not. The only time it's a requirement is if you are an employee of the church. But no, and in fact, the pastor purposely does not. He says he doesn't know who gives and who doesn't give, and he doesn't want to know because he doesn't want to be biased based on who gives and how much they give.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. But if everybody gave, you think about this: if everybody gave 4,000 people, that would mean that the church would have the equivalent of 400 times the average income of one person at that church.
Also, it probably depends on the time of year when they give.
Well, you give every payday.
No. Some people give like certain times of year.
Right, but like what most people do is they give whenever they get paid. Salty Dude says even existence is expensive regardless of income level, regardless of locality and social economic status. Well, that's true, but the point though is that if we all give, and it's difficult to be sure, but if we all give, if we're all generous enough to do 10%, then that collective amount is enough to make a huge difference, a huge impact, both locally and internationally. And I'll tell you, as a perfect example, our church is way ahead of the curve. Remember, I said that nationally, the average is about 1% to 2%. Our church is way ahead of that average, where our church, I believe, is around 8%, which is amazing.
Honestly, I did not know that. And that you could just you could just set it up so you can just give you 10% of your income to your church.
Well,
I learned something new.
Well, you can give whatever you want, but that's just like we do it. Our church has an app, and that's how we do it. But different churches have different ways of doing it. But
so the app keeps track, and then it
Well, the church has accountants, and what you do is, like, as long as you register your name, then at the end of the year they give you a tax statement so that you can write it off on your taxes.
Oh.
But our church is way ahead of the curve, and because of that, our church has a budget of well in excess of $6 million.
Damn! Do they use all of it a year?
Oh, well, yeah, we're a nonprofit, and so we put 20% of everything we take in goes to 501c3s in our local area. So so it's not just religious 501c3s. In fact, a couple months ago, we gave a huge check to our local teachers, school teachers and stuff, to help them with their supplies and stuff, because teachers are always short on supplies, using their own personal money to buy stuff for their students. So we gave them money in the local Rutherford County schools, and then other various charitable organizations that we give to all around the area. We support a couple of churches up and down the eastern seaboard. We obviously have the orphanage in Uganda that we're supporting 100%.
That must be a lot of money.
Well, it's actually, the Uganda mission isn't that expensive, because the economy in Uganda is crap, so pretty cheap to pay for stuff over there. And then
what made you guys start to support an orphanage in Uganda, of all places?
Because we decided we were going to do missions. We figured that instead of just supporting missionaries going around the world, we wanted to do something very specific, and so we decided to do something permanent, and so we just figured, you know what, what's more important than helping out kids? And so we decided to let's purchase an orphanage somewhere that's struggling and help maintain it.
How
And then-
how would you how did they even find an orphanage in Uganda that was well?
I don't know the exact
They came to
process.
me. I gave them a list.
Yeah, because Uganda is just code name for Karoga.
No, but seriously, you know.
I don't know the exact process. I know that they decided on Uganda because Uganda is the worst country in the world, and so we started looking around, and they found this orphanage that was shutting down because of funding, and so we approached them and said, "Hey, can we purchase the place?" And they said, "Please," and we did. And take care, Miss Moneypenny. Huh?
You asked if the orphans came with the orphanage.
Oh, of course, the orphans came.
Of course, they come.
I didn't ask that.
No, they did. By the way, Kermit and Indy, your avatars are broken in YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know what's with that. Do you know how to fix that?
Yeah, they just have to redo choose a different avatar and then come back to it.
Oh, okay.
Or upload a different one and upload it again.
Yeah, I see that.
I see my
Darren
avatar,
pointed
by
that
the
out.
way. And I see Indy's avatar.
Yeah, but you're looking at it in StreamYard.
Yeah,
And
you got to
go
look
to
at it in
YouTube.
YouTube. It's just a white blank circle.
Yep.
Which is,
Thanks, Bert.
No problem.
Yeah, I didn't know how to fix that. I've never seen that before.
It happens on occasion.
Oh, I see Indy's. Oh, yeah, I see it. It doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't matter to me.
And Tokyo, of course, says you could always pledge all kinds of money wherever you want to go. It's good enough for Amber Heard. That's horrible, Tokyo.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Oh, and who did we lose? We lost somebody, and I just wasn't looking when I was looking.
Whoever
away.
was next to you. Lost.
Have you done missionary trips to Uganda?
No, I wanted to, but honestly, with my physical condition the way it is, would not be a good idea. I would love to go, but I can't really hike around very well.
Is there a lot of corruption in Uganda? Is that why they're so bad?
Oh yeah, it's horrible, and so yeah, you wouldn't want to go there.
I'm surprised I'm allowed the sale to go through. If it's
well, just because it's corrupt doesn't mean that you can't buy a building. It's just that
continue operating and
yeah,
same staff and all that.
yeah. But
is it one of the most corrupt countries in the world?
it is the most corrupt country in the world. You don't want to go there unless you're going there for. I mean, it's not a place you go for vacation. Trust me. The only reason that an American goes to Uganda is because missionary work. That's pretty much it.
Everyone in Uganda knows it.
Well, I assume so. I don't know. I don't know Ugandans very well, so. But yeah, Orville says this topic would be perfect for Buddhist priestess Maria. Tell her to join you guys. Well, I doubt we're going to be talking about it for that long. But if she's here, she could. But yeah, it is the very definition of a crap hole. It's not a place that you'd want to go.
It has a population of over 42 million.
Were you looking it up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of 8.5 live in the capital.
Gorilla says, let's see. Says Well, we are safe, but we are without power for a while. Some grain bins were hit and down several power lines. Well, that's not too bad. I'm glad you're safe. Just keep your head down, and hopefully no more tornadoes for you.
Yeah, good to hear, girl.
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, Gorilla's got tornadoes in his area tonight. So
yeah.
Stay safe, Gorilla.
Yeah.
Maria, come on up.
There are a couple of countries that I visited when I was in the Navy that were bad. You know, they're horrible places to be. And, you know, we would actually go and do some missions of mercy every once in a while. We'd set up a school here and there, or do something along those lines.
This is interesting. Ugandan Parliament gets paid more than anyone else.
That doesn't surprise me.
They caused widespread criticism and protest, including the smuggling of 2 piglets into the Parliament in June 2014. Something about highlighting the corruption about the members of Parliament.
Not surprising.
Yeah. See, so if you make more money in Parliament than any other job in the country, you know there's a problem.
And there was protesters and criticism.
All right. And hey, Gorilla, how you doing?
So there was embezzlement of $12.6 million of donor funds from the office of the Prime Minister. It was earmarked for rebuilding northern Uganda.
Yeah. Well, you see, that's another reason you don't want, and that's why, when I was talking earlier about government programs that are earmarked to help out some of these countries, that's what ends up happening is
the money disappears.
You're right. If that money has to go through people that are in charge of those countries, and when you're talking about countries like Uganda, that money has a tendency to disappear, as you said.
It caused the EU, the UK, Germany, Denmark, Ireland, and Norway to suspend aid.
Right. And hey, Tokyo.
Hey guys, how's everybody?
And then they're
doing
talking
today?
about how it's widespread and petty.
Yeah.
And then they say the ultimate problem is the availability of oil.
You might want to turn your microphone down a little bit, Kermit. It's a little overpowering.
Sorry.
That's okay. So how you doing, Tokyo?
I feel like crap right now.
I know you said you felt sick earlier.
Yeah, it hasn't changed. Unfortunately.
The process of giving gifts for something in exchange has always been a feature in Ugandan tradition. In the past, this practice was the norm and not seen as illegal. This practice of patronage, which has been the central to politics in Uganda, cannot be simply stripped away overnight. The privatization of state property they're saying it's bad to privatize the state property.
All right. So hold on, Kermit. Hey, Gorilla, can you hear me? Are you there, Gorilla? Or we just got a freeze frame picture of you looking like you've been indulging in something. Oh, now we got a picture of your avatar. I think Gorilla's having some technical problems trying to connect.
I think so.
We'll give him another shot here. But so Uganda, not a place you want to visit.
I can see that now.
Yeah, almost as bad as Karoga. Not quite, though. Kuroga's the worst place, really, in the universe known to man.
Well, at least there's only one corrupt person there in Kuroga.
That's true. Well, that's the saving grace of Kuroga's. There's only one corrupt individual.
I thought reading about Uganda was interesting, didn't you?
Well, it's not too bad, but not a very,
there's some weird,
not a very
scandals.
happy thing. Oh, who'd we lose?
Definitely not a happy topic.
Yeah,
We lost Gorilla.
I'm sorry that I read so long on it.
That's okay. Indy, if you can reconnect, buddy. What's with all the white circles? I don't know, Thomas. For some reason, StreamYards and YouTube aren't getting along very well today.
Yeah, I can see the avatars on my phone, but when I look over at the computer, the white circles are there.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. It's kind of weird. And that's true, Orville Nation. At least in Kuroga, the leader is hell-bent with the Orville's cancellation. That's very true. For some reason, that is, the Kurogan leader thought that Orville was canceled after season 2. And, I'm sure he wants it to be canceled after season 3. Now, of course, he just hates Star Trek too. He hates pretty much everything.
Yes, I was the only one who called the Orville correctly, canceled, and then re-picked up by Hulu. Orville, correct.
No, you it was not correct.
And you're the one who hates Hulu. Correct. You're the one who hates the Orville and
I don't.
Star Trek.
First of all, I don't hate Hulu.
Yes, you do.
When did I say I hate Hulu?
Yesterday, you said, I hate Hulu. I hate the Orville. That's what you said.
I did not say that.
You said you'll never want Seth MacFarlane to ever come on your channel.
When did I say any of that?
You would rather make out with Alex Kurtzman for 90 minutes on your stream than spend 1 minute talking to Seth MacFarlane.
Those
were your exact words.
I don't think those were my exact words at all.
Granted,
if I was making out with Alex Kurtzman for 90 minutes on a stream, I'm sure I would get lots of views. But I don't think that's
exactly what you said. You get so many more views kissing Alex Kurtzman, and that's what you'd rather do.
Well, he could kiss Seth MacFarlane for 90 minutes.
Huh.
Seth has higher standards.
Apparently there is tourism in Uganda.
Well, of course it does.
And it's 1.88 billion US.
Yeah, and the custom agents are stealing most of it.
Yeah.
No, but that's...
All right, Kirby, we're moving on from Uganda at this point because I don't want
like
to be
a good idea.
Yeah, I don't want to be depressed all night.
Yeah, sorry, sorry, I got us off on this topic.
That's okay. But I want to address this whole thing about Bird wanting to make out with Seth MacFarlane. Why is that?
Oh, I'm not making out with anybody.
You just said you wanted to make out with Seth MacFarlane.
Oh, really? You're not making out with anybody?
I said no such thing.
Oh, so you don't want to make out with anybody? So you're asexual?
Want to is different than
you just said.
If
you
I
don't
want to,
make out
sure.
with anybody.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You just said that.
I don't want to make out with anybody.
You literally just said that.
It's a little difficult when you're right in the middle of the living room and you can't
not
move.
What I all. Not all what I said.
So Bird doesn't want. Bird is asexual.
When do I take Salty's side? Unless he's absolutely 1000% correct.
It's official. Bird is now a part of the LGBTQ plus community because he is asexual.
Congratulations on your coming out, so to speak.
Yeah, so yeah, you are. Yeah, it's great, Bird, that you can now proudly be part of the LGBTQ plus community.
You're welcome.
I'm sure they're glad to have you, Bird.
I bet they are. Because you got a world leader. The staunch evil dictator. That's always good to have.
Mm-hmm.
So, why in the world? Change of subject. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Why in the world would Dr. Soon pull out the Khan project if he's a failed eugenicist in the first place? How does he think he's going to succeed with Khan?
Technology changes.
I think that's simple. I think he's going to use the information from the eugenics wars to combine with the information that he's gotten from his various attempts at creating a perfect being to create a new eugenics or a new perfect being based on the Khan DNA.
And using different.
I think they retconned the Khan project.
They did.
To be after. I don't think
that's-
Khan is in 96 anymore.
Yeah, I think that's true.
It said 96 on the folder.
No, yes, it did, but I think that was just a project in 96. I don't think they actually did anything with it until later.
That was also
'Cause
just
remember
a
at this-
financial report. That wasn't
yeah.
a detailed thing. It was just a financial
At the
report.
beginning of Strange New World, Pike tells us that the Second American Civil War just turned into World War III and finally into the eugenics wars.
Well, I think you're backwards. I thought he said the Second Civil War or the eugenics wars became the Second Civil War, or maybe it's the Second Civil War became the eugenics wars became World War III.
I think it was included.
Yeah,
That's where he.
I guess
World War III is where he ended. I do remember that. It's the Civil War.
Yeah. And thank you, Orville Nation. Throws a couple bucks. Says change your name to Seth Trekker to focus on Orville. I don't think that would quite work. But maybe when Seth comes on, I'll tell you what. Here's the deal, Orville. You get Seth MacFarlane on my channel to make out with me, and I will change my name to Seth Trekker. So
Need to get JP on from Talking the Orville.
So that's the deal. You get Seth MacFarlane to my house to make out with me, and I will change my username to Seth Trekker.
All right, where you make out with JP though? That close enough?
Who's JP?
You know who JP is.
From Talking the Orville.
No,
JP, Ego, Tastic Fun Time.
No. He has to come here. I want Seth MacFarlane right here in this room. I got another chair right over here. So he can sit right here, right next to me, and we can talk about Orville. We can talk about Star Trek. We can talk about whatever he wants to talk about, but then we have to finish with a kiss.
That's something.
And by the way, there has to be tongue.
That's some. I don't know what that is, but it's something and it's nasty. At least to me.
The question: will your wife be there?
I could say something else, but it wouldn't be appropriate.
I just want all the views from that.
You'd get some.
But thank you, Orville Nation.
I just thought of something nasty that I won't say.
Good
thinking.
It's all your fault, Captain.
Guys, I'm taking off. I need to get some food, and I need to do some.
Oh,
other stuff.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Me talking about that made you hungry, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
and Gorilla talking about making lasagna, and
Oh man, now
was it Thomas Potts talking about making burger? I mean,
no,
so
that was Mercer.
Mercer. Yeah, these guys are talking about food like 2
We
hours
never.
ago.
When I've been on, we never talked about the Obi-Wan show.
Well, I liked it. The salty nerds hated it.
I liked parts.
Liked it.
I liked parts of it, and parts of it were fun.
You tell you what, Orville, if you get Ewan McGregor on here to make out with me, I'll change my name to anything you want.
That's for OnlyFans.
And here we go. Orville Nation with another $2. Thank you so much. Says Seth Trek, only real Trek on TV.
I don't know if you heard me, but that's for Onlyfans.
What?
What you said you'll change your name for?
No, that'll be here. Well, it doesn't need to be an OnlyFans account. I'm not doing porn or anything.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes. How you doing, Gorilla?
Well,
you got your power back, it looks like.
Well, they managed to reroute the power and get our generator going. They weren't sure how long it was going to take because the grain bins were still on the power line. So in about 20 minutes ago, we got a backup generator for our town. But we're asked to reduce power as much as we can. So
sounds like you got a lot of messages.
I gotta just turn my phone back on.
But yes, I'm excited.
So I gotta jump in real quick.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I can jump in real quick. To all the veterans that are in the chat and here on the panel, thank you so much for your service.
What Tokyo said.
And I'm sure Indy Tiger says you're welcome from wherever he's at. He was in the Navy. I will say you're welcome on behalf of the United States Army. And I don't know who else might have served in the chat, but I'm sure. But remember, this is Memorial Day, not Veterans Day. So today we're supposed to be thanking those who basically paid the ultimate price. Which fortunately I did not.
The idea is still there.
Are you sure you're not a ghost?
Let me see. Yeah, I can touch solid objects, so I'm pretty sure I'm not a ghost. So
unless every object around you is a ghost. Ooh.
That would be
I don't know what I'm saying.
So Orville then says, what if Seth drops on your live stream? Would you change your name to Seth Trekker? Well, he would have to do it a few times, I think, and tweet it out so that everybody would come on and like, you know, and get those super chats going. You know. So hi. What's up? Why are you climbing on me? Huh? What, you crazy dog? So, maybe I'm a force ghost. That could be. Use the force.
I like how he I kind of like how Obi-Wan was hiding in plain sight.
Well, I mean, crazy rat dog. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you getting in my face?
Did anyone else like that he had a minimum wage? Well, probably below minimum wage job.
Yeah, I did that because I was self-employed. I sold golf balls.
He was cutting meat in the desert.
Yeah, that sounds like a fun job.
Well, he was doing a non-Jedi thing. He was stealing.
Well, we don't know that he was stealing, or was he allowed to take a little chunk of meat?
They're never actually.
Did they say he couldn't take a chunk of meat?
He was presumably allowed to take his knife home.
Yeah, they didn't say he couldn't take the knife.
Unless he was taking it. There seemed to be a small administrative village of some kind.
Anyway, Thomas says, I saw someone complain about Leia knowing Obi-Wan as a kid. I'm like, she knows who he is in A New Hope. Yeah, I agree. I think that I don't think that's a problem, because when Luke says Ben Kenobi, she's like, she knows who Ben Kenobi is. I don't have a problem. And Orville says Kenobi is a broken man. I agree. He says Kenobi's not a broken man. I disagree. I think Kenobi is a broken man because he just went through the greatest defeat in the history of history.
I kind of like how Leia was running around. I feel like the Force or part of the Force that Leia was running around should have been secured.
Yeah.
Because it leads directly into the palace.
Okay, I think everybody's missing the fundamental problem with Kenobi. And that's got to be in the existence of the character of Reva.
I don't know. What's wrong with Reva?
She's Michael Burnham. In every way, she's Michael Burnham.
How? No, she is not.
Oh, I got to disagree with you on that. She is. She's like the bet. They've already made her out to be so much more powerful, so much better than the Grand Inquisitor that she kills the Grand Inquisitor. And
actually, I don't think she does kill the Grand Inquisitor.
She's not supposed to. The Grand Inquisitor is not supposed to be dead because 10 years later he's in Rebels.
You're assuming he's dead.
Pretty good assumption.
Well, first of all, look, if Darth Maul can get cut in half and survive, why can't Grand Inquisitor take a lightsaber to the chest and live?
Because Kathleen Kennedy.
Well, yes.
What? First of all, the Dave Filoni gets a special thanks at the beginning of the credits, so I doubt that they're going to kill him if he is supposed to come back in Rebels. And second of all, if she was Michael Burnham, A, she would be the hero of the story. B, she would be the center of the story, which she's not. Obi-Wan is. C, everybody would love her. They don't. In fact, so far, everybody hates her.
And also, D, she would have found Obi-Wan.
Yeah, she would have already found Obi-Wan and defeated Obi-Wan easily. And so she's not, she would never make a mistake, which she has clearly already done. The other Inquisitors would not be able to stop her any time ever, which they've been able to. So I don't see, I understand that you may not like her, but I don't have a problem with her at all. I don't see how, she's powerful, but she's not necessarily uber ultra mega powerful. She hasn't demonstrated any force powers that we haven't seen before at a level that we haven't seen before. Like, her gymnastics routine is no better than anything that we haven't seen before.
It also allowed Obi-Wan to escape.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, her running around on the rooftops is no more impressive than stuff we've seen from like Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon in episode 1. It's just a little better choreographed.
You know who else I liked? Was that con man fake Jedi guy.
Yeah, I thought he was funny.
I could actually see that happening in the fringes.
Right.
But I don't know why the Inquisitors didn't track him down.
Now, so I honestly, and don't get me wrong, Tokyo. I mean, if you just don't like her, that's fine. I'm not suggesting you have to like her, but I think that comparing her to Burnham is an unfair comparison.
I think we're going to see coming up really soon because I think they're setting her up to become the hero of the story.
Maybe so, but
and
even
that
if
puts her in Michael Burnham category, if nothing else.
Not really.
Not necessarily, unless they make her all powerful,
and she kills Vader or something, and becomes Vader.
The only way, and by the way, if they do try to make her the hero of the story, you know what's they're gonna end up killing her. And if they kill her, she's definitely not Michael Burnham.
Wait, they can't kill a black woman.
Why not?
They would go against everything they believe.
What?
Yeah, it looks like tonight's not over for me.
Oh,
I guess we lost Tokyo.
That.
What's that?
Yeah, looks like tonight's not over for me yet.
Why is that? You got another.
We got another round coming in. Sioux Falls is in its third warning for the day. They're just 70 miles from me. So
well, for a second there, Tokyo, I thought you rage quit on me.
No, StreamYard just decided to drop me.
I was like, oh man, I made him mad.
No. I mean, debate's fine. I have no problem with friendly debate. I'm not going to rage quit over a disagreement whether or not Rava's.
I didn't think so, but I was like, dang, what happened?
I liked at the end of episode 2, she's like, I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog too.
No, I would say this: if they do make her the hero, which that's fine if they do, but if they do, now, first of all, we know that the way where the story's ultimately going is a battle with Vader, because obviously they showed Vader at the end of the episode. And so we know we're going to see Vader with his lightsaber by the end of it. And at least what everybody wants to see is Obi-Wan versus Vader. And I would like to see them do that. I don't know if we're going to see them do that, but if we see her take on Vader first, she dies.
Yeah.
And I think that she ends up being a similar situation as Qui-Gon in episode 1, where she tries to take on Vader first, she dies, then Obi-Wan takes on Vader and wins.
I also like how when they were trying to kidnap her, everyone was at a slow walk. No one was in a hurry, or that much of a hurry.
I'm not sure what you mean.
When she was in the woods and the gang captured her, it was they basically walked after her.
I don't know if they walked after her, but I'd have to rewatch it.
Or maybe I'm remembering it wrong.
Right. But you hear what I'm saying there, Tokyo? Oh, you there? I think you're muted. I don't know if you realize it. Oh, and he's gone again. Man, he keeps rage quitting.
Stan Lee said, well, it wasn't any worse than Kylo having a temper tantrum and swinging his lightsaber around.
I'm not a big fan of the sequels, honestly. I think mainly because I think that while Last Jedi was a big crap fest, I didn't hate, let me bring back Tokyo. Okay, so I assume you could hear me before you rage quit again.
My phone froze this time.
Okay.
I have to restate the question there. I had to get my son out of the door for school because he's late.
Oh, no problem. Well, it wasn't really a question as much as what I thought was going to happen.
Well, the whole Vader thing. Well,
I think that ultimately what they would head towards is her fighting Vader first, and then ending up being killed by Vader, and then Obi-Wan fighting Vader, and Obi-Wan would ultimately win.
Aren't those the rumors, though?
And I don't care about rumors, Kermit. I don't care. And if somebody says, "Oh, I know what's going to happen," I don't want to hear it. Okay,
she should be dead already. She should be dead already, and I'll tell you why she should be dead already. She knows who Darth Vader is. There's like 2 individuals that are still alive that know who Darth Vader is, and not even Obi-Wan knew until Reva.
Actually, Obi-Wan did know.
Not true. Obi-Wan absolutely knew.
Oh no, you're right. You're right, because he was.
He knew in episode 3.
Yeah, before he became a Borg. That's right.
Yeah.
But they couldn't kill Obi-Wan. But still, Reva should be dead. How should she know that?
Well, it would seem like I don't know the canon on it because I'll be honest with you, I don't watch the Star Wars cartoons, so forgive me on that. I'm just ignorant, but it would appear, at least from what we've seen here, that the Inquisitors just seem to know that
for whatever reason.
He's just really grumpy. Meanwhile, I have a dog biting my foot.
But I liked how they knew exactly where she was, yet they didn't. And as far as they know, they just went to Obi-Wan for help. They didn't try to go.
My phone keeps rage dropping me.
Yeah, I know. It's like your phone's mad at me.
I think so.
Hold on, Kermit. Hold on, because Tokyo keeps dropping.
What I do want to add on with is I followed the Rebels, where the Inquisitors were introduced. Not a single one of them knew the connection between Vader and Anakin.
Did they not know, or did they just not talk about
it? They were completely out of the loop.
Are you 100% like that? Did someone say, "Do you know who Darth Vader is?" And they said, "We don't know."
Well, the only character that actually knew for sure was Ahsoka.
And she's not an Inquisitor.
Well, I'm just asking because if it was actually a plot point versus if it was just something they didn't talk about, you know what I'm saying?
It was neither. They had no idea. And
how do you know that?
Well, I could always ask Dave Filoni.
Right. He would be the one to ask, but I don't. That's the thing. I don't know.
For me, though, in my own headcanon, I would say they had no clue.
Right.
And the way the entire series went down, it wasn't even part of their, I guess, mission profile to know.
Right. But like I said, if it's not a major issue, I say major on the major, minor on the minors. If it's not a major issue, then okay, so they knew, no big deal, right? And if they knew, they knew. Obviously, now was Reva? Was that her name, Reva?
Reva, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is she a new character?
Yes.
Okay, then she's doomed.
Yeah.
I mean, she's gonna die. And so, I think that she's going to end up. I think you're probably right that she's going to end up on the light side by the end, because she's got, she's already. I mean, she's so dramatically opposed to everything. But I think that she ends up on the wrong end of Vader's blade, and that would make sense. But I think that Obi-Wan ends up defeating Vader by the end of it, and then that sets up the Vader line. Last we met, I was but the learner; now I am the master. And then they have their big fight. But the I'm still I really want to see the Vader Obi-Wan fight more than anything, because man, that Vader fight in Rogue One was so awesome. Oh, and there go, I didn't even realize Tokyo dropped. Sorry, I don't know how much you heard, but I really want to see Obi-Wan versus Vader with Vader in the suit, because that's something that I really wanted to see in Episode 3, but we didn't get. Was Vader in the suit?
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on now.
Okay, because I'm looking at the backstage and it still says I'm backstage. I'm looking also at YouTube and it's saying that I'm on there. Can
Yeah, you are.
hear me?
Yeah, so everybody can hear you right now.
Okay, this is my phone is screwed up.
Yes.
My phone is rebelling against me because it's
Do it. You are on. But yes, you let your anger flow through you. But yeah, I really want to see Vader in the suit fighting Obi-Wan. Because that's something that we didn't get in Episode 3. And when we saw Vader in the suit in Rogue One going to town on all those rebels, that was so freaking awesome.
You know what I found amusing? That Bell went straight to try to go straight to Obi-Wan for help. He didn't try to contact the Empire or anyone else, as far as we know.
Who?
When Leia was kidnapped, he went straight to Obi-Wan.
Why wouldn't he?
Wouldn't he try to contact, I don't know, the Empire?
No, he hates the Empire.
But he's a senator for the Empire.
He's playing a role. He's always been playing a role.
Yeah, he's one of the founders of the rebellion.
That doesn't mean you still wouldn't.
He doesn't trust the Empire.
He went to who he trusted.
Right. He trusts Obi-Wan. He doesn't trust the Empire. Think about it. Would you, and the Inquisitors work with the Empire, would you really, like if your kid was kidnapped, oh, and there goes Tokyo again. Let's wait for him to get back. Any second now. Come on, Tokyo. Don't forget, please mute yourself if you're coughing or sneezing.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just meant he would report it for appearance's sake, is my point.
Yeah, but okay, now you saw the Inquisitors, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's suppose for just a second, Kermit, that you had a kid, okay? And your kid was kidnapped. Now, if your kid was kidnapped by, say, the evil Bird of Prey 5, would you want the rescuer of your kid to be an Inquisitor or a Jedi?
I don't know.
Who would you call to rescue your kid? An Inquisitor.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be the Inquisitor.
But just look at them. Who would you trust? The Inquisitor that's like, yes, I will rescue your child with my stormtroopers, or a Jedi. I mean, come on.
I mean, wouldn't you still do it for appearance's sake?
No. You don't call
I don't know. The Jedi don't have
The
Jedi do not have a good record with children.
There was that one incident in Never mind.
Let me ask you. Let me
I
ask it
won't
this
go
way.
down that route.
Let me ask it this way: would you? This is for anybody. If your child was kidnapped by somebody, we don't know who, doesn't matter. Would you call some random person in the government that you're trying to undermine, or not just a Jedi, but somebody you served in the military with, somebody who you've shed blood with, somebody who saved your life on multiple occasions? He just happens to be a Jedi.
But
And
they
a Jedi
didn't really
Master.
fight together. Did they?
Yes. Yes.
Where did they fight?
Watch the Clone Wars.
Was that the one where they got the blockade runners through?
Bail is the
all 7 seasons of it.
Yeah.
He was on the. I know he was. They overran the position, but
Yeah, Bail is a major character. I know that much. I've watched enough of the Clone Wars to see Bail does appear and does fight with Obi-Wan.
I don't remember him actually fighting. The only time the thing I remember is them trying to get relief supplies down there and their positions getting overrun. I don't ever remember him firing a blaster. Could it have happened?
Well,
yes.
if you're trying to get relief supplies and Obi-Wan shows up and rescues you, I think that wins you some points.
Okay, fair enough.
And Stan, I don't know, is Leia and Luke in any of the cartoons?
Yes.
Actually, yes. Leia's in Rebels.
And so is Luke.
He is?
Yes, he is. When Darth Maul goes to fight Obi-Wan Kenobi on Tatooine.
He's off in the distance or something, isn't he?
Yep, you see him. You see him run across the little desert there. And everybody was complaining because Luke would have been too young in that scene, which is actually true. He should have been closer to his age in A New Hope.
I'm not ignoring you, Thomas.
I enjoyed my time. I always enjoy my time
Thomas says
here.
Palpatine would have been trustworthy. I don't think so.
He covered up dirty
Give me your
things.
child. I shall take care of him.
No. He covered up even worse dirty things.
Yeah, I think Palpatine is not the kind of guy you want babysitting.
Sorry, I'm trying. He's the head of the. He's like the head of the Catholic Church,
especially the Dolt of Skywalker.
Yeah, he's not like the head of the Catholic Church. I'm sorry. The Pope is not like Palpatine.
No, they covered stuff up.
No, it's
supposed to be my joke.
Yeah, that's not very.
I'm trying to keep it vague because I know you are trying to be.
That's why
family.
you don't go there.
Yeah,
the name drop. The name drop itself was a little bit too heavy for this channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't.
That's why I'm trying to be careful of what I say.
Yeah,
be more careful.
Yeah, I'm just saying that one doesn't work.
I was just trying to make it joke.
Yeah, I'm just saying that one doesn't work.
If I was allowed to say,
if you want to say Palpatine is like Bird of Prey 5,
yeah,
I can't say that because I don't know anything about him.
Well, he's right there next to you. Here, let me, move you a little closer. Here you go. There, now you're right next to him.
Oh
Say
boy,
hi.
I'm above Captain.
Yeah, you're next to.
Giggity.
Say hi. Be careful though, bird bites.
Yeah.
This has turned into the Brady Bunch opening.
It's a story of a
Everybody's
bird
looking
named
at each other.
of an
Were you
evil
about to say
bird.
professor?
What?
What were you about to say? A bird named what?
Oh, nothing.
Uh-huh.
Nothing you want to know about.
How old was Luke during the very first Star Wars movie?
400.
What?
No.
Did they ever actually say?
No, Luke is somewhere in the neighborhood of about 20.
20?
Yes.
I would have thought like 16.
16? Wow.
And you know never mind, I can't say that. That's for the late night streams.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I was about to talk about something I shouldn't. I was about to be
2 years
naughty.
older. Then they became twins later.
Thomas says that he's waiting for Salty to play Minecraft again.
I played some Minecraft earlier, and then you guys defiled my base.
I did no such thing.
They did. Here, I'll show you. Let me go back into
Yeah,
that.
I did no such thing. I spent my whole time in Gorillaville being a.
I didn't say you did.
You said you guys, as in, and I'm part of that group. There it seems.
I mean, Gorilla's technically not wrong.
Let's see. Let's go. All right, let's go. Yeah, we'll just fly there. Man, frame rate sucks when you're capturing it with that.
Well, looks nice.
Yeah, it looks, but man, I need to use like OBS to capture it, because on my screen it's like running at about 90 frames per second, but it looks like it's like about 12 frames per second on StreamYard.
Right.
Kermit, you're breathing into the mic.
All right, yeah, there we go.
I was looking for your tardigrade to come see that.
That's actually, honestly, that's pretty good.
Oh, you think that's pretty good, huh?
I mean, in general.
It's evil. That's what it is.
I didn't say it wasn't. No, I mean, it looks like Spock, is my point.
Well, that's because it's a picture of Spock. They just imported a JPEG.
It still looks pretty good.
No, it doesn't. It's evil.
It's smiling, seeing Spock in a turbo lift with number 1 and a short track.
I know what it is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Destroy it.
Oh, no, I'm going to leave it there. It's a memorial to the evilness of Thomas.
Oh, no!
For anybody that runs into that place and then they find that, they turn around and go right back out.
Yeah.
The scarecrow.
And then, but yeah, I'm enjoying myself as always.
I might have to play that short track for Matthew on one of the movie nights.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, Salty, are you still putting commercials into the movies?
Not this week. Why?
Okay, because I got a perfect one you could play for Matthew.
What's that?
Oh, I'll put it here in the private chat. I'll look for. You'll have to give me a minute here.
All right.
Yeah, that one and the one with, I think, The Trouble with Edward.
I like The Trouble with Edward, I gotta admit.
It was good for what it was, but I thought it was a disaster considering how they treat poor Edward.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that the actor, I can't remember his name, but he does the voice of Archer and stuff. But he was genuinely funny. It was just that it completely annihilates continuity.
Yeah,
but it was genuinely funny. But I just assume that one is not meant to be canon.
Probably not, considering that if that was a precedence, then you could take Reginald Barkley out of engineering and have him tell jokes all the way to the airlock where you kick him in the butt and he decompresses right out the door.
All right. But it was quite funny. Was there an animated short Trek, Eric? Yes, there was. And again, that one could not possibly be canonical because just the way it was done.
The Enterprise A being destroyed over Genesis.
Well, and it just it was fun in the way they presented some of the original series stuff, but it was just done as a way to be an homage to Trek. It wasn't done as an attempt to be a canonical history. And so I think that unfortunately what's happened is people have gotten so angry over what happened with Discovery, which is justified. Don't get me wrong. I'm one of them. You guys have seen me with my punching bag. I've gotten more angry than most. So my blood pressure has definitely been raised many a time over the horrific things that Discovery has presented and had the nerve to call Star Trek. However, and Thomas is going to work. All right, buddy, you have a good day. I've been absolutely disgusted, angry, just filled with rage over some of the stuff that Discovery has put out there. But with each new show and each new presentation, despite the fact that they keep throwing garbage at us, I'm like, okay, clean slate, give me something good. And that's why I can enjoy something like The Trouble with Edward. That's why I can enjoy Strange New Worlds, because despite the fact that they fed me poison over and over and over, I'm not going into Strange New Worlds assuming it's going to be crap. And I think that that's the difference between me and some of the people that went in expecting to hate it.
I went into Strange New Worlds wanting something absolutely mind-blowing, and I'm thinking everybody
wanting
everything down. I'm getting it.
Yeah.
But this is also from the same team that's bringing us more Discovery.
By the way, thank you, Salty, for indulging me in talking about Kenobi a little bit.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
Like I said, I enjoyed some of it, and some of the elements were fun.
So you seem to know to talk about Strange New Worlds when I'm not here.
I didn't know you weren't there.
Yeah,
You don't bother to say anything. You just you don't say, "Hey, I'll be right back, guys."
Because then I would only be saying, "I'll be right back."
It's not like you say, "Hey, I'm going to go take a dump." You just disappear.
Well, when the shoe fits, wear it.
Just because you pooped your bed, that's not my fault.
That didn't happen this time.
Oh,
this time.
So you pooped your bed last time.
Mama, pray they're making fun of me.
What?
Salty tracker.
You got to call your mom?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm
Okay.
calling my mom. Okay, Uncle Paulie's gonna fix everything.
I'm not afraid of Uncle Polly.
You should be.
Why?
He's been to your house.
Oh, so what? You know what? I could take down Uncle Polly with my cane.
You could take down Uncle Paulie with your cane, huh?
Yes, I could.
I don't know about that. Uncle Paulie's a pretty big guy.
So? Because he's fat doesn't mean anything.
Oh, wow.
So I guess Lord Reloaded is not coming back.
I guess not. Why? Lore Reloaded. You know, I'll. You know what I'll do is when Uncle Polly comes over, I'll throw Lore Reloaded at him. How's that?
I think Uncle Paulie could make his way out of being hit by you throwing Lore Reloaded. Like you could toss Lore Reloaded.
I could. See, that's what you don't realize. That's just how strong I am. But you know, yeah. You go ahead.
I think Craig has a better chance of tossing Lore Reloaded in front of Uncle Paulie than you do.
Yeah, you go ahead and send them. I'm not afraid.
Yeah,
Just don't ask Obi-Wan
nap
Kenobi
time.
after he's been on practice for so many years to try and do it
what
for you.
Salty Trekker looks like.
I know.
Yeah.
He will not be able to, pass more Reloaded off as himself. So that's good.
Yeah.
So,
Salty, I got the link for you.
he's not in Tennessee at the moment.
Tell you what, why don't you have Uncle Polly come on over tonight?
He can't come over tonight. You just heard the part of him not being in Tennessee right now.
Oh, well, is he afraid?
I'm going to pencil you in.
Okay, when's he coming?
August.
August? Yeah, he must be afraid.
August 23rd. The Tuesday.
I'm going to Florida soon.
Where is he now? I'm just saying, I'll go meet him. Obviously, he's afraid to come here.
Okay, just drive south.
South? So he's in Florida?
My brother.
Drive south till you get tired. Let me know how far you get.
That's rather vague.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's good. Uncle Polly's afraid.
What? My brother. I have news.
Is your brother stealing still?
No, but he's going to China for 3 months.
So he's stealing from China?
No, but he's going to work on one of their parks.
So he's stealing from a park in China.
No, he's going to work on a ride.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can't pay me enough to go to China right now.
Well,
I'm
I
sure
don't know
if
why.
the number were high enough, you would.
Oh, hell no. I'll
What?
probably be arrested as soon as I land.
He's working on the Frozen ride over there.
By the way, just so you know, I'm looking right now, and because I know that everybody says, "Oh, it's from the people that brought you, the Star Trek Discovery." No, it's not. I'm looking at the production staff. It's not the same people. So, Yes. You know, there's a couple of names that are the same. You know, like obviously Alex Kurtzman, but his name is on pretty much everything.
Yeah.
You know, Rod Roddenberry, but his name is on everything. But for the most part, this is a totally different staff. So I would say people need to stop panicking that it's the same people.
Yeah, but it sounds better. Oh no! Brought to you by.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Well, in all honesty, here's the question.
Yes.
No, not you, Mom.
Yeah, no, do it fast.
Okay.
By the way, say hi to Mom for me.
Salty says hi to you, Mom.
Hello, Mama Pray.
He says hello. How are you doing?
Hanging in there.
Do you know? Gorilla says hi too.
Gorilla says hello too.
Do you know how much longer you're gonna be, Salty?
He's
I don't know.
waving.
Probably not too much longer. I got to get something to eat soon. I've been streaming now for over 4.5 hours.
Well, you got. Well, if you want lasagna here, you got.
Don't start talking about what you got, man. Just shut up. All right. So what were you saying?
Question. Did it not seem to you in this last episode that they confused the backstory of Lan and Una? That Una was the one who Laan. That Laan was the one who didn't want to be sedated, but they made it seem like number one was the one who didn't want to be sedated.
I think I'm gonna go.
Right,
have a good day, everybody.
All right, you have a good one, Kermit.
Yeah, Kermit. And actually, let me answer that question. Number one didn't protest against being sedated. She protested against receiving the last supply of plasma.
No, I know she didn't protest about being sedated, but it seemed like they thought you'd have a problem with being sedated when it was Laan who had the problem with being sedated.
No, I got the feeling she just was trying to be tougher than she was so that people wouldn't worry about her. She was trying to just be the tough first officer.
Oh, you mean when she was in sick bay, and she was trying to take her. I think they're trying to save her first because she's XO first, and before they see the lady, and she decided to sacrifice the plasma to get her to the.
No, I'm thinking Bert's talking about earlier in the episode.
Okay.
When she told Laan to go up to the bridge, but she didn't want to. You know, she was just standing there.
No, I thought specifically.
She never said anything about being sedated. She was just kind of saying she was fine, but then she stumbled into sickbay and collapsed.
Right. No, but sickbay told her you're not going to like it, and like everybody will have to be sedated. And
well, they said you're not going to like it because they're going to have to do surgery on her.
Old-fashioned surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have to dig in there and get out the shrapnel.
Yeah. And also, it's top priority. Say her first.
I got the feeling that she wasn't going to like it because they're going to have to basically do a full-on blood transfusion, dig into her gut, and pull out the shrapnel. Would you like that?
Well, I mean, a blood transfusion isn't painful. But
Also,
no, I wouldn't want them digging into my gut.
All right. I didn't get the feeling that it was the sedation specifically. I got the feeling that it was just the fact that they were going to have to do major surgery on her.
Yeah, and plus, like I said, no, they're gonna save her first because she did XO first before they say anybody else.
Yeah.
She's
By the way, Chief Aravic says hi to you. So you know.
Hey, what's up, Arabic? Yeah, they're gonna save her first before you say anybody else. And she did say no, save the.
Yeah, eventually she refused treatment because she didn't want to take the last of the plasma, but that was a whole other thing. And I get that that's not what Bird's talking about, but that was the only thing I think that she had an issue with. But that wasn't because of a fear; that was because she just didn't want to use all the plasma.
Yeah.
because she wanted to, make sure that the other people were taken care of first.
On that note, this is not a rage quit, but I do have to go. I got to bring my son to daycare and limp my way home.
All right.
If you guys are still on when I come back, I'll jump back in. If not, have a good one, everybody. And
have a good night,
thanks for
Tokyo.
having me on, Salty, as always. Hopefully, I can come back and you guys are still here. If not,
I may do. I'm probably going to wrap this one up soon, but I may do another live stream tonight in a few hours. But right now, I need to get something to eat in a little bit.
And if I'm not zombified, if you go back on, then I'll jump back in.
All right. Good talking to you as always, Tokyo.
Always
We'll
same
see you,
here.
Tokyo.
Have a good one, guys.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Hey, Bert. I can tell you how to use it.
Yeah. So yeah, so aside from the transfusion / sedation issue, Bird, was there anything else that you got a problem with in the episode, or is that just the only thing that jumped out at you?
There were a lot of problems. I don't remember them all.
Yeah. You just hate Star Trek.
No, I don't.
No.
I think you do.
No.
Okay, there's the fact that Spock had a mind meld with a human that he had said on TOS that he never did a mind meld with a human before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
But he did do a mind meld with a human.
All right.
But didn't seem to care about it.
Oh, is La'an truly human?
Why wouldn't she be human?
Because she's an augment.
That's still a human.
Well, technically, is an augment really human?
Is she an augment? Because if she's an augment, then she wouldn't be allowed in Starfleet.
Well, does Starfleet really know she's an augment?
With the name Nulian's thing, yeah, they should know.
Well, they should know, but they're kind of stupid. They didn't figure out that that Una is not human.
Well, here's another story. It amazed me when
Una lied on her tests or whatever.
Right.
No,
well,
not that.
Una lied.
So did La'an.
Yeah, but
No, she didn't lie.
Yeah.
She didn't lie about her name, but she obviously lied about her genetics.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
We don't know that.
Well,
Well,
we got
I'm
plenty of
saying-
examples of it. Them look at that guy Torred from the Drumhead.
Hey, look
She
at
would-
Dr. Bashir. They didn't figure out that he was an augment.
Yeah,
but
and that's
she-
100 years later.
Why would she be an augment unless she was a product of continued genetic engineering? It's been
she's a direct descendant of Khan.
Yeah, but there's been what 8 generations since Khan.
Right, but what
So
if
she's what 1/8 augment? You think?
First of all, how could she? And this is where I think I do think that Picard. I do think Picard season 3 is going to lead directly into this, because how could she be a direct descendant of Khan that we know? I don't think it's possible.
If Khan had kids before he left,
then Khan would have taken those kids with him.
No,
Right.
Absolutely, he would. You think that Khan, one of the people who is super, if nothing else, what Khan values more than anything else is loyalty. And he's going to just abandon his kids?
We couldn't get him on the ship.
Wait a minute.
Why
Or
couldn't
plus he could have.
He got 80 of his friends on the ship. Why couldn't he get his kids?
Wait a minute.
Maybe the women are pregnant still.
In the time, okay, in the what's the name of that? Spacey? Okay, Spacey.
Right.
Did Spock said there was some still missing augment, what do you call himself? Still missing when he went to the foul. So
I believe so.
Yeah. So
well, he was talking about the ones that were on the Botany Bay.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, but also saying that there's 80 more still missing. So they said it was 2 ships. They say it was 2. Was it 2 ships?
No. He was talking about. He said that there was, according to the records, there was some 70 or 80 Supermen that were missing in the records, and he was referring to the 80 life canisters that were on the Botany Bay. He wasn't talking about another ship.
Okay.
And there were 72, of course, that were still working.
Okay, and also Okay, is it not? If I'm not, I'm not scholarly technical science, but is it kind of strange when you beam down from one planet, they do collect your items. You don't think somebody can pick that up yet and say, somewhere, Houston, we got a problem here. This person's not exactly, human. So that's kind of weird, or somebody erased the records or something. So that kind of scratch your head, something like that, or just bad writing. Because I just don't think how you can sit here and beam down. It can tell you a human, and when you beam up the ship or you left the ship, and someone say, well, this you can identify. Okay, this is Spock. This is Vulcan. This is Cleon. This is so and so, so and so. So it had to keep some record somehow. You can't just sit there enjoying Starfleet while somebody knowing, or at least somebody take a blood test. Everybody gonna take a physical. Okay, you gonna,
well, that's why I don't know how Una managed to get
exactly.
into Star. Yeah.
So how you can get it? You pass pass the physical. You remember that episode? What's his name? Season something with Admiral was it Hansen, or what? The guy with trying to make them young. And first thing she hear, there's on a bridge, and Crusher calls him come to the sick bay and take a physical. You gonna say that's kind of weird. You tell a 4-star admiral you gotta take a physical, just kind of So you don't exactly do that, but still.
Well, everybody in Starfleet has to do regular physical checkups.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
so for her to not be known that she's not human doesn't make a lot of sense. And same thing with La'an but then again, like I said, how come they don't realize that Dr. Bashir is an augment?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, somebody either erased the records or they knew about it and nobody says. I can't sit here and say that Cisco did not know all those years that one of his officers is not
Well,
how would you know from a DNA scan that somebody's augmented? That doesn't.
That's what I'm talking about the transporter.
Because in Bashir's case, his reflexes and everything are way above what a human reflexes can normally be.
Okay, but I mean, he had to take a test, and he would have had to perform over that on the test. If he's got as much control
are you
over
saying
his
that
body,
they never did a reflex test on
well,
him?
if he's got as much control over his body as he does, then he could have purposely slowed his body to show what a normal reflex would be.
Or somebody went in.
That's the whole point. You can't control your reflexes.
Well, he can.
No, you can't. That's all. That's why it's
you
called a
can't.
reflex.
I can't. But he's got the DNA coding. Maybe he can control his reflexes.
And maybe, like I said earlier, maybe somebody erased the records because like I said,
no, I don't think anybody erased. Chief, you're just you like conspiracies.
Well, think of it. I mean. Like
no, I'm not. I don't think that there's because then you have to go like there's 100 conspiracies for every time something happens. There'd have to be a conspiracy after conspiracy after conspiracy for every generation of La'an's heritage.
Okay, how many times have we seen episodes somebody change the computer this and change the computer that? An episode have we seen somebody did something and they changed something on the computer and they found
that's not a conspiracy.
That could be part of it.
As for La'an, I'd say by 3 or 4 generations, he's probably just washed out.
It depends on the type of augmentation.
Yeah, because she's not able. I'm not seeing any signs of she able to pick somebody up with one hand and throw somebody across the room.
Well, because she hasn't demonstrated it, doesn't mean she can't do it. I mean, like,
well,
I mean, obviously, she's not going to run around doing things that would out her as an augment.
Well, she loses to Una every time.
Yeah, because both from different kind of species. So how you can?
Una isn't human, and we saw Una carry Hammer around like he was a rag doll.
I saw a Hammer. I saw Luna cover a doll around.
Yeah, we know that was
Hammer.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to drop off here in about 15 minutes.
All right.
That storm's boogieing along. I'll have to hit the basement again.
No problem.
I
And obviously,
think,
if you get an alarm or something, Gorilla, just drop off and go.
Yeah, I'm
And
keeping an
we'll-
eye on it. We just got my sister just texted me. They got their sirens going off.
Yeah.
I think she would have been better as one of those what's that species? A species from Angel One. That would come make better because she wouldn't wouldn't have to hide herself because she got the look, she got the size.
But the point is though is that if Una is super strong, which we did see, and La'an fights her to a standstill, which means La'an is definitely augmented. But we don't know how strong she actually is. I think we'll find out eventually. And but I don't think that La'an is actually descended from Khan.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think that La'an is descended from an experiment that Dr. Soon is going to do in season 3 of Picard.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. I got to agree with that because she don't have the build and she don't have the size. Because it's one thing about I've seen from Khan, everybody at least almost 6 foot, and they get a little bit muscular. So she's like
I think
5'3", 5'5", something like that.
Well, it's not about her size. I just think that what we're going to see is
6 foot tall men have 5.5 foot tall women all the time.
It's not about her size, Chief. I just think that what we're going to see is in season 3 of Picard, Dr. Soon is going to perfect his experiment where he's going to use the DNA samples from the 1996 Khan experiments, which was simple eugenics, and then insert that into his experiments with trying to create a life form from scratch and end up creating what he thinks is the perfect life form and create a second generation of Khan, which is even stronger and all that than the original Khan. And that is going to eventually that's going to be the forebear of La'an.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
And so, and that Khan, we don't know what's going to happen to him, but somehow it's going to end up running into Picard somehow.
Well, it's kind of weird, but
and so. But La'an is going to end up being the great granddaughter or whatever of that Khan, and that's why she is so genetically strong because he is much stronger than the original Khan. And so that, and I think that what happens to her, we don't know yet. She could she could turn bad. She could she could be a hero. We'll see what happens hopefully by the end of the season.
Or of course they do the same thing like you did in Discovery. We don't talk about Khan, that prime director or something.
No, I don't think they're going to do anything like that. I think that would be stupid to do that over and over and over. I think that they're going to do something with the character. But either she's going to become a big bad for future seasons, or they're going to end up killing her off. One of the two.
Oh yeah, because when Kirk comes aboard, only way I'm saying that because, like I said, if that's going to happen, they're going to Spock is the only person who have that memory, and put like we all be talking about for months now. How are you going to explain how she be on the earlier ship and we never heard of it, and a couple years later? So somebody going to.
Well, that's where again, I first of all, I think people think about that way too hard. That the answer to that is simple. The answer to that is reboot.
Oh yeah,
but they need to. But at some point they need to say it.
Yeah.
But they're just afraid to say it because for whatever reason they think the fans will get angry.
Yeah.
The problem is that the fans that'll get angry are people like Doomcock and stuff. But people like Doomcock are going to hate the show no matter what. They're going to hate the show if they did everything that Doomcock says they should do. and they're gonna hate the show no matter what they do. So just say it's a reboot and get it over with.
Yeah,
And you know, it doesn't matter what they do as far as people like Doomcock are concerned. So just call it a reboot, get it over with, and move on.
I disagree, but that's fine.
Well, I'm just basing it on, I mean, because Strange New Worlds is obviously a good show, and yet it's still getting lots of hate.
It's not obviously a good show.
Well, you know, we expect. I mean, everything is like we
They're
always.
doing so much right, and
they're doing minimal amount of stuff right, and they're still doing a lot wrong.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. I mean, you
listen. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm not going to beat you over the head with it, but I just think differently. Yeah. I would appreciate not being told that I'm full of hate, but I'm not going to cry over it if that's all you want to say.
Yeah, I agree with Bert on that. Yeah.
I'm not, well, you know, Bert, I'm just saying that I think that a lot of people have decided, and have decided that the show sucks before it even started.
Hey, maybe a lot of people did. All I know is I did not.
I'm not saying
really wanted this to be a good show.
Mm-hmm. And I know that really some people, and you know, the problem is, and this is where I have a problem. I know that some people genuinely don't like the show, and I'm sure that you fall into that category because I know you. But and the problem is that I also know that there are a lot of people that are just saying that the show sucks to get clicks, and there are some people that are saying the show sucks because they decided that it sucked before it ever came out, just because it has the name Alex Kurtzman on it.
Well, we all got to agree. We have seen his track record, and we've seen his track record, and that's actually been great. Well, yeah,
but you know what? That doesn't matter. Genuine. You know what? Do you know who else has a bad track record? Gene Roddenberry. Mm-hmm. And so what? Gene Roddenberry. If you look at the amount of Star Trek that is under Gene Roddenberry's direct control, it sucks. And
I agree. I agree with some of the stuff what sucked was bad. I mean, we all agree.
But Gene Roddenberry's name is on all Star Trek.
Yeah, I agree.
Because he created it.
Yeah,
right, but we still watch it.
Alex Kurtzman doesn't need to have creation credit for
he created Star Trek Discovery. So he gets.
And if something's not doesn't come off of Discovery, it doesn't need to have Kurtzman's name.
But when you had a template
for third generation Trek,
when we have a template of a show, which you all seen, someone could just like, no, let's try best to not duplicate, but at least try and make it better than that and similar to that, but make it twice as better. And they're not doing it. They're just going off the rails, anything like that.
The problem is Kurtzman and J.J. Abrams are responsible for the creation of what I call third generation of Trek. Mm-hmm. And so with that, and so things like, you know, things some people think it's stupid. I happen to like things like the view windows, but
it's good.
But whatever you think of it, things like that are hallmarks of this generation of Trek. You know, the new aesthetic for this Trek, a lot of what you see in this generation of Trek are the Kurtzman aesthetic.
Well, let me make sure this. Will you rather see Star Trek move forward after TNG, Deep Space Nine and Nemesis, and rather going back way before the original series like that? And you think, and that could have been a fourth generation of Trek, instead of going way, way, way back? You think that they should have done that, or just keep it like it is now?
I think they should just do a reboot.
Mm-hmm.
That's my honest opinion. I think that they should do a straight, like, I don't mind, honestly, like now I think Discovery was lame completely, but I like Strange New Worlds. If they would have started Kurtzman Trek with Strange New Worlds and just called it a straight up reboot, I'd think that they had a hit on their hands.
If
and
they were to call it a reboot, I would not have the issues with it I do.
yeah,
Okay.
because mainly most people that I've talked to, most of their issues with JJ or not JJ with Kurtzman Trek, as far as Strange New Worlds is concerned, is the fact that there are so many continuity problems.
Right.
Things
Which
like,
there wouldn't be if it were a reboot.
right. Things like the fact that they're dealing with the Gorn. Now, it's kind of a cool idea to have the Gorn as the big bad because of the fact that the Gorn is something that we haven't really explored.
That's true.
The Gorn have only appeared physically in 3 episodes. And, one of them, the arena, it was kind of a joke because it's a guy in a rubber suit. And then in a Mirror Darkly, it was bad CG. And so we haven't really seen the Gorn done well. And, in this episode, this most recent episode, we never saw the Gorn, but man, it was very scary the way they presented it. So it was very well done. The problem is, of course, this takes place 10 years before Arena, and everybody's going, but wait a minute, I thought Arena was the first time that Starfleet saw the Gorn.
Right.
This is a continuity issue, and so that's pissing people off. And then of course in the same episode we had the mind meld. But wait a minute, Spock said the first time he did a mind meld with a human was Dagger of the Mind. So what's going on there? So we have really good episodes, but then we have these big continuity errors that kind of tick people off in the middle of them.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. I admit it. I get it. Now, what I do is, honestly, when I watch Strange New Worlds, I just say, you know what? I'm going to assume it's a reboot because it's too dang good to just get mad about it, because I really like the show.
Well, I'm not sure anybody's questioning. Have they shown the ratings on the show?
No, because it's a streaming show.
Yeah, I know.
And so they don't have to, and they won't, because of the fact that if they do show the numbers, then then groups like Netflix and stuff will see their numbers, and that's why Netflix and them and Hulu and all the streaming services don't show numbers, because those are carefully guarded secrets. However, here's how you know whether or not it's a hit. We'll see if how many seasons they do.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
because this show ain't cheap.
I agree with that. With that. But also, I think they just don't care. They're just throwing money at it and just making sure because they try to make a buck out of it. But even though they're not making any franchise, I mean any toys, anything like that. Or I know they making uniforms.
If people are not watching this show, then they ain't gonna keep producing. And by the way, they are selling products related to this show. For example, this.
Okay. Okay. I see that.
Yeah, and so, which I'm, proud to have, but I'm still waiting until I can afford to get the lights for it, before I start messing with it. And they, so they are selling products for the show. They're also, but the main thing is it pulling subscribers to Paramount Plus? Are people actually watching the show? We won't know that until we see how many seasons the show lasts. And honestly, that's the big tell. If the show is gone in a couple of years, then we'll know people are not watching it. If the show,
they do like Scurry did, they put it on CBS for one season, see how to really see the people who have not paid Discovery, see Paramount, try it on CBS for one season.
Problem is that doesn't tell you anything. And I know, like, that's something that a lot of people, it was a flop when they put it on broadcast TV. But there's a big problem with that people forget. and that is the fact that everybody that wanted to see it already watched it on CBS All Access.
Yeah, I know.
And so, of course, if you
or other
want,
means.
yeah. So of course, if you put a show that you already have on streaming services onto broadcast TV, it's going to be a flop because everybody that wanted to watch the show has already watched it.
Well, make sure this if they did put it on CBS, why put it on streaming? You think it will be not? Want to say I won't say hit, but you would think they will have some like media record in the middle ratings like that.
I think if they put it on CBS only, it would probably do well. But if they put it on CBS after it's been on streaming, I don't think it's going to make anything. And so I think that's a stupid way to do it. And let's see, what's this? Ian or Ion says, do you think they could have a better episode if they did not reference anything, just purely standalone Trek, like nothing related to anything previous? Yes and no. I like the fact that it feels like it's a part of the Star Trek universe. I actually really like the idea of using the Gorn. The problem is that in order to use the Gorn, they would have to have it take place during or after Kirk's 5-year mission. But if you do that, then you can't use Captain Pike.
Right.
You know. So
what about they always keep saying that they trying to make that the Romulan War thing? You think they should have started with that while starting with the Gorn?
Then you know what? If you do the Romulan War, then you're going to have to break continuity no matter what, because there's no way to do the. And I will tell you this straight up: there is literally no way to do the Romulan War without violating continuity. There is no way to do it. You're going to either break the continuity of Enterprise, or you're going to break the continuity of the original series. One of the two. Because those two do not line up.
Well, of course, I think they will probably do Enterprise. Because I know some of us who like the series, and some of the. I mean, I admit I didn't like the series, but I think they're gonna do that because it just don't make the time. Just don't because the stuff is like you said, continuity, the whole thing. Right. It's continuity written all over it.
So 47 Yorktown says Strange New Worlds on broadcast TV in Canada. I didn't know that, 47 Yorktown, but I'm just saying in the United States, it's not. And so I don't know how it's... And Star Trek has usually been predominantly an American phenomenon. And I don't know how it's doing up in Canada. So you'd have to tell me that. But yeah, the problem with the Romulan War is that if you read Spock's description of it, the technology that the Federation had was very primitive compared to what they had in Kirk's day, but it takes place after Archer's day, but Archer's technology is way too advanced.
That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah, so it's just, that's a major problem. And that's one of the reasons I get, and yet people say, oh, what? Enterprise didn't break canon as bad as Strange New Worlds. BS.
Yeah,
agree.
That is such a load of crap because every single episode breaks continuity just by the Enterprise existing.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, I know we all will agree. I know I said many times on your stream and other stream. It just if they didn't create an Enterprise and just kept doing this, I think we have a straight continuity. We won't have no continuity problem of all the shows. But since they did it, it's all over the place now, and so everybody's scratching their heads. How come like I said the uniform is blue and they went from all yellow and stuff like that. It just you get people scratching their heads. There's too many scratch their heads on things.
And there are things about Enterprise. Look, I think Enterprise gets too much hate because I think it's a good show, but don't try to tell me that it fits into continuity because it doesn't. And that's one of the reasons I came up with the whole triple timeline theory. And I know people get pissed off at me because I put Enterprise into an alternate timeline, but it's the only way to make it work. Because Yeah, because if Enterprise is in the quote unquote prime timeline, then that means that everything Spock said in Balance of Terror is either a lie or Spock is ignorant.
And also,
yeah, I got to bounce. I'll see you guys later.
All right, Gorilla. Good luck,
Take
man.
care. Be safe.
Yeah. Yep. I'll see if I can get a video before it gets too bad.
Okay. Also, since they brought Robert April in for the first time and God knows how long, you can tell right there that they're gonna mess up continuity right there because we're gonna explain how long he been Captain Enterprise or was he ever been Captain Enterprise. So what's there that gonna be? So someone got to explain that thing.
See, and Robert April. By the way, I liked him, and I love the new shuttles. I think the new shuttles are cool.
Yeah, good. I meant that too. They do good.
And so I almost think that with him, I'd almost like to see a Robert April show now. It's like he was actually pretty good. It's like, oh man, you could even go back further and do a Robert April show.
Well, I think that's what happened. I think that's just one of the things that it kills me with Rick Berman with the thing. If he just named the guy, Archer April, we wouldn't have this problem, shit like that. It would have been straight cutting straight. But come in and say, well, Archer's a new guy because what a guy named Scott Bakula didn't want to be captain. I just it killing everything. It just killing us.
Ben One points out, says there are plenty of TOS episodes that don't belong anywhere in continuity. Well, that's true. There are, there's continuity errors in every series.
Yeah.
And so, I fully admit that. And that's one of the reasons that I don't get overly worked up if continuity is the primary issue of the series. And that's why, when I watch Strange New Worlds, I don't get particularly upset over the fact that there's continuity gaps. And don't get me wrong, I know there's people out there that get really mad about these continuity problems in Strange New Worlds. One of the big ones being the Gorn. I think the Mind Meld one is a smaller one, but I think probably one of the biggest ones is the fact that they're dealing with the Gorn so much. La'an Noonien Singh is a fairly big one. The fact that she's serving on the ship and for some reason nobody knows about Khan 10 years later. But, we'll hopefully have an explanation for that eventually. Some people point out Spock and T'Pring seems to be a little bit off. Although personally, I don't see anything that violates continuity at this point with Spock and T'Pring.
Well,
there's nothing that says, first of all, there's nothing that says Vulcans can't have relations outside of the 7-year cycle. And there's also,
you remember, okay. I mean,
why would he be carrying a picture of her as a child if they had known each other as adults? It's the only thing I have an issue with.
Okay.
Maybe that's just the Vulcan way.
Yeah. Okay. Remember how that how they do that the finger thing. You remember we all seen when Savick and the young Kirk that finger thing. We didn't see none of that. They went straight out. She jumped on the bag and her legs up. I'm like, really?
Well, maybe that's well, you got to keep in mind, and this is something that I've talked about before. Spock is an adolescent.
Oh yeah, they make him make him 3-year-old. Just have me have a Spock.
Well, he's not a 3-year. He's not a child. He's an adolescent. And so he's basically going through puberty.
Yeah, know what I'm saying? They try to make him as someone who had ADHD or something like that.
He would be like someone who's probably around between 13 and 15 years old right now.
Okay. Yeah.
And so
discovery age.
He's got a hot girlfriend. They're alone. They can do whatever they want. Now think about it. The finger thing is like what Vulcans do when they want to do things properly and elegantly and all. No, they're going to town.
I
right?
say that, but
They are not, they are like, yeah, we're not messing around here. And I think that that's part of it right there is that they are young and they just want to get busy.
Yeah,
Right?
but I understand that. But still, I'm just saying they should have done the finger thing first, then slowly go to sex.
But
Because we all.
that's how adults do it. That's how adult Vulcans do it. They're not adults. And so you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
and so they're
well-
they're basically doing it like kids do it.
Okay.
And
Okay.
and so
remember. Okay. Remember when Voyager, the Vulcan, they were the same age. The Vulcan, the guy, but they had a fist fight. They think because she couldn't. She went out.
he was going through Ponfar. That's different.
Okay. Oh. Okay. I understand. That's right.
See, and
Yeah,
that's
okay.
and so these guys were not going through Ponfar, Spock and T'Pring, and so there's nothing that says they can't do the deed when they're not going through Ponfar, and also what I thought was an interesting part, and I'm sorry, Thomas, I'm not ignoring you. We're just having they need to use the old Star Trek ships. I'm running out of room for bottles.
But
the new Enterprise is really cool. Come on, Thomas, you can't deny that. And
I agree with you. Well, I agree with that. Because like I said, because I know when Spock did with the T'Pring and Spock did with the Romulan commander, he did a finger thing, and looked like they both was in sync. Their mind was like one.
Right, but see, think about that is more of a
adult
like
thing, yeah.
The finger thing seems to be like more of a mental connection.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Measuring 40 side pounding. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying they should have done that first, then start after that. They pound because he in sick now. They in
Right,
sick,
but
they
you
become
see,
one.
as kids, they're just interested in the physical pleasure part.
But that's emotional. But that's emotional, and they're not supposed to be emotional. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
but for adults, it's about the mental connection, whereas with kids, it's just about physical pleasure.
Okay.
And so that's all they were interested in. But what they got. So as far as him carrying the picture around, I think that's just because that picture is a reminder of their bond.
Wait a minute. He Spock did have a picture in the original TLS.
Right,
So,
that's what I'm saying. So the
okay.
picture that Captain Fandom was talking about, I think, is a reminder of the bond that they share, and that they have to and that they have an obligation to each other when Spock hits his Ponfar. However, Spock believed that he would never have a Ponfar because he was half human, and of course he was wrong, as we learned in Amok Time.
Right. So the next episode, from what I'm hearing, it will be that Mark Time again.
Right. Well, so Amok Time will still happen, but in this particular and also I kind of like this because we got a setup for Amok Time, in that T'Pring tells him after Spock cancels their date, she says, you better not do this too often because I'm not going to chase you around the galaxy, and that's kind of a setup for her. She's going to get with Stan, the other Vulcan, and that is exactly what happened.
But you don't think they're gonna have him going with Chapel thing?
No, well, Spock never got with Chapel.
I know, but Chapel wasn't in love with him when the original series. So I'm just saying they might try to make that relationship with.
No, I think. Remember, the only person that we've ever seen Spock get with, other than T'Pring, was Uhura, and that was in an alternate timeline.
I know. I'm saying.
I would think that would be the only person we might see Spock get with, and that would be the only person that I would be okay with. I don't think that Chapel fits with Spock, and I think the reason that Uhura does work with Spock is Uhura is the only character on the ship who rivals Spock's intelligence.
That's okay. So
Did I watch the preview for next week? Yes, I did, Cinnabon.
Because I'm thinking, I was thinking, even though she's young now, they'll probably put her with Hammond because she think Hammond because he got the handicap thing, so you trying to be with him because with the handicap, I will be your eyes kind of a relationship kind of thing.
Yeah, but I don't think Uhura and him are going to get it on. I think that's just my feeling. But
it's like that, like that thing, the thing, and you remember the thing from Fast and Four and his girlfriend. I mean, she was blind, but
right?
So that's what I'm saying. I think they'll try to do something like that.
Maybe they will, but it depends on. I mean, because T'Pring's coming back this week. We'll see what they do. But you can't really tell from the preview whether T'Pring's coming back for real or whether it's just a dream. Because the scene that they show in the preview looks like it's just a dream. And looks like Tokyo's back.
Hey guys, I'm back.
How's it going?
Hey.
I'm alive. Barely.
Well, that beats the alternative.
True.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yes, yeah. But I still say I think it's down the line. I think Chaplow likes him so much. I think she's gonna try and pursue him in some kind of formal way.
I hope not. I do not want to see Spock and Chapel get together, to be honest. I just
you can tell,
I don't like her character, and I couldn't see Spock being attracted to her because she's just not that intelligent.
But it's not. I mean, no. I think she's attracted him. I think she's gonna try to pursue him because I've seen the last 2 episodes. She's really looking at him. She said,
"Well, of course, she's always been in love with Chapel has always had a thing for Spock,
exactly,
but Spock has never had a thing for Chapel."
I know, but I think she's gonna try to grow on him or something. Trying to that like that scene where she's playing with her hair. She's flirting with him, and she doesn't realize it. I think she's gonna try, get him. I know.
Well, like I said, I hope that they don't try to go there.
Mm-hmm.
I would just Uhura and Spock, fine, but Chapel and Spock, no, thank you.
What about Pike and Una?
Why are you obsessed with everybody having relationships? I don't want everybody to care.
I'm not arguing. I'm just asking a question.
Well, Pike has one.
Yeah, Pike already had a relationship with that other captain.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't. You know what? I don't want everybody to pair up. I really don't. I'm perfectly okay with the show just being about exploration and the human condition and just being Star Trek. Why can't we just be Star Trek? Isn't that okay?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So if that's okay, let's just be Star Trek. We don't need to worry about who's hooking up with who. Or I guess whom.
We'll see.
Although if Pike wanted to hook up with Bird of Prey 5, that would be hilarious.
Oh, jeez. Maybe Uma can hook up with Bird of Prey 5.
No, Pike. No, Hammer.
Oh,
there we go. That would be more.
Can't see anyway.
Yeah, because that would be the only way it would work because he can't see.
Yeah. A Cleon and have a Dorian or whatever they call it. It'll be that's the fight scene right there. A Cleon making out with a Dorian.
No, it's just Bird making out with Hammer. That would be great. It'd be awesome.
Pink blood mixed with blue blood. That'd actually be kind of disgusting to see.
Oh yeah.
Like,
what do they call it?
Hello, Hammer. It's Bird of Prey 5. Kapla. Do you want me? And Hammer would be like, no. Okay, let's get it on. Yeah,
All thing about Hammer is he should have been a full-blooded Andorian. That's one of better with me, because we haven't seen no Andorian since Enterprise. I think that could have been the best thing right there. They're trying to see a real Andorian ownership doing some work. No.
So Sinbad wishes it was Kyle. What, getting with Bird of Prey 5?
Oh.
You want to see
Oh.
Kyle and Bird of Prey 5 get together?
Oh
Hey.
my. Oh my.
Asian Kyle getting it on. Bow. Bow. Bow.
Oh my,
Let's take this to OnlyFans.
Oh, that reminds me. Let me see if I can find something just for you. By the way, you should come join us, Cinnabon. Why aren't you up here? Come on, buddy. What a jerk. Let's see. Original series. Season 1.
So since we were talking about Hammond, you think we gonna get a chance to see the Enterprise go to his home planet again?
What, Andoria?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Why?
Yeah.
Why would they go there?
Who knows? They make some kind of so they may lost some blood and they got to rush home to get some new blood or something. Their own version of Mark Time or something.
That would actually be justifiable. Because I don't think regular Andorian blood would be compatible with Anar blood.
Yeah.
So it's funny because someone pointed this out. Kyle was actually a character brought over from the cage.
Yeah.
And here he is.
The Asian technician who gets pointed at when they were
Yeah.
So there is Kyle from the cage.
So the TOS Kyle won't be.
Yeah. So
who's the other guy?
Who's the other guy? Bird of Prey 5 right there.
Oh,
okay. you can tell by the Neanderthal-like head.
Yeah, they're losing a bald spot in the back. Yeah.
Someone's echoing.
Okay.
That's
okay,
just because I have that up. All right, let's go.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
I can see. I'll probably wrong. What a guy named Dr. Price? Was it Price? Price or Price? No. I can see him come on show like one episode or something, and leave something happen to him and dies or something.
The doctor?
Yeah, Price. Was it Price?
Boyce.
Boyce. All right, Boyce. I'm sorry, Boyce. Yeah. I think he might come on like one episode or something. I'm just saying highlight. They wasn't previous ship or something. He just come aboard and pass it through. Say hold the pike and he leaves. But I know was that one character on TS on the cage. He was brought over when Kirk came aboard and got killed with the cord wrapped around his neck. What was that?
Oh, I can't remember what that guy's name was. I remember him, but I'm stuck.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think like blonde hair or something.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I just don't remember his name.
He was sitting at the helm.
Why does the name Kelso come to mind?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was Kelso.
Kelso.
Okay.
One of two of Kirk's classmates from the academy.
Yeah.
We're students.
Mm-hmm. And plus, don't forget about Mitchell.
Yeah, well, that's the other one.
What did he? What, Gary? Yeah, was it Gary? Yeah, Gary Mitchell. Yeah, right.
Gary Mitchell was the killer. Yeah. Oh, who'd we lose? Bird dropped off.
Mm-hmm.
What a wuss!
Find out.
Probably just sleeping too hard and
Yeah.
stuff out.
All right, let's see if we can find. And a lot of Nimoy, Majel Barrett, John Hoyt.
I remember he was yelling a lot.
Third supervisor, first television, Dr. Theodore Haskins, Price geologist, earth trader, second survivor. Insurance advisor. Keeper.
I know he wasn't wearing a red shirt. I know he was wearing a yellow shirt. So I don't remember.
Yeah. Is it this guy? No.
If it is the same guy, he'd be wearing the same shirt that he did in the cage.
Yeah.
They had the same uniforms in Where No Man's Gone Before.
Yeah.
What's that?
The character, if it is Kelso, he'd be wearing the same shirt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And who killed him? Was it Gary or that chick killed him? I think it was Gary killed him. With the rope around his neck, the cord.
Wow, that's pretty jacked up, man. I can't even. No, I mean it's like it looks like the Asian guy's not even credited.
Probably not because he's an ND. No, non-dialogues usually don't get credited.
Yeah, but like on IMDb, even the NDs usually get mentioned as uncredited.
Yeah.
And I can't find him. Probably because they just didn't know who he was.
Could have been just a sweeper off the Paramount lot. They said, "We need you to fill in a spot. Get over here. Put this on."
You know what?
Do this when I point to you.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, there's no mention of who he was.
Yeah.
I was trying to find him because I'm very curious now who he was.
Are you looking at the cage or the Where No Going on?
I'm looking at the cage because in the menagerie I knew I wouldn't find him.
What about Where No Man Gone Before?
Oh no!
Why would I look at Where No Man Has Gone Before? He wasn't in that one.
He was. This guy got killed. Remember, the guy got killed.
No, I'm not looking for Kelso. I'm looking for the Asian transporter guy.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
My headcanon, I thought he would be Sulu.
No, Sulu was the ship mathematician. Talk about a stereotype. He was the ship mathematician before he became the. Yes, and Where No Man look him up in Where No Man Has Gone Before. He was the ship mathematician before, and then they changed him to the helmsman in the next episode.
Okay, I remember that, but I didn't know he was a mathematician.
Yeah, and so I was like, wow, he's just a complete stereotype because his only dialogue was, well, if you want the mathematics of it, and then he goes over.
Okay, I'm not sure this. I don't remember, but when Scotty came aboard, did they say he was the chief engineer? And Kirk said that, or we just random person like Sulu came on, and he had no title. He just called him Scotty or something. I was trying to remember. I remember that scene when Kirk was on the bridge, and all of them was sitting standing behind him. And so who's this? And they were introducing each other. I thought, did they say, this is Mr. Scott, he's the new chief engineer or something?
No, they never said that.
Okay, I was wondering.
And Cinnamon says if Kyle had Uhura's strength, he would have lived. Kyle lived. It was Kyle's buddy that died. Remember, Kyle had a friend who couldn't make it through the door. And then the deck decompressed. What I want to know is what was in that coffin. Like, was it like whatever the stain was on the bulkhead? They scraped it off and put it in the coffin.
Got to get him home somehow.
Sent that to the family. Like, well, we scraped this off the bulkheads. We think it was him. Here you go. I would recommend a closed casket, just FYI.
You know what? That reminds me of that the most picture when Vulcan got killed. What's the name? Commander Sulik, and he beamed back down.
Yeah, Sona.
Yeah, and
Yeah, what we got didn't live long.
Yeah,
Fortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's about the size of it. Yep, okay, here you go. Good luck.
It's like, sorry, Captain, something blinked at me. I'm not exactly sure. It could have been him. We just scooped it off the deck and put it in this bowl.
Yeah.
Put a flag over it.
We're not sure which one was Joe and which pile of goop was Fran, but we just kind of put about equal parts in each coffin.
But I made it out just fine.
You know what? I did like that.
And no, Kyle will not die in TOS because we know that Kyle makes it to the Reliant.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, it was. Yeah.
I'm thinking this is going to be a different
guy. He had to go. Was it that guy with the goatee?
Yes.
Yeah, on the Reliant.
Yeah.
He's a commander.
Yeah. That's
This
right.
is
I remember
Commander
that.
Kyle.
Once you're a commander, you're pretty safe.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Until
was
Khan
it
comes
also?
around.
Well, Khan just strands him on SETI Alpha 5.
5, yeah.
Yeah, so he's all right. Then they go and rescue him.
Yeah. What about, was it Breach or Breach? I can't remember. Commander Breach, what's his name? Was he on the original series? Breach or Beach? I can't remember. It was a B.
No.
Okay. He was. I think he was the XO. I'm not XO. He was what, third?
So the XO was Spock.
No. I'm talking about the Reliant. Okay, I remember it was
The XO and the Reliant was Chekhov.
I know. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I guess third in command.
Oh yeah, there was a Commander Beach.
Yeah.
I think it was the helmsman.
He was the comms officer, I believe.
Yeah.
Because I believe you had
Terrell
say Commander Beach raised the and he had them contact the Epsilon or not Epsilon 9, the whatever the name of the station was where Carol Marcus was.
Yeah, Epsilon 9.
No, it wasn't Epsilon 9. That was the station.
It's like regular one.
Regular one, yeah.
I had to think for a minute too. I was thinking Rigel. I'm like, well, no, that's not right.
Which I never understand. That thing look upside down. It just don't make no sense. They could have kept it right up. He looked good on screen, but still, it's just upside down.
Now here's the question: Star Trek 3: The Search for Spock, Captain Styles.
Yes.
Is that the same Styles?
I was the same thing. Yeah.
Vulcan rampage.
That what?
Is that the same Styles that went on that anti-Vulcan tirade in
No. Yeah. That's a good question right there. That's a good question. That's a damn good question right there.
Oh yeah.
Because I remember he beamed down and met that small guy. I think he was probably like a.
That'd be funny if that was the same guy.
Yeah, or someone related to him. Somebody related. That's my brother or something like that. But it could be him. I think it could be him.
That'd be funny if he said something like, "Kirk, instead of you do this, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again." He should. You're doing this for a freaking Vulcan. What
you know what you should have said. You know what you should have said. Kirk, I know you. I serve under you. Don't do this. You hurt your career, something like that.
No, I see. You should say, you shouldn't do this for a Vulcan. It's a waste of time. Vulcans are scum. Wow, I never even thought of that. That's funny.
But no, that scene where the line goes in and good morning, Captain. I mean, come on, that would have been a great scene, like they did in the 09 series. Excelsior literally chasing the Enterprise to see how fast it can go, and somehow Scotty hit the button and goes out, go back to warp. I think that's they should have done that. Say have him be dead in the water already, going to space. I mean, that would have been a great scene right there. Both should go to warp, and Excelsior is catching up, and Kirk says something to Scotty and say, do something, and he hit the button, and Excelsior go back to impulse or something. Then they say, "Good morning, Captain." I think that could have been great.
It'd be great if you had he goes, Scotty, do it now, and Scotty hits a button on the remote, and all of a sudden on all the consoles there's like a digital image of Spock, and he goes like, live long and F you, live long and F you, and then
I can see
the engine just shut off.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that would be.
That
would be
Leonard
the.
Nimoy would have done it too. He would have done it.
I think he would have. Yeah, he's got a sense of humor on him.
What about say him trying to steal the Enterprise? They steal the Excelsior. It's just going
Well, but then but Star Trek needs to have the Enterprise. Come on now.
Yeah, but like this, beat up and worn out. You can't survive a comeback here. So I think
it's the it's the Enterprise.
Yeah, nobody was on the Enterprise. I mean, the Excelsior was fully staffed.
Oh yeah. Well, you can't ever come aboard and say, "Hey, I'm taking over." And make sure
you gotta have the Enterprise.
Yeah,
it had to be the Enterprise.
Yeah.
Now you could have had more than 5 people.
I mean, I give you an example. I mean, he comes aboard and do like a pre-inspection or something, and you say, "Cal, I want to see how she run in space, warp herself." And as soon as they leave dock, like that, and Kirk knocks him out. They go to the room, and Kirk knocks him out, and like they did in Hunt for October, we could knock the guy out or something like that, and just takes over like that and get everybody in position. Scotty's the engineer, and he gets everything set up, and everybody on a bridge like that, and this kind of thing like that.
I think what they should have done was had a scene where, they have the entire crew, because when they decommission a ship, that's kind of a big deal, right?
Yeah.
And so you have the entire crew on the wreck deck, similar to TMP, when they were showing the V'ger probe, and you have Kirk standing there, and he says, that Starfleet has decided to decommission the Enterprise.
Yeah.
And so, you will all be reassigned, blah, 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 blah. And then he goes, I, however, will be taking the ship to try and rescue one of our fallen comrades. And
he's in volunteers.
Yeah, he goes, but I cannot do it alone.
Yeah.
If any of you are willing to come with me, but I'm warning you, if you do this, you'll be violating the orders of Commander of Starfleet. So don't do this if you're not willing to do so. And then the entire crew volunteers.
Oh yeah, that would have been a good episode. And
that could have been and you have that minute where everybody's just kind of standing there looking at each other, and then you have one crew member step forward, and then another one, and then everybody starts stepping forward.
Yeah.
And so that all 400 people are volunteering. And which brings a tear to Kirk's eye, and then he goes, "Gentlemen, may the wind be at our backs," and then they order stations instead of just having 5 people. Because I did not buy for a second that in a matter of 2 weeks, Scotty managed to, in his off hours, rig up the Enterprise so that 3 people could run the Enterprise using an automated system.
Well,
no, I'm sorry. If it normally needs a crew of 400, there is no way he managed to rig it up in 2 weeks so the 3 people could. Think about it. You were in the Navy, Chief. Could you rig up a modern day heavy cruiser so that 3 people could run the ship.
No, because everything's manual.
Exactly. So was the Enterprise.
Yeah, but also you got automation now, and more and more. And today, now we do
No,
have
no,
more
you're just
ships. Wait.
no.
We
You
do
don't
have
have
more
magic automation just because it's the future.
Yeah, well, we do have some ships do runs on one button this and one button that. You look at cruise ships. Cruise ships, you have a small big wheel. Now they got a small little thing, a
Right.
knob now.
But
So
that doesn't mean that everything can be automated.
if he just need impulse engine and one thing, yeah, you can. If he did it right, and
Yeah, but he doesn't just need impulse engines. He needs
impulse
impulse, he
and life
needs
support.
warp, he needs environmental controls,
Yeah,
he
no, I'm
needs
saying life support.
weapons,
Yeah,
he needs life support, he needs every system on the ship.
but if they doing that like you did, operation thing, sector, yeah, I can see that because technology is different. But if the shit was just plain manual, everything is manual. No, I agree with you. I agree on that.
Tokyo and Captain, do you think that it's possible?
No, Kirk should have taken a smaller ship.
Yeah. Either they take a scout ship or they have a larger crew.
Like a Janolan class. I forgot the name, the actual class. Is that Sydney or something like that?
Yeah.
He could have taken one. He could have taken one of
Ship
those.
like the Janolan or even an Oberth class.
Oberth, yeah.
Yeah, because Oberth was considered a scout ship.
But we also just saw an Oberth class get destroyed before Kirk got
right
the area, so that kind of wouldn't work.
Literally,
it wouldn't work.
Yeah. Like I said before, he could have just go on yourself. So like doing some kind of inspection like that. Just go tell Scout, take the ship out, full of trial run, see what happened. And he takes over, and knocks him out, and takes over. Something happened.
Or like I said, you have the entire crew volunteer, which I think would be a much more dramatic moment.
Because me and 5 of my closest friends aren't going to go down to where they've got the real USS Enterprise aircraft carrier, and steal that and go on a mission to Russia or something like that.
Yeah.
No. It's not
Ain't
gonna happen. Because like I said, it's a manual ship. But when you have all this, everything is automatic now.
But it's not all. That's the thing. You say you're making this big leap of logic that everything is automatic just because it's the Enterprise.
I'm saying I think Scotty might have done something that puts everything into one system, and he done like that. So you couldn't do it in 2 weeks if he did it. If he knows shit like we all know, he knows the shit like back of his hand. So he could rig up something like that to have one station run everything, and on it should be automatic. I just don't like the idea of. I just don't like the idea he when he trying to do the door thing. That right there, that you need more than that. The door came over and clicked like that. Like no, I can stand that right there. But I think he could somehow, the key points of the ship, which is engineering, life support, and maybe weapons, something like that, and rigged in one station. Yeah, I can see that doing because everything is is getting close to not TNG yet, but you see the system is running by computer system, so it's a little bit possible. Remember, it's like Scotty said, he didn't know it was going to come back, so he just rigged it enough to go to point A, point B, and come back. And I think that's what he did.
I still don't buy. Like I said, the movie was good. Don't get me wrong. I think the Star Trek 3 is underrated. I think people that don't like the movie, I think, are being unfair to it because I genuinely I think Krug was a good villain. Overall, I think it's a good movie. But I think that having that, just what was it, Kirk, McCoy, Sulu, Chekhov.
And Uhura.
No, Uhura didn't go.
I know this got picked me so off.
Yeah, I think that's the entire crew, right? So it was just 4 of them. And then Spock once they got down to the planet, and Savick. So a total of 6 people, but 4 piloting the Enterprise there.
Well, okay.
Scotty. I forgot about Scotty. So there were 5.
Okay.
So 5 people total controlling the Enterprise and taking her into combat, having total control, And I understand that Scotty said, "Oh, I didn't expect to take her into combat," but they still managed to fly the Enterprise to the Genesis planet, fire a torpedo, raise the shield, well, attempt to raise the shields, do combat maneuvering, the whole 9 yards. And, no, I don't buy that. I don't buy that you could automate a ship with the size and complexity of the Enterprise.
Well, look at okay. Remember the episode 1001 where they do the same damn thing? No.
So what? That's also 100 years later, and I don't buy it.
No.
I just don't buy it. I don't buy that you could automate something that if you could automate a ship of that magnitude, why do you need a crew of 400?
That's what I'm trying to say. Look like what they did. They had their stuff is automated. Everything we all seen it. We see some stations run automatic, and because you all rely on computers and stuff like that. Just hit one button. That's it.
Then why do you need a crew?
To watch it, make sure the thing doesn't mess up or screw.
Yeah, but why do you need 400 people? Why don't you would need a crew of maybe 20. Yeah. Maybe 40.
We're thinking alike. This is just wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. But
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
But like I said, we all know that like that technology grew and start this Star Trek now. Its era is more computer driven than manual. You never seen one thing I love about Battlestar Galactica, the new one. He said everything to be manual, no automation. That was great. He relied on human and computers like that. These people rely on it, especially Janeway. Everything is manual. Oh yeah, no, I can't do all this and that. It's manual, automated. They love that computer.
That's 100 years later. We're not talking about Voyager. We're talking about a Connie. We're not talking about an Intrepid class.
No, I'm saying people rely on more computers more than ever. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right, but that's apples and oranges when you start bringing up Berman era ships.
Yeah, I understand that.
When we're talking about a Connie, that's a completely different ship.
I understand that.
Right. Anyway, it is. Look, I've been streaming now for almost 6 hours, so I do need to wrap it up because I'm hungry, really tired.
Okay.
So I do want to say thank you to everybody that's been hanging out with me for the last 6 hours or whatever amount of time you've been hanging out with me. Thank you to those of you that are to Chief Cook and Captain Nerd and Tokyo and everybody that's been on the panel earlier. And remember, there's the camera. You are the salt of the earth. I am the salty trekker. These guys are, Chief
Brian people.
Chief Cook is an idiot, but these guys are all right.
Speaking from Army guy, yeah. Okay.
When it comes to Star Trek, we had some good people, some bad people, some ugly people on, and just take care of yourselves. Have a great Memorial Day. If you're barbecuing or whatever you're doing, take a moment to remember those that have fallen, that paid the ultimate price to serve our country. If you have family members or if you know anyone that has, spend a moment thinking about it. I've only have one person in my family tree that did, and I don't even know. I've never met the person. I don't know anything about the person. But I've it was like a second cousin that died in Vietnam or something. But think about those people, and just remember that we wouldn't have the luxury to have these conversations and enjoy what we have if not for those people. And let's hope that in the future we have as few people as possible that we have to remember in future generations for these very same reasons. And that's all I can say about that. And we want as few people as possible to memorialize on Memorial Day. And also, I gotta say, love or hate Strange New Worlds, I thought it was cool that they actually introduced their own version of Memorial Day with Federation Remembrance Day in this last week's episode. I just thought that was a cool idea.
Yeah,
So anyway, guys, take care. Live long and prosper. Jolan True, or whatever your greeting of choice is, and have a wonderful rest of Memorial Day.
Bravo Zulu to all.
Bye, everybody.
What did you say?
I'm saying Bravo Zulu to all who serve.
Yes.